Could have streamed on the road. Nah, I don't think that would have worked very well. I think it's ill-advised if I was watching a content reveal and trying to read chat while driving. That seems like a bad life decision, you know? It doesn't seem like that would be the correct play. It seems a bit on the questionable side. Yo, Barabor, thanks for gifting Farmer a sub. Although, let's be honest, he could probably afford to sub himself. Except he's Scrooge McDuck. He's not even willing to buy curtains for his wife or get her a nice meal. He's just spending all his money gambling and losing bets to better players. Like, what is going on there? I did it for this golden scam train. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for paying me on behalf of Lance for the scam sub he owes me. What are you talking about? What do you mean scam sub I owe you? What is that supposed to mean? So anyways, we're going to go ahead and go in and watch the Q&A, and I'm probably going to do more pausing than you guys are comfortable with. I'm probably going to pause it one too many times. Hey, Kermie, how you doing, man? Moggling, appreciate the sub as well. Look who remembered he's a streamer. I was gone for like a few days, guys. I've been streaming basically every day. Okay, I like a couple days I'm gone. It's not the end of the world. You want an emote? What emote do you want? What emote is this? Why is this labeled? I don't want to add it specifically because this is labeled 67. I think I'm going to change its name. Sounds like you're not locked in. Do I have an emote named Mark already? Doesn't look like I do. All right, there, you can have the emote, but I changed his name. And my axe. Mark 67, no. No, I will not cave to the mob on this one. No, thank you. Hey, Zerkio, appreciate the sub. Captain Lance Snacks, thanks, man. All right, let's take a look at this thing.
Welcome back, ZD here, joined by game director Mark Roberts and game designer Octavian to do our Q&A post-live stream discussion for an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours. We'll see where things take us, especially with...
Do you think when they're doing this, they're like, all right, stall as long as possible and we'll give you the go-ahead when you can end? Do you think they're doing that in the background? Like they're actually like, they don't know how long they want to go, but they need to make sure they have enough time to get the patch notes done. They just have some guy that's going to give the thumbs up when it's ready. It did end a little bit abruptly, so maybe. They said that it was going to be at exactly 2 p.m. PST. Okay, so they already had a deadline scheduled. That would be kind of funny though.
Us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
They're locked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it.
Locked here forever. Yo, Edane, appreciate the sub. They would have, if they need somebody to stall, they would invite you. I don't even stall that much. I'm usually like straight to the details. I know you're thinking the irony here because I just paused 25 seconds in and they haven't said anything relevant to new information. But in my defense, Edane subbed and I had to thank him, okay? Because I'm acknowledging my appreciation of that sub, okay? And that was very necessary.
And well,
I'm not a staller.
Let's start off by just welcoming Octavian to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy? I don't know. He's the one who said I should.
Good idea.
No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between PoE 1 and PoE 2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late.
Hell yes.
You know, there's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE1 at the moment.
Oh,
and I've been doing a lot of...
Yeah, did we get the A team, guys? We got the A team. Surely we got the A team. They had like some new hires that didn't know what PoE1 even was, and those guys got put on the PoE2 team. We got the legacy guys, the guys that actually know what the hell's going on. Surely we got... You guys don't have to count every pause. You don't freaking screw you guys.
The design work on, you know, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. You know, it's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for PoE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole like team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future, we were thinking might get a bit too cozy.
We've seen Andrew before, right? He was introduced at one like Sanctum League or something at some point. I feel like it's been a hot minute. I definitely hope going forward that the distinct team is the way it goes forward. That there's always some dedicated people on PoE1. Because the whole, like, they're going to swap between this game and that game, that's like a real awkward situation where we just lose the PoE1 devs a week into the league. You guys stop counting the pauses. Hey, Captain Cheese 9, what's going on? Why is your name Captain Cheese 9 XD? What the hell is this? That's got to be somebody from Twitch chat who just made an alt name on freaking YouTube. It was like, why? I don't have a command in YouTube for more likely, but it's a real thing. Exclamation point, more likely 1 or more likely 2 to see the facts. So Anti-Swipe, appreciate this up. How you been, Anti-Swipe? Have I watched more Karn clips today? I've seen like 2 Karn clips since yesterday. I've not seen more. Is he still imploding over slams?
Couch
We need a longer couch.
We'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that like X Factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have.
He's got the X Factor.
Pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And
Hell
it's
yeah.
this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of,
He's like, okay, we've gotten rid of Chris and Eric, but Jonathan, I'm gonna take him out next. Like, what is he hinting at there? He's slowly eliminating the old devs so he can seize the gauntlet of power.
Like me with Octavian.
He's like the Sith Lord, and he's got his synth apprentice Octavian, and he's working on his overthrow.
And Andrew, all 3 of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so, like, I mean, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got. And obviously, I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job. And so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting. And it's bloody cool. While also makes things easier for me, I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing. And I mean, it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident.
Imagine Octavian botches this interview and then we just never see him again.
Good. It's awesome.
And it started out with him making that comment.
If you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest, and good. It's good. And obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions. And yeah, you know, I'm sure hopefully you are too. Yeah.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff when I've been talking to him. Like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This is good content.
No, it's a big
These are
deal.
good
It's a
changes.
big deal. It's huge.
And yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well. Like, and Andrew too as well, right? Like, it's players become QA, become game like designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like,
Yeah, kinda.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I mean, I still, play every expansion. For,
Hell yes.
Not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living. When it
Still
was my
addicted.
job to play it for 8
That's
to 10
what I
hours
wanna
a
hear.
day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time.
Good.
I work on the
Good.
game for 8 hours and then I go home and
Unhealthy.
play the game for like 4,
Good.
and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yes.
fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first,
That's what I'm
I
rooting
think we
for.
definitely need to
Unhealthy
talk about
addiction
Ground League.
to their
there's
own
not much
products.
loot on the ground down here, is
I
there?
don't see anything.
Where's
And
the
nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like, I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 Glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular.
Are you guys loot tile enjoyers or loot tile haters? I think I'm a loot tile enjoyer, but I also would like the base loot to be better and loot less tied to like stacking scarabs and multipliers. Guys, you don't have to count. Stop counting. You don't have. Guys, every time you spam the count, it bricks my freaking chat reader. If you guys spam it every time, it keeps freezing and then I can't see YouTube chat. You freaking rats. Every time. You're not helping my ability. YouTube chat's gonna be like, he's not reading anymore. It's because you guys keep freaking spamming every time. I just like I want to like talk about something. You guys are out of control. I need to find a different program or something to read multi-chat. I saw some posted somewhere that maybe Twitch is easing up on the dual chat thing, so maybe there's some other options. Laces farm engagement pod. That's not what I'm doing. Okay, they were bringing up the topic of tile loot versus ground loot, and Ziggy was saying he's a tile loot enjoyer, and so I was curious if you guys are all ground loot mains or you enjoy tile loot. I think there's benefits and both can coexist. I think that's what I think. I don't think it should be one or the other.
Monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be
reliable
getting to some extent. And I don't necessarily think
I'm kind of new, so what's tile loot? Okay, so I think a lot of people have different definitions, but the most common one is tile loot is a guaranteed like drop you're going to get from doing something, whereas ground loot is you kill a monster, it drops an arbitrary number of things on the ground, and sometimes it's something you want, sometimes it's something you don't want, and you can scale it based on like monsters and quad and stuff. Like for example, when I go to kill Minotaur, I know he's going to drop the Minotaur frag. That is a guaranteed drop from the Minotaur. It's a consistent thing. There are certain mechanics that have like consistent tied content or tied loot to it that is based on the content you're doing. Whereas the Minotaur, he could also randomly drop a Mage Blood, and that would be like his ground loot. That's kind of like the random generation, but there was no guarantee he was going to drop a Mage Blood. That's just kind of like something that random that happened in terms of just X amount of drops he dropped randomly, not the guaranteed Minotaur fragment.
I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are doing...
Minotaur confirmed Mage Dropper. Well, I mean, there was that one time Connor was getting destroyed by ProPlays' pyramid scheme. And then after he got destroyed by the pyramid scheme, he went back to Alk and Go and got a Mage Blood from Seer, which confirmed Mage Blood is easy to get from Galk and Go. Stop counting! Screw you guys!
Getting the loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that. Just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, you know, there's a obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately...
All right, you know what? Okay. This is a pause not related to what's going on. This is... Okay, listen. You guys can keep making your jokes all day long. I am going to pause when a new topic comes up and it's relevant, and that is an important part of me not, like, talking over what they're saying and it being confusing. Okay? You guys make your jokes all day long. I'm going to not acknowledge it anymore, and you'll just have to deal with the fact that I'm dono-walling your counting, okay? And I'm gonna read chat messages from people who are actually trying to make conversation, and also YouTube chat is still freaking bricked from the last time you guys spammed 7. So I'm sorry to the YouTube chatters. I need to get a different multi-chat reader.
Just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is what are you doing about it. So let's get to that straight away, which is at least for now, given that we have a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But yeah, look, as I said,
mid-league
buffs, it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows.
Core drops, guys. Stop saying ground loot. Say core drops.
Whatever all the terminology
Your
is.
terms are wrong, guys. Okay, the devs call it core drops.
By consequence, diminish.
Got to get on the same lingo.
Window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally.
Yeah, just like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing?
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then, look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools.
Rip
which should
Harvey.
help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher.
Wait, okay. I think I glazed over this in the patch notes. Did they just get rid of like all different strand stuff? Like, or not strand, fragment stuff. Like, shards. Like Exalt shards, fragment Fraction orb shards, scroll fragments, all that stuff. They just yeet those into the abyss. Except for vendor recipes. Okay. Okay. That's, I mean, those things were pretty like toxic in terms of like additional mouse click pain. Mirror shards? Surely mirror shards still exist. Mirror shards, no. Yeah, mirror shards is like the exceptions to the is this like, it's because it's such an extremely valuable thing, right? Where do mirror shards drop? I have no freaking clue. They drop from shipments. They drop from boats. Do they actually come from anywhere else? Do you get it from Tujin? You get a Tujin? Okay, yeah, I guess. Div card, yeah, div card, occasionally ritual. It's pretty much boats, let's be real. It's pretty much boats. I don't know about the I like they're saying they're making the strand system drop on higher tier bases. The strand system is just like unless you have like a very specific, like the cases where you use strands is very much tied to I have a high quality base. I have a special double influence base. Like you're doing a specific like niche craft, and just random drop rares is not in that category. I guess their thought process is, hey, if we're nerfing gambling, if we're nerfing Genesis Tree, if we're nerfing all these like rare drops, then you value picking up and IDing these high chance to be good item rares more. But I don't know. I feel like that by the time you're at the maps where you're dropping those high tier bases, you're already past the gear point of trying to go for like just a well-rolled dropped rare type of thing. Strands, like the system, I don't know. Remembrance Orb is like the situation where I've seen those be used. I don't know. A random drop rare is it's a couple layers removed from being a usable situation, I feel like.
A tier currency.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. This clip right here, when they reference the strands being more strong,
okay.
Surely a clip like this never exists again, right? Like, look at this.
Chill.
80 strands. 80 strands.
80 strands.
80.
If this doesn't upgrade,
if that doesn't upgrade
again.
Never again. Like, that's ridiculous, right? 80 strands not upgrading one affix. There's only one affix that can upgrade. And it didn't upgrade? Like, surely when they're talking about the strand power being higher, it's not just the drops, right? Surely they're making unraveling. Like, 80 should be guaranteed, right?
What? Screw strands, man. What the hell is that? What the hell is that?
Surely that's not a thing anymore.
Those are the... Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Like, okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not like, you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. You know, obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, yeah, look, that's the immediate step
Double
that
the
we're
divs,
taking.
baby.
It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something, you know? These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and you know, the important thing is it's just like, there's a problem, fix the problem, you know? Don't freaking... And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, you know, less appreciated because of the fact that, you know, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And
By next week, it'll be quadruple the loot.
then yeah, we'll just keep going. And,
We'll
and
just
we've
keep
obviously got
doubling
changes to
it.
King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. And so, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort
Maybe
of
not
in a way.
literally,
So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like,
That
normal
is
basic
irrelevant.
equipment that every
Correct,
single
correct,
person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Hell yeah.
So like
Less
once upon a time we had
garbage.
this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred.
Oh, no,
And
not the
some of
bad
numbers on
rares,
that were,
yeah.
like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. do you think like
You
doubling
okay,
the
Ziggy?
currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
Was Ziggy dropping some trauma there? Is he talking about how he never got paid by his father, but he had to slave away? double and nothing, still nothing. What if they nerf cast and stun by clicking and nerfing top 5 builds? RF's there. The thing is, RF isn't OP though. Like they're like, you look at the high. They nerf based on 2 things generally. Number 1 is popularity. Number 2 is this actually OP or is this actually strong? Usually they nerf by a combination of though. Like usually like it goes somewhat hand in hand. If it's popular, it's usually pretty strong. RF is in a bit of an exception category where it's very popular because it's fun, but it's weak. Like it's not strong compared to most other archetypes. So I think it's a lot safer than other popular builds are. Most other popular builds are popular because they are strong.
Double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's
like
a difference between like economic changes
it's definitely
and things that you
I
feel,
agree. It's
yeah.
definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, you know, there's that juice up here and there's that, like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you know, you should be able to just go in, clear the map and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that,
Barbarous.
you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we
Strike
know
Stagger,
we
stay
understand
winning.
the ramifications of them way
They're
more.
gone next league,
Then
buddy.
there's still
They're
all these
next.
other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. You know, there's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is you know, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that, once multiplied by every single league thing, ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, yeah, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might, you know, overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, you know. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even
Tricky
yesterday,
situation.
to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, 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 calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. So
yeah, sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, you know, for the Ark and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like, Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty
Ziggy
scaling.
asking for Affliction?
Where you get that exact
The hell?
argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Gotta have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels
Affliction
right
was
to
fun
as many
times.
people
No,
as
it
possible.
wasn't. Affliction sucked.
and or there are many options
It's just
for these
rewarding.
things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just
not
need some
fun
like
content.
chunkier options that do just like
We do.
you know, make
Yeah,
those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
The hardest, like, you know, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it
this is
in the next
obviously
week.
like this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters keyword.
we do.
Something.
natural inhabitants is
Natural
what we currently
inhabitants.
call
There you
them.
go,
Yes.
We do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
Yeah,
But
that's
then
something to play
you
with
also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know? So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an
Was
example, for
Affliction-
example,
100%, yes.
if that was in now, Mirage would work really well. But if you duplicate
It was you wander around in the dark for 2 minutes, running into walls, doing nothing enjoyable, and then your map arbitrarily dropped 100 times the loot. It was trash tier content. And the people glazing it refused to acknowledge they're only glazing it because they got bought by the currency dropped on the ground. Because the mechanic itself was not fun at all. And people that are like, oh, Affliction was so good. It was not a good league mechanic. They're full of crap.
getting all those scaled up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-like loot tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, Item's a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, but we're not, Octavian's not too afraid, it seems, to be able to suggest.
I hate agreeing with Lance, but yeah, Affliction. Why do you hate agreeing with me? What's so wrong if I say something that you agree with? Why is that a problem? I say things that are sometimes accurate and on point. What's the problem with agreeing with that? You guys don't have to count every time. Does Ziggy D even play the game still? Ziggy? I think so. Ziggy's always been a much more casual player than a lot of the other PoE content creators. His perspective definitely aligns a lot closer to a casual player than most other PoE content creators. Agree with the minion gamers hurts my soul. Hurts mine too. I usually can't relate to them as I am not a minion player though, luckily.
It's the crazy things that we...
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and so we'll just keep doing it. But
you guys can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
And so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list, what are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm
just tell us, Octavian. It's a little teaser.
And I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my question's ready for that topic. We'll wait a while on that one, though. Something that on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is fun and weird and surprising, and weird and surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. I remember the first time I saw they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. Is because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were we need to reinstate spike moments. Moments where you're whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. So that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. At least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control.
So doubling currency drop rates and the
it's important
conversions
that
are
there
getting
are those
better.
crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. That's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to care about the different pixels on their screen, and this set is more exciting than that set. And that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. One small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracturing
orb.
Yeah, but we want more.
How rare is it?
Yes,
How rare is
it's
it?
certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want
just
the thing where there's 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are I don't know how to deal with
and
this.
just the unexpected
number.
and the weird, that's the
Is
thing
it
that I want to really drive home.
twice as rare as
come
Divine?
up with 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and
that's one of my favorite. Like,
after 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right. Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion, weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like that.
In theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct pools on each. Who knows? But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like, for sure. So
you touched on King's March.
Anoles are going to be... Okay, this is aside from the topic they're talking about. Anoles are going to cost so much this league. Anoles have like a strict like limit to their cost. Because what ends up happening when you're crafting an item, there's certain crafts where like you'll do it and you'll use Anoles because they're cost efficient. But the second you make them rarer, they'll get to a certain price point where you say it's no longer worth to do this craft where I use an Anole. And then you stop buying it at that point, right? Like, Anoles being a lot rarer doesn't mean they're going to be more expensive than a Divine. Like, they still have a pretty... I think they have a much lower upper limit than Divines do. What's the alternative? Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm spamming dense fossils on a chess piece. And normally in the current game, with Anoles being 1C, it's worth it for me to spam Anoles to try to annul off that third bad prefix to try to then do a reforged defense to force on the other third defense mod, right? But the thing is, if the Annul cost half a Divine, I look at the average cost and the odds of me removing that mod, and I say to myself, that's not worth it. I'd rather use another 100 dense fossils, like that sort of thing. There's a lot of those crafts where when you're going to use an Annul, it's like some sort of spammy craft, and you're not going to use it for that anymore because it's too much expense. It's like it's going to be rarer, and you're just going to use it in less crafts. I don't think it's going to like be anywhere close to the Divine though. I think it's still going to be significantly less expensive. Definitely more expensive than it is now, but it has an upper limit where the craft says it's better for me to just keep using whatever resource to keep going anyways. He doesn't know about fossils. I know about the fossil change to be double only. What the point I'm trying to make is just the example of you make a judgment call based on how expensive that currency currently is. Is it worth the odds to remove the mod? I still think it has a much lower upper limit than like Divines do, for example.
March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping
dense fossils are gonna be more than a Divine
issue there, where it's like gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately.
Clay Caper should sub.
This was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense.
Tri-stack Bloodline.
I think
yeah, you could do that.
I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March.
You could also just be a Scion.
Over time, it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly. Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It was like, it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that.
You can't FF a Reliquarian? Why would you not be able to FF a Reliquarian? Did they specifically say that? It's a second Scion Ascendancy. Did they say that in like the Q&A? I haven't finished the Q&A. Is that said at some point? Because I guess your alternative is you FF Scion is what you can do if you want. Oh, interesting. That's kind of a bummer, man. That's actually a real bummer you can't FF it.
you know, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, you know, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, you know, with all the different
I think
leagues.
This is a hit
but
a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something there, it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it.
You can at least have normal sign, yeah.
It's not really though, is it?
Right?
No.
It's a bummer you can't do a reverse, basically.
Like, yeah, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel optional, right? Because you're making gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that.
You do not have gold whatever you're doing, okay? There are certain strategies which generate no gold, okay? There are a lot of strategies that generate literally no gold, okay? The little hey, I'm going to turn your Aureus coins into gold, getting 300 gold in 15 minutes of Sanctum is not gold.
That into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining. Where it's like someone's like, "Oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them." I'm like, "Oh, that's just tragic, isn't it?" It's not really where you want to be.
So now, and what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
I like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but I do see the dark patterns there.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you know, you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or...
I saw your comment on the Holy Hammer post. Do you think it's real footage, or is the footage edited to make it look like he has no buffs in the beginning? I didn't look that closely at it. There's a UI option to turn off like buffs so it doesn't like get too cluttered or whatever. So they might have that option active, or they might have a character that doesn't have any buffs in the showcase. They're just trying to make it clean or something. Are they counting pauses? Don't worry about them. Okay, they're being toxic. They're just being toxic. I had 12 million gold. I think it's a you problem. I literally stated certain strategies don't drop gold. It just depends what you're doing, right? If you're running like, for example, if you're doing the Blight Explosion thing for 2 months straight, you end up with 1 billion gold like Sebk. If Sebk put that entire amount of time he played into a mechanic like Sanctum, he wouldn't have got to 100,000 gold in that amount of playtime. You know, like I'm talking about the disparity of certain mechanics that don't drop gold. So you're just screwed and you can't trade if you're playing certain mechanics.
Bad about not having it. You know, that's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how these... The
Ubers,
change is actually quite
Ubers.
a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
There's a lot of strategies that don't get gold.
Have surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like... Yeah. It's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I'm interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain
resources.
That has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have, you know, a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port. That
what do you plan to play? I don't know yet.
You know, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So, you know, make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all?
Ooh, that's a good question.
feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents
Valdo
like,
boxes, reliquary
point of the
keys?
boss, and
It
values
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
you had
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if.
You did? No, I'm just making a point. It's just there's a lot of these rare drops. Is their entire supply is not from their normal drop condition, which Emperor's Mastery, it's a very distinct thing you can showcase because it's such a weird drop condition. It's lab. No one freaking does lab, but it's just to points out how crazy it is that these keys basically sidestep the normal drop condition. Same thing with like boss drops. Progen is a good example too. Let's see how different is the Progen amount. Progen 164. You take away the foils, you have 65, right? 2/3 of the entire drops of Progen don't come from the actual boss. It's just a weird situation. Which I wonder what they'll do for addressing that, because they sold like reliquary keys, Valdo boxes, which are freaking cool, and I like them. So I wonder what their solution is. Because like you have this cool thing, you sold packs for it. How do they appease both the people who bought the packs to have like the thing, and maybe make the drop more relevant for the boss itself? They could just separate the Valdos from drops only bosses. Yeah, they could make it so like the boss drops can't be in the boxes, and then give back the keys to let people make a new map or something. Maybe I don't know.
Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper, but we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah, so is there
I hope Octavian wins.
The boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something. Like I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of
or bosses drop those specific boxes.
That would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Be like a separate Valdo box.
didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo.
There's a separate key, right? There's like the more standard key, and then there's the big pack key. You did Necro TR a few years back. What do you think of it today with the new Primal Roar, Feral's Bloodline? Necro TR, I think, is good as long as you're okay with the annoying sounds. The main issue I had with that build is offering the constant like pow, pow, pow explosion of the corpse got annoying and visually cluttery. That's the only reason I didn't pursue doing like an actual build with it, because I did like that. That was like a 10D build I did. And I like the setup for it, but it was just the offering explosion just annoyed the crap out of me.
The maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again, because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like-
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just I swear.
Yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So it's like I thought you guys
The
had
perils
that,
of
but
continual
no.
development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this, because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys, and those gave the boss uniques, and the base one doesn't, because we didn't want
The
them
base
to
one
give
still
the boss
does.
uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. So
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this.
Is Miracle's build still fine? Watch his video.
The deja vu.
He
is
made a
real
video
right
on it,
now,
right,
but,
Rodrigo?
I had to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore.
TLDRs, I think, yes.
Oh, that might be long-term memory at this point, but all good.
the final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, oh, you know, can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random like where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems.
Just gets outscaled.
I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, man, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious. First, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through, and you know, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we.
Who are the people asking this question? I never. What's so bad about rare items being worth IDing early on when you're making progress, and then becoming something you filter out later on as you have better gear? Why is that like a problem that needs to be solved? I think it's completely fine that you ID rares early when your gear sucks, and then you hit a certain progression point, and then it's not worth picking them up anymore, and that's okay. SSF Andes? I mean, I play SSF, and I think it's completely fine to get to a point where I don't want to ID things on the ground. They're not worth IDing. Everything has a point when it's worth IDing. Like, for example, when you're going through the campaign, a random rare on a trash base is worth IDing because you might have a pair of magic gloves that just happen to have the right colors, but now you have some jewelers and you have some chromes and you can afford to get rid of that trash pair of gloves for something that has 90 life on it, you know? There's like, you'll hit a point where you say, okay, these are pretty good. I don't want to take time to ID things anymore, and that's okay. Why is that it's friggin', it's progression. Just like you stop. There's just points when you stop caring about certain drops, and that's not the end of the world. I want to ignore most drops at some point. Yeah, that's the thing. You progress to a point where you say, okay, that's no longer worth my time, and you hide it on the filter. But somebody else who's in an earlier progression point says that's still worth to be on my filter, and you can make that own choice yourself as a player when you're at the point when you can ignore certain drops. I think at some point they should drop ID. I don't know about that. I don't think I agree with the drop ID gamers. Then it's a constant game the system about making a specific filter that can essentially know what's valuable for you. I don't know. I don't agree with dropped ID at all. I think it's perfectly fine to basically you go from in the campaign, if it's the right sockets and it's a normal item, good. Then you go to if it's the right sockets and has a stat I want, good. Then you go to it has the right sockets and it has a couple stats, good. And then you go to it needs to be the right base with the semi-right stats. Then it needs to be a base that has the perfect base, and it needs to be the really good stats. And then you go to it needs to be the right base, but it needs to have high quality and the right stats. And then you go through this tier system, and eventually, generally when you get to the part where you need a base with good quality, you no longer care about IDing the rare because you're talking about just the base, and then you're going to recraft it, right? And that's like, there's like a progression system that occurs. We already have a reason to get an item on the ground if it's a good base, the good item level. Yeah. Good base, good item level, and then after that's good base, good item level, good quality. And like the odds of dropping a rare item is incredibly low anyways. Well, the thing is, like, even if you drop a rare that's the correct base and has 6 of the exact mods you want, it still is worse than that same base with 30 quality, right? So there's always a point where even if you dropped the perfect item, it isn't going to give you an upgrade, you know?
Now trying to make it better, but
I like the drop rares to be very rarely be very good because they are the most exciting item type for me. The thing is, if it's very rarely very good, then it's never worth the time it takes to ID it compared to manually making the item with currencies and stuff throughout the game, you know, fossils, essences, fraction orbs. Because like if it's a rare item that doesn't have the quality, then it's already going to be obsolete compared to something you craft yourself on a base that had the quality. And you're not going to want to ID that item that many times to get the high roll to still be worse than something you could craft based on a higher quality base or something. And like just look at what Genesis Tree does. Look at what Genesis did to rare items. If you make the game just print you 6 T1 rares, that doesn't mean you get excited about the 6 T1 rare. It means it just gets oversaturated in the market and it felt meaningless to get it. And you still enter the stage where you're going to craft on like a proper high quality base with like dense fossils or redo it anyways to get a special mod. And all you've done is you've killed the mid game progression by making it easy to get the good rare.
And I understand that that's like, you know, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when the stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like, you know, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just.
You should just this was Fubgun. Does Fubgun think the rares should be just drop perfect or something? What is Fubgun's take on rare item drops? Good. Get me to min-maxing earlier. Yeah, we should skip the campaign too, right? Let's just cut out 99% of the game and let's just hand you a mage world to start with. Let's just start with just the end of the power curve and get rid of all the progression points in the game. Because that would be more fun, right, guys? Let's just skip all of every element in between and go straight to having an endgame cured character with no progression at all. I don't know, man. I think that's crazy.
Flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like,
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only.
Do you know how much crafting is the best part of the game? But that's maybe because I played the game for 13 years. I mean, crafting is a very good part of the game. You can't have an RPG where drops are equal to robust crafting. If drops are really good, no reason to craft. No, that's not true. I think you can have both. Like there's good examples of having both. Like for example, if you have a quality base, the drop mattered, and it also mattered for the crafting portion. If you have a base with a drop specific mod, the drop mattered. Like I guess now since they got rid of breachstones, you like grasping mail is no longer technically a drop. It's now tied to 60 freaking rings, but when it was a drop that you could get while doing a breachstone, that was a base where it was a specific drop. It had a specific mod on it, and that drop mattered, and it tied specifically to crafting, right? Incursion mods. Like a lot of those like drop specific mods, they make the drop valuable too. There's like ways to have the systems work and both be important. But just dropping an item with good, just base normal stats, that's just, if you just make that like a common occurrence, it's I don't think it's healthy at all because you kill that mid game progression. That's what Genesis Tree did this league.
A few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that, but the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because like quantity is just quantity.
I'm sorry. What the hell did I just read? Just give us pay to win elements so the player can decide which part of progression they want to skip. How is that a real comment? Are you rage baiting me, Drunk Dragon? What the? Yes, that's the solution. That is just everybody wins. Let's just add pay to win and then everybody wins. It's just a win-win for everybody. That's insane.
Right now, so there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that, because like, I mean, at that point the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped and then kind of stop. There's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible, like just for rares to kind of be like, I guess, rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows are they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious
so
to see
again,
what that would look like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident, sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like,
true.
That's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what
that kind of was the tree. That kind of was Genesis tree. This league.
You guys have some
there was no mid-game progression. That was literally the tree.
Up an item, like making it better. It's like as the rare kind of feeds into it, and that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that. As you move up
tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it.
We need the bad stuff to drop to appreciate the good stuff. Based YouTube chatter
so
slug.
On the issue of like normal rares not really even being
bad stuff dropping is important.
It's recombinated stuff. Like part of the Exile one is it's just got too much cool stuff now.
It's like bad mods are important.
So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with
stun
that
and
stuff?
block needs to exist.
Obviously, like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you think along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea, if nothing else.
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about trying to make more like more meaningful tinks, I guess.
Yeah.
Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy.
Yeah.
Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then, you know, the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky, for sure. And, you know...
It's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics has
YouTube viewers don't use item filters.
Loose, so
people use item filters,
better
guys.
over time. It's interesting.
If they make it the red maps, they're using item filters.
I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the...
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
like, yeah, I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel.
Cool.
Oh, dude, I wonder, like, it probably rerolls the number too, right? Like you have a cluster that's like an 8 passive. Imagine you're trying to roll a notable from one cluster to another cluster, but then you also have to roll it back to being 8 as well. We don't know. The fact that he says it rerolls the enchant makes it think it's probably rerolling the number as well. Price 100%. Well, it depends how rare it is, right? It's gonna be 20D a pop. It's not gonna be 20D a pop. Freaking guys, let's try to enter the real world here, okay? Let's like think about it. There's freaking like what, 20 large cluster bases, 15 large cluster bases. The entry price to your custom notable base is going to be 400D on average. Come on, like be realistic. That's not it's not going to be that rare.
Roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can, like, add them...
Okay, dude, that's for... I think like the end game min-max clusters, for large clusters at least, is the situation where you want 3 very specific notables, and you roll the first one, but you have it on a magic base. You then use the currency. Then you're imprint crafting to get the second notable. Then you're doing it again. And then you have the new base, but you have an imprint base with the 2 magic notables you care about from different clusters. And then you imprint craft for the third cluster. That's pretty freaking cool.
modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth,
Crazy.
No, you don't have to be lucky.
Cool was that?
You need a lot of frogs.
I'm excited about that.
and like it's
Frog
cool
murder
ideas,
will be
lately.
on all-time
basically
high.
like, you know, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, you know, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing.
Speaking of where we're getting birds from, hopefully not
the
Astrolabe.
very initial goal.
Hopefully bird
was
supply is gone.
I like
Hopefully they killed it.
Some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that. Even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like
And then later we, you know, because that is a good base, but you need a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, you know, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that is that's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like Best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like, this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like, normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think it's, I mean, I understand, like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll, you know, give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very, like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you, you know, a unique weapon or something like that. You know, things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5-link. And then those.
That's probably going to be the going standard. The Act 6 Twilight Strand area. I bet they kept that type of thing. I'm definitely going to do the league mechanic on the Twilight Strand area and the Act 5 area to check. Act 5 and 6, yeah, I bet they'll use the same zone. And then we'll start to get a feel for where they're sticking some of like the consistent progression drops. He said there was an early binding orb. He said that was in Act 1, I think. Or did he say Act 1? But yeah, my guess is like the 5-link, which that's a pretty big early progression point, would probably be where they put it with the Breach ones, which is the Act 6 Twilight Strand zone and the Act 5, the first zone.
Will fall away as you get to the end game. So when they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking Mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. You know, just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
check the mechanics, check the wish, do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
a detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra, you know, monsters from the Alpha Root, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't They don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
yeah,
there's just
a lot of
extra
monsters.
monsters.
More
Oh,
XP.
how you were so over-leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones.
10 to
And then I'm
15,
like,
Ziggy?
Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's no shot, man. That's
There's
so many
yeah.
levels.
There's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well.
There's no way Ziggy ended Act 1 as like a level 20 character. There's no shot. That the amount of monsters required to be 10 to 15 over is crazy. Man, it's like, yeah, he was like farming zones.
Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of you know, the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And
Catalyst apply to
in
Mage Blood.
claustrophobic maps,
Uniques
a
don't
lot
have
of that
suffix or
circle's an
prefix.
unwalkable
So
space.
no.
Yeah, we've had
The
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
It's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
Yep.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, you know, not as crazy, you know, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it,
Yep.
we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next week
I
for
think
the
you've,
new
like,
content? And
You've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel like
100%.
I've noticed that at least that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah,
it's like,
Another really
you're looking
minor
for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini-map in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a
Do you think the Catalyst will lower the multiplier you need for a +3 min charge, Barbarous? I do not. And I can tell you why I think that. Let's say, for example, you have a simplex with a +2 fire, and you quality it with quality for fire skills. That does not make it more common to get a +4. I'm pretty sure. Like, I think there's already examples of situations where you can quality a low number thing like that. And I don't think it changes the odds to get like the two, you literally do need to roll a 2x to get the +4, for example. So I'm pretty sure that will not help you get +3 min on a lower roll multiplier. There's new catalysts. Yeah, there's prefix and suffix catalysts, which are like, they're going to be the new meta. Let's be real. Like, being able to quality suffixes or prefixes is definitely better than any other current catalyst we have. If you want to do Juice Expedition Farmer, what build would you want to do it on? I'm worried about TR Farmer. Expedition? I like Blighted Contagion for Expedition myself. I feel like that's a pretty solid one. Are they straight up better? Yes. They're going to be the best in slot chase catalysts. They require doing ultimatum with the new mechanic. They're probably a lower drop condition, rarer. But like in 99% of cases, they are better than the current catalysts.
actual.
They're going to be like a min-max upgrade.
Terrain generation
Attribute catalysts are still best in slot for a simplex. So that's a case where they'd be the same. Suffix catalyst versus attribute catalyst would give you the same result. There are examples where they're the same, but they're, aside from being the same, there are a lot of cases where they're just outright better. So like in that case, you can save yourself some money by doing attribute catalyst.
create, so to speak. So, you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
bit of a sure.
It's
True.
Aren't they equal in 20% of cases? You just making up numbers? They're not equal in 20% of cases. Most cases they're just better. What are you guys talking about? You have to literally come up with examples where every single suffix is already has the same exact tag, and there's not a lot of examples of that outside of like purposely contriving a situation. They're insane for helicals. They're insane no matter the context. They're very good.
We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funly weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made me feel really, really suspicious.
So
like there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty.
Yeah.
3 resistance or 3 attributes on an item are pretty common. I'm gonna. This is just driving me crazy right now. Are you telling me that most builds are tri-stackers? Is that what you want to say right now? That most commonly you're playing a tri-stacker? Even in the case of like a tri-stacker, for example, you like int strength dex, like those 3 stats would be weaker than, let's say, int hybrid strength dex chaos res. That's already a better item. And like there's tons of examples of any build you play, your ideal suffixes are not just 3 attributes. You want other things. you generally want a mixture depending on what you're playing. Crit multi, cast speed, there's a plethora.
Thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Piety in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well.
You're going to go 3 rings in Shrine Belt. Everybody's going to go 3 rings in Shrine Belt. That belt's going to be more than a Mage Blood. So, unless they messed up the drop rate.
Maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE1
Ivory Viable,
for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved our... generally, our design meetings
3
are like
rings with
6
triple res on each. Yeah, you got your 3 rings with triple res with your res catalyst because you have your 3 suffixes and you want res on everything, and then you have resistance on your shrine belt, and then you have goal. Yep, that's a build.
That just run until we really look out.
20D Mage Blood. Okay, Mage Blood's not going to be 20D. I do think Mage Blood's going to be a lot cheaper. It's still going to start out hella expensive because Mage Blood is still insane. And I think this belt's still going to be very rare. But I do think it's going to end up forcing Mage Blood to be lower. What do you guys think is a realistic price that Mage Blood's going to end up at? Like Mage Blood in the current game, after the league has progressed for a while, gets to 100D, right? 100D is kind of where it stabilizes. And people say, at that price, I'm willing to buy it and double corrupt it. And then it kind of stabilizes around 100D, right? With the new Shrine Belt competing with it, how much lower do you think it gets? 120? Guys, it already gets to 100 every league. It takes a bit to get to 100, but it does get to 100. Like, the past couple leagues it's got to 100, right? I feel like we might see a 50D Mage Blood. I feel like it might cut its demand in half. I don't feel like that would be crazy to see. I think it'll take time to get there, and it depends how common the new belt is. But I literally think it's going to outcompete Mage Blood. And it's going to push those min-maxers away from Mage Blood. I think the lowest is 70. I don't know, guys. I think it's... Mage Blood is way too comfy. Exile Shrine's just faster. Like I don't see how you don't... It's just better. Like you're just going to be a faster character. 50D is cope for this league. You guys, so most of you guys think I'm crazy then. I mean, it really depends how rare the new belt is. If the new belt is like hella common, it's going to kill Mage Blood's price. If it's very rare, then I could see Mage Blood holding a higher price. Like if it's extremely rare and the new belt's like a 400D item for an Excel Shrine version of it type of thing. 50D seems too cheap. It really depends how rare the new belt's going to be. Does it scale with Shrine? Yes. Well, I mean, if it works the same way Blunderbore, like we have examples of items that give shrines. Can it be target farmed and become cheap? It depends on the drop rate, right? Like if they make it a 2% drop rate and then on top of it, they make the shrine mods weighted, so like Excel Shrine's rare, you know, like stuff like that heavily limits it. Like certain versions of the belt I think won't be too expensive, but I think like Excel Shrine's going to go for a premium because that's the one that's going to give you the same speed quality Mageblood does, except better. I think some of the other versions of the belt are really strong, but they don't offer the speed quality of life, and therefore people won't pay premium for it. Like, for example, if you have a diamond shrine, that's insane damage scaling, but you kill all your movement, and therefore I think people won't want to pay premium for it, even though it makes your character very powerful damage-wise. I think the premium one's going to be Excel Shrine and Echo Shrine, because those still allow you to be very fast. Diamond Shrine's gonna be Autobomb or Marlene's Fallacy. The thing, yeah, people will do builds with that, but I still think the premium on those will be lower because of the quality of life you lose. Like you have no movement speed, you have no Quicksilver, you don't have Excel Shrine making up for it. You're pretty tied to like your. I guess if you get good cast speed, you're probably still like it's still like a good time though. Like if you have good cast speed with Frostwing, Wintry Blast, or good Leap Slam attack speed. Echo Shrine's going to be the most expensive. Echo Shrine also is like rarer weighting in the current game, so maybe it would be a rarer mod too. Will be Massive be a defensive or offensive? I think Massive will be defensive. Like looking at these shrines, I think it's probably going to be offensive, 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 offensive. Offensive, and then regen, defense. What I don't know is if these will be included. These ones. I kind of don't think these ones will be included. I guess they could include these just to keep the pool diluted, to help the rarity on it. Divine Shrine's going to be 2 mirrors. This one's not going to exist. They literally will not let this exist. They're not going to let an item that says you can't be damaged exist. Echo Shrine? I think Echo Shrine has a chance to exist. But I'm pretty confident that this will not. They said they might include them, but they'll give like the version that gives extra gain, cold, or fire. Okay, yeah, so if they give the greater versions of these. So those will be like low roll versions to help the rarity of it. So it's more rare to get the good outcomes. Resident might give max charges. Yeah, they did say they were going to change what this did, because this thing was insane, right? What the stats that this did give was ridiculous power. So I guess we'll see what Resonating ends up giving.
And we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should
90 DR, yeah.
The sun is rising.
Yeah, we got they're just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
awesome,
you know. And as opposed to like kind of fighting for.
You're gonna be able to divine it like Shaco? No chance. No chance. There's no world that I believe they don't realize how broken the belt is. It specifically is going to be like a Sublime Vision where it drops with the mod it drops with. And part of the helping make it more rare is you have to roll the RNG of rolling the correct shrines. I guarantee you people will be buying that belt un-ID'd at a premium and people will be gambling it.
Resources between the two.
There's no shot it will let you divine those
Here are
mods.
the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But, you know, you got the 2 games, especially, it like, can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, you know, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously
people as in you, maybe.
You know, it isn't as simple as it often sounds when you, especially with passion projects, because you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that.
Why are always some of the OP items on belts? So let's put it this way. If you said, okay, this new belt, instead of a belt, it's a pair of gloves, and you don't have to choose to give up a mage blood to put it on, and then you take Headhunter and you say Headhunter's no longer a belt, it's now a pair of boots, and now you don't have to give up mage blood to put on Headhunter, and now you get Headhunter and Permanent Shrine, and you get mage blood. Like, part of how they consider what kind of power they give an item is they look at the other items that exist in the game currently, right? Because otherwise, there's not a lot of choice, right? So belts right now is like the most powerful slot in the game because HH and Mage Blood exist, right? And they want you to have to think about that opportunity cost of, is this thing worth swapping over? And if you constantly make an insane slot on this one and an insane slot on a different slot, then you don't have to make that choice. And then there is no choice because there's only one good option. That's just way better than the others.
So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, you know, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What, I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. They're all
Octavian's playing the PoE2 leagues. Like, these amateurs. What is this trash? He's like, yeah, these guys don't know. They don't know.
We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool endgame thing with you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting.
Have we seen anything about Harvest Beast? We don't know. Maybe actually.
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss. And it will cause it to have some, you know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on, like maybe there's fireballs flying out. So it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
All right, I'm listening.
I was going to ask that because you've got this whole like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes,
we looked at the
gem
patch
coins.
Kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet. Pretty well.
At odds with corruption.
No, it's good.
Works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit.
Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
don't
good.
Use the red one on there, pro.
Which isn't particularly good. Yeah, it just nullifies your ability to deal damage. You could get brutality, it's just not actually technically.
Well, LE damage to the attacks is also red and can go on Wild Strike. Is LE damage to the attacks the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes. But regardless, like there are, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
Guys, okay, let's get one thing straight right now. I'm just gonna use Papton as an example here. He said Void Manip on my Corrupted Blink. Did I miss something? They said you can only have one of these, right? It is going on your main gem. It is your 7th link. You're not using this on your freaking movement skill. 1 per item? Oh, you could use 1 per item? All right, never mind. Never mind. My bad. Then you're good. You're good. Yeah, you could do that then. I thought it was freaking just 1 only. I was like, there's no way you're not using that on your main skill. 1 only is actually, hey, dude, that's kind of crazy. That is a lot of socket pressure relief. There's so many things where it's like you kind of just want to like 1 more random little like tag gem, like life tap or like mark on hit. There's a lot of those where they just like you kind of want it and it feels terrible to give up the socket, but your socket pressure is so cooked. That helps a ton, actually.
Scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and.
That's at all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster.
Life tap's a huge buff. 7-link RF. Every build benefits from this. I don't think there's going to be builds that don't benefit from this. The only builds that don't benefit from this is like, let's say you're playing something weird that's like, I'm trying to think of an example. Is the Corrupting Cry support gem considered a support gem? Like there's gonna be like some weird stuff like that where like you don't benefit from it. Maybe, I don't know. For the most part, this is just benefits freaking everybody. Death South, God, that's a good example. Death South is trash and still is trash.
Varieties.
Relic pack, yeah. Skills from items are good
when
examples.
The Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, pretty good loot generally. Like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning,
that from my Death South?
that
Yes.
Is multiplying.
I'm gonna burn 100
leagues,
attack gems to get it fortified.
It has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline. It's grounded, and it's got, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well. But it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
how cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. And obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well. But it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
how cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Let's turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up with that?
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously,
yeah, it goes without saying.
But even then, it's it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. It could just multiply quantum.
Moment ruined. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. You just spoil us like that.
It's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify. That really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth.
Bloodline form, yeah, they showed a bloodline.
That's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like, yeah.
I mean,
we have a snack break soon, maybe.
If I had more time.
Mm-hmm. Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while.
His bloodlines can't use elements.
Is this the one that it's coming sometime?
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
It's still on the list. Yeah. It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And I get it's just at the end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah. It's good for that.
Yes.
Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of
We
Yeah,
will
felt
do
like
that.
too, yeah.
We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's
Yeah,
you know, people
don't
want a
do that.
time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, you know, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Yeah, back pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too
Might be a few years though. Might be a bit. I don't recall liking Tota. Why do people want it back so badly? Because there's people that did like Tota. I don't know how else to explain it. There's some people who like Tota. I don't know that you weren't one of them, but that's okay, right? Yes. Tota and 0.5 trust. In PoE2, yeah, I think so. I thought we would have gotten this patch. I don't know. I'm surprised. I feel like it's so like heavy-handed that we're getting hinted that we're getting Tota in PoE2. Squeeze in a match now and then. Yeah, it was pretty chill. I don't know. The thing for me, Tota, it was so close to being a really liked league for me. The only thing it was missing for me was I couldn't choose the difficulty on a later character. So like I made like a second or third build and I didn't want to have to like re-go through the easy waves where my character's completely overpowered just to get to the difficulty that would actually challenge my character again. So that was one of the big gripes I had with it, and then I didn't like that it was click and hold. I wish it was more based on like your character destroying the totem, not freaking click and hold. That was my two gripes with it. If those things weren't the case, that would have been like an S tier league for me. I liked it quite a bit outside of those.
too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing.
Tell me, will
pains
you go
with
for a
different two
Guardian
projects
Holy
and stuff.
build?
We're only going
I
to
don't
get
know.
more efficient at this.
We're gonna
We've
look
got
at
more
the skills more.
staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. You know, if Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for PoE1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. You know, like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So.
This is probably one of the biggest things that I'm like, thank goodness. The whole idea of like swapping the devs every league between the two games is like a pretty like awkward. It's like I know like when they were talking about it, they're like, we got it together. We're swapping everybody each league. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a dice. I feel like that's a sketch situation to constantly have people switching what they're working on. Having full-time PoE1 devs is reassuring. Yeah, I definitely am very happy to hear that. Everyone knows devs love switching between projects. Oh, hell no, dude. So it's nice to hear that they're and maybe that means 2 weeks into the league, we still are getting like hot fixes and patches, right? Because the last couple leagues, it was like the first week and they were like gone. It was like, oh man. But it was like, okay, well, at least we're getting consistent leagues again. I guess this is the deal with the devil we made. At least we're getting some consistent leagues. I need a monk.
Good afternoon.
Are you gonna
Mr.
flex some food on me?
We're keeping it simple today.
Of course you are.
Sourdough, roast beef,
Of course you
chicken, Harvati, and provolone. No rabbit food. The bread was slathered in mayo, Dijon, dill relish, and some horseradish.
Thanks for the
I
update,
didn't
user.
like the store's selection of rabbit food. We'll go back in a few days and hopefully have better choices.
Way too much
Nothing wrong with
cheese.
meat and cheese.
Yeah.
though. One Lanso 7.
I agree. That is too much cheese. The proportion of cheese being like equal count to meat, that's just off. That's too much. I'm a big cheese enjoyer, but this is too high percentage of cheese in this sandwich. Too much cheese lies? Nah, man. I think that's too much. That's like, I think this middle section here that you could take that row out and that would probably be a better balance. This uncooked grilled cheese. Well, he has meat in there. Would you call? I guess if you grilled it, yeah, maybe you'd still call it grilled cheese. I feel like grilled cheese. I normally think of just like freaking just cheese. I don't think of meat being in a grilled cheese typically. All right, real quick, actually. Unrelated to that sandwich picture, I kind of want to grab like just one small snack unrelated to that picture, just so we're clear. I will be right back. Okay, give me one. Unrelated to that picture. I did not get motivated by user error to go grab some food, just so we're clear. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, give me like 1 sec. Unrelated to it's just that's just inconvenient timing. I was thinking about the fact I was hungry before he linked that. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, when I was up there thinking about what snack I was gonna grab, I was literally thinking about the fact that I just judged user errors sandwich as having too much cheese, and I made the objective choice to not eat a slice of cheese, and I grabbed cashews instead. Do I have questions? Oh, Ziz made a post. I'm gathering questions for Octavian and Andrew's Q&A. Oh, nice. I don't think I even have a Reddit account though, so I don't think I can post anything. I mean, I could DM Ziz and be like, "Hey, here's a question." let me skip the line of the Reddit posts here. Slide in his DMs, yeah. Ask about bird spawn rates. You guys want me to use you guys want me to DM Ziz to ask about what they're doing to the bird spawn rate? What what if I don't really care? Well, okay. Like, I care in the sense that, like, I would like it. I would find it funny and amusing if birds were rarer. But if they're still, like, common from the astrolabe thing, you know, whatever. It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like, I don't think that's a question I care about getting an answer for. I'm fine just finding out during league start. You're the biggest consumer of birds. I am not the biggest consumer of birds. Ask him when we're going to get more replica uniques. I don't think we're going to get more replica uniques. Why do you guys think we're going to get more replica uniques for some reason? Common birds means the common man makes their own cord belt. No common man is making their own triple synth belt. That's not happening. I don't know what else to tell you. Also, the belt slot's even more competitive now. Like, yeah, I guess you have that triple anoint synth belt, but then you also have this new shrine belt, you know? Mirage specific questions. Yeah, so stuff about the league mechanic or change things. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. What stuff would I really be curious about?
I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the reliquarian, okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league. Yes, that committing to that is.
I still can't believe they're doing that. I literally, like, somebody asked me, they're like, Lance, do you think they'll do the thing where they change the reliquaries nodes every league? And I literally told them, there's like, there's no way they're committing to that amount of extra dev time each league. And then we pop into this preview and they're doing it. I'm like, I can't believe they're saying that they want to do that. It's pretty freaking cool. I still can't believe they're doing that though.
Yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there. Oh, for sure. It's a little crazy. But it's fine. I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to like this is gonna change every time because it means we can, you know, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going in.
That is a good point. Now that they said that. We're not necessarily attached and we won't like freak out when they change it, you know, next league. Cause we're like, okay, this is the deal. And that's what they've said from the get-go of it being at it being core. YouTube has no sound right now. Oh shoot, my bad. Let me turn the sound back on for YouTube. Whoops. My bad. Sorry, YouTube. Is everyone going to get spoon-fed client like Lance has? Sloppy fish. I do not have a spoon-fed client. I don't know who told you that. Okay. I have very average level RNG. Okay. That's the rumors need to stop about the spoon-fed thing. Okay, man. I have very average level RNG. I just had a bit of a high roll league in Freesia. Okay. That was a freaking outlier. He inhaled so much food he forgot to. No, I did not. Well, I did forget, but I didn't inhale food. I had like 2 handfuls of cashews. Small handfuls, mind you.
Into the next patch, you know?
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
What is this clip? What are you linking me? What is this clip? That's not even. Does this work? In protest, okay? In protest. You're really gonna link me this? In protest. All right. Whoa. Oh! What? No way! We hit? Okay. To be fair, this is not the whole story, guys. This is not the whole story. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Lance, you used one lock and you hit the 1 in 30 or whatever it is to hit T1ES. Yeah, that looks bad, but hear me out. have we also considered the like 1 year of being cursed that occurred? Because I feel like you guys aren't factoring that in, okay? Because I paid for the sins of Kraken Jack already. I've done my time. And I feel like you guys are ignoring the history of the payments that have been made. Okay? Not out of context. What is this? I don't know if I should even click on this. I don't trust this. What clip is this? Because you're casting it so fast. You're like... Why are you linking this? That's literally the animation from Tempest Shield. That's the animation from Tempest Shield. What is this clip? No, wait, no, I'm not. No. All right, no. Listen, I have completely average level RNG. I paid for the Kraken Jack 10 times over. And I'm not going to have you sit here and link me clips of occasionally lucky things happening when there's many clips of unlucky things happening, but you guys aren't showcasing those. Which one's this? Go. One time I get lucky on a league start. I got a headhunter! I'm not gonna sit here.
A second.
I'm not gonna sit here and take this.
When did the Scion come out?
God, like
Before
18
I was
years
here.
ago.
Yeah, no, you know what? No, I'm gonna counter your guys' clips. Okay, I have clips of my own. Okay, somebody's got to set the record straight here. Okay, somebody has to give the evidence. Okay. All right, watch this from last night. Ooh, a stack of 5 divines. I didn't click on. Like, what the hell is that? Okay, I did not click on this, dude. Like, what was? I got robbed there. There's me dying. Like, that's kind of bad RNG. Okay, like I had so many defensive layers and like I don't know what happened there. Bugged out. Keeping my eyes open. This is pretty unlucky, right? This is pretty unlucky. I just skipped a divine ult. Holy, it survived. Okay, no, not that clip. Not that clip. That's not the evidence. I'm thinking. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. 370. Oh, 200. Okay, actually, I have my only divine. It was already like bottom 10% roll, and it rolled lower. Like, come on. The evidence is there. You guys just want to ignore.
Yeah, so
20 years ago.
13
You guys can't
years or
call that a
something
skill
probably.
issue.
So 13 years to get its second Ascendancy. So 13 years from now, we'll get the third class.
We're on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league. And
only having one divine is a skill issue. That was SSF Gauntlet. I was running out of time, man. You guys don't know the context, okay?
then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that. I think it's probably the way.
Divine Shrine was a skill issue though.
Debatable. Like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new Ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league gets saved, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, it might be better for casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the theory crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle ton.
What was that? You guys know why there's a +2 aura 40 aura effect node? That's Mark. He was literally like, give me the Victarios. He's like, I don't care what other nodes are out there. Give me Victarios. That was he was literally doing that. We're at 48. Are you guys still counting? There's no way we're up to 48. There's no shot. Last time I looked, you guys were at like 13. You can't just start making up random numbers.
Pack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other
That
thing
bro's
on the,
one
skills
scab build
and
the league.
classes sort of side of
For
things,
sure, man. For sure.
This time you went for a pretty.
We'll probably league start it, to be
comprehensive set of
honest.
new
We need to look at the
skills,
nodes,
buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style, and that just.
Why did it have to? Why is there like a minion vibe to it? Why did the holy skills have to get tainted with this weird like minion thing? Why couldn't that be tied to like necromancy or something? Why they gotta take cool skills that are like the holy theme, which is cool, and then be like, here's some minion stuff? Like, what the hell was that?
Immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
How did Righteous Fire not get buffed in this patch? That's what I want to know.
We're consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent. It's good.
For 329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back.
It got nerfed? It kind of got nerfed? What are you guys talking about? Did I miss something in the patch notes? Righteous Fire got nerfed? What the hell are you talking about? Chieftain Explode? That's not a nerf. That's literally better for... What do you guys... Okay. All right, chat's delusional. All right, move on. Chat's
look
delusional.
at existing skills and how we can...
Instead
of
there's no way you're called out nerf.
Rework them.
There's no friggin'
Especially
shot.
things like, early game as well. At some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring. Or has its woes. We know the deal.
So help me, if all the people that hate on rolling magma somehow get our early skill nerfed and we have to play like freezing pulse through Act 3, I'm gonna find every last one of you who's complained about rolling magma. If they nuke that skill and it becomes trash from early leveling, and you have to play a self-caster with some other garbage, oh my goodness, you guys are dead to me if that happens.
So being able to go back and look
I have to suffer through Act 1 with
quite a high demand for people
trash
going,
tier
can you just
skill.
change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please no more rolling magma kind of has been a lot of, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, reworking some of the other skills, but that was something on our current, list of things.
There's a lot of cool skills that'd be fun to play if they had some damage.
And reworking a skill
I'm optimistic.
can often
That sounds
effectively
good.
mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. So there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it,
I did last night
in an extra few hours after my normal work day or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully 2. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills?
I kind of want to play Transfigures, the Shock Nova guys.
Something you add in the future.
Anyone else? Transfigure Shock Nova believers. That skill looks sick.
Transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist,
that's my current top pick right now.
Because we, I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, this is just one little idea for a twist on a skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself from having a cool idea sometimes, but, generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design.
Stormwind Trages, would it be a meta leveling skill?
Kind of like I
think its damage might still be too low.
Mention or bring
but
up
worth
as
testing.
Something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking. I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, as a not for 328 really, in any obvious sense, but like, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE1 is very much a hand-casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said. And he's
confirmed broken, boys. Do we start it? Do we start Shock Nova? Do we start committing now? Is it too early to commit, even though we haven't even seen the full option? Dude, I don't know. I want to play that skill. It looks so freaking cool. I think that's what I'm going to be leaning towards. We need more. We need like the reliquary info. I need to know what the other nodes are.
But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before. That someone asked me
balls
about.
and commit. I kind of want to commit to that.
That's a good point.
But I want to see what
cold
reliquaries
skills,
nodes are.
Spells mainly seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I
cold
think
spells.
Of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like
what do they think about the cold skills?
Cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't,
Frostbolt, Freezing Pulse.
Certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even.
He was gonna say Frost Mage, and then he remembered. Oh wait, they can just put that on a skill that isn't a cold skill, and there's a lot of skills that aren't cold skills that are just better. He was about to say it, and then he was like, oh wait, yeah, that's exactly what people are gonna do.
Cold skills.
It'll be like Archangel over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
skill buff.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with handcasting to some degree. Like it's kind of like handcasting and spells kind of come together. So you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be a package deal at some point.
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like.
It's just a weird realization to have. It's like, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true.
Awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed or maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support
Mark's out of
character.
control,
I don't know.
man.
I have to see
Might be
which
some potential
one.
in there. You'll have to see. And,
I honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal with
know.
that getting changed next week, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've
You
decided.
can't chat nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
Only a little bad.
every
You're not
one of those build
anymore, it's
guides
fine.
has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate. I still kind of want to play Reliquarian. And the freaking who cares?
Best before. You might steal.
Guys, stop counting. Why? I feel like this is ridiculous. You guys have been like purposely rage baiting me as well to get me to pause to respond to things you've been saying. Like, this is out of control.
We'll be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble. That's funny. I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll
I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it's accurate
the good
either.
news or the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What,
Wait, what?
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah,
So this is what they announced it was gone?
Good news for some.
I understand that's like, look, the issue.
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of, it's a shadow floating with some blue. And
Yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better. And there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially, with a way we have to kind of develop things now, it's kind of, it has to go so it can come back better, is effectively what we're getting to here. And it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
So we're going to get Harvey back before we get Toda confirmed.
And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive, what does this mean? But, immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means.
There's a lot of justification.
Without spoiling what's going to happen.
We'll add some walls to Harvey, no shot.
Fracturing orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger uniques are in the drop pool.
Oh,
Core
cool.
drop pool, yeah.
Alright.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon orbs, with the way the new map items work, they don't do a thing, but they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So
Nice
you still have that capability.
Good old
Okay.
Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, might be.
So yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like them so
but
much.
the loss-
a lot of the
but the loss aversion.
Your effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures.
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
little
like it
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is, because
And also a more grounded and gothic. Again, imagine being able to
Guys,
do the
Ziggy
actual
killed
art style
Harbinger.
justice and to do
Ziggy
bosses,
killed Kinetic Rain,
have
and he killed
bosses that aren't
Harbinger.
Just big
Harbinger was going to be in this
More
league, and he was behind the scenes telling them to just delete it.
And
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right.
Watch them forget to remove the Harvey node.
Look,
It's
let's be
possible.
real, it was half baked, and it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So
It was definitely a little bit.
yeah, I know.
From an earlier
There was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped.
Okay, this is user
Alright,
error's
chat.
fault. He's donated 100
From the
bits.
cellar, I've prepared a huge party for us. For every chatter that gets sent to the cellar by typing 67, I'll donate 50 bits to Mr. Lance, caps at 10k bits. Get in while you can chat. This party is gonna bring the roof down. The mods are gonna sweat. 3-minute timer. XDD business.
What kind of negotiation plan is that? What the hell? You trying to start an insurrection? That's out of control. That's actually just out of control. I'll time out all of you for a week. Do not test me. Aloezy is not interested. A week's a little extreme, Aloezy. I'm getting 50 bits. I'm getting 50 bits per person here. Hold on, relax. Time out a mod. Aloezy, he's the only one timing people out for the. What is this? Wait, what? Wait, do I even have another moderator that's timing people out for typing it? If I don't have Aloezy, do I have any justice here? What? Dawkin, who do you want timed out? Get to work, Lance. Yo, Iron Soul, oh hell yeah, let's go. I still have more. Iron Soul's holding the line. All right, we're gonna be just fine. Iron Soul's got it. Iron Soul has got it. Dawkin, you also want Aloezy? Aloezy's already timed out.
Off, but
I'm glad and impressed that you.
Again, we have to be brave enough to do some of these things for sure.
Lance is down in the trenches. What do you want? You want me to go? You want me to start going through like this? Is this what you want to see? You want me to start going through, putting in the time? 50 bits a click. Is that what you want? Just because the security's down because they shot Aloezy when he was just doing his job. You guys realize when Aloezy gets back, I'm going to remod him, and he's going to find the people who timed him out, and his revenge may not be kind. I'm just saying.
It is important.
You guys are in danger. Okay.
Again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splitters stack better? Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, it's been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it? Like, what's going
on with the movement skills?
Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially
Irons all I appreciate it, man.
Into what type
on the
of
phone taking people out.
There are people that like it. There are. Right? And
who?
That's fine. And you know,
show me this person. I will show you a unicorn. They don't exist.
Either making it easier. And
no one likes the walls.
Don't mind.
I don't think I've met a single person who likes the walls. I don't mind them, but do you like them? But do you like them though? That's the question. Okay. Not. Oh, I don't mind them. They aren't too bad. I don't hate them yet. Like what kind of endorsement is that? Jungro does not like the walls. There's no shot. I don't believe you at all.
Or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like get that out of there. But honestly, also it shouldn't be bad.
Intrusive is the word I would use. Like we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So, you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged, rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's
any RF build will insta clear the walls. So the problem with the walls it doesn't matter if you can destroy the walls. Okay, like it'll help, sure. It'll help if you can destroy the walls with your abilities or whatever. The problem is when you're here and you have, let's say you have your shield, right? And then there's this wall and you want to go through, you just want to go through as if this wall wasn't here. The game, when you try to tell your character to shield charge with the wall, if it's still here and your RF hasn't destroyed it yet, I don't know how to describe this, but your character doesn't just shield charge like it would normally if their wall wasn't there. Like there's some extra freaking like logic where the game says, oh, there's a wall there, so I'm going to try to correct your movement even though you just want to go straight through. Like it's the problem when you have a character and you want to use a movement skill and go through the thing, but the game still thinks there's a wall there before it's been destroyed. That's the whole freaking issue where it makes it annoying as hell to use movement skills, because it's like the game doesn't understand that the wall isn't there or won't be there when you move. It F's with the pathfinding, exactly. It's super freaking annoying because the radius which you destroy the walls is not far enough to not mess up your movement skill.
Like, there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. Well, that's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our
Just say
main
yes.
goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued.
I would like to thank Grook the Mc2 for nobly using his channel points to snipe down Wheezy in the back before he could cause mass destruction to chatters in that 3-minute timer. You easily saved me like $40 to $60, leaving poor Ian to do the job alone. Estimated 30 chatters are celebrating in the cellar. Time to get sloshed, chat. 67 dote cap.
User error cost me $40 to $60, or not user error. Forget the Groot and Mac by shooting Aloezy in the back. That was messed up, man. That was messed up. Where's the justice? Iron Soul was on his phone trying to fight a mob. That's messed up. Appreciate the 1500 bits and thank you to Ironzol and Alweezy for helping fight the mob before you got shot. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Now Alweezy knows what it's like. Alweezy's been shot multiple times and he comes back stronger. He's not gonna forget what you guys did to him. Okay, I'm just saying. I wouldn't want to be on Alweezy's bad side. He's got a long memory.
Problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main
case.
thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like
block and breach, or just blocking the walls. I'm glad the Keystone literally lets you just say, I don't want to see the hive. Right? You can just always get the regular normal open breach kill monsters. I think I might league start with doing breach, to be honest. That might be the mechanic I'll run on league start. Just killing mobs in circle with breach. I think people will be like less interested in doing breach because we just had it, which will disproportionately make the loot from it more valuable, is what I think. Supply Foulborns, yeah. I mean, that's my working theory, is a lot less people will want to do it because we just had a league with it. Therefore, the Foulborns are still insane, right? There's so many good Foulborns that are still going to be like quite good value to sell.
Hopefully it's not, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller.
I'm gonna go Harvey. Oh wait, yeah, Conger Harvey's gone.
And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once.
I was going to ask about that.
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around.
Good fun.
Opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there a bunch of them?
The whole goal was to keep that. Right,
right, yeah.
You know, it would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We
Can
wanted
you
to
imagine
retain that as the map to map. So
People
yeah,
would be so
you can have
tilted if
multiple
that's-
unstable
it
breaches.
was
You can
just
just
wall
run into
encounters.
multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. You know,
You say that, but everyone I've talked to
that's
wants
what
to
it is.
run
It's just that,
Breach.
like, you
Might
know,
not be
we
as
then get to
unpopular.
have this new epic storyline set up.
Yeah, maybe
do
my
more
working
with it in the
theory's cooked.
future. You know, what's Chiyola gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So like, how does that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But you know, the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here. Epic new bosses, be it pinnacles.
I have a
or
couple I
otherwise, to
need. I'm
come
going to
in the
run Breach.
future.
No, don't
And,
run Breach.
you know, like,
Just pay me an
understand
absorbent
people
amount. I'll
have
sell
bit
you
of
the item for
attachment
a
to
lot.
this
Don't worry
older
about
content,
it.
but like,
The old domains.
these
and
are
Breach Swords.
literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
They're
it
not
just
to your
is-
current standards,
yeah,
are
it's
they?
not what we do
Just like
anymore.
Harbinger, they got
You know?
get out of
You
here.
need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts. Not
Slamming Knight worth. Slamming Knight's good.
Recolored,
Yeah.
floaty guys.
Not like,
Void did a. He did
here's
that
an
as his
armor
league
set.
starter.
You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know,
It's time.
And
Oh
everything
hell
unique we
yeah!
make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
How easy is back, boys.
be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah,
How easy is back.
that too.
Oh man.
Prepare for
Falcon
Doomsday.
Restoration YouTube channel. Excellent.
He
Foulborn
knows
Unique's
what
pretty
you guys
cool.
Yeah,
did.
Foulborn Uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn Unique, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new
It's a banger.
uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic.
Man Arf still work.
On that note then, so the tree is
Man
staying,
Arf got
and
nerfed pretty heavily.
People are concerned in various ways.
Could start
but
work as a
people
starter
both want it to be
probably is a
still
different
rewarding
end
in
game.
some
It's
way,
not
but people
acquired.
also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and
Yeah.
to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think
Right.
it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare
the
weapons. that-
for
Just
the rare
rares, okay.
equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for league mechanics.
Again, like that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with things like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way
I was gonna
more
ask about the
exclusively
Delve,
from
If
Delve.
if we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay.
So that's where they drop the fossil bomb. Fossils only from Delve now. Fossils only from Delve. Now what I wonder is it literally going to be sidewalls? Because that's what you have to do in Delve to get fossils, right? Is sidewalls. I wonder if they're going to be more common to drop throughout Delve aside from sidewalls. Or if it's literally going to be like there's going to be a sidewall farming meta. They 100% forgot something. I mean, there's so many things that can drop fossils, right? Heist, simulacrum, incubators. Can they drop just arbitrarily, just randomly? As like just a garbage loot, Tujin, Blight, yeah. Ritual, yeah, Ritual can give them as well. There's a lot of sources of fossils that aren't friggin' Delve. Synth maps, yeah. He said due diligence. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see then.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Right,
and not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere.
Maybe we'll get synth maps then. We can keep dreaming.
So,
Fossils was a
that
big
with the
one.
tree, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned
the
down. Yeah.
6-link
I saw the
rate
6 linking
is
thing was
down.
dropped down a bit. Yeah. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah, there's a balance pass as well, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
because again, it's part of that. Like, how can item
So did Ziggy just leak the number there? Ziggy said it's 60 now. He just leaked the number, right? Like Ziggy was playing and he did a breach and he just leaked the number, right? Am I crazy? He's guessing?
Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1.
Okay, maybe he didn't leak it. But I don't know. I feel like he played through the entire campaign, right? And he was doing all the mechanics. So he definitely did breach. He said, "Is it?" I think he might be leaking. I don't know. I could see that being a number 60 instead of 150. Still pretty strong. Actually, still very strong. Let's be real.
1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah, there's a balance pass as well, of course. Yes, because again, it's part of that. Like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that?
Frost Mage, strong.
And they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything as good as it was doing. So.
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think.
Okay, so he's verifying he totally looked at it. He played it. He read 60. He just didn't want to say out loud it's 60, I think. Like 100%. He was just leaking the number, but he didn't want to like say for sure, like out loud. Like he totally played it. And he knows the fracturing's still there and stuff
So you guys are planning on...
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head.
I'm sure
This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem is, always the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that we don't know about.
Someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream at the announcement. You know what I mean? They're up there upstairs right now making changes. So, we can only be so certain about, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like, we're 99% sure on everything. But
if I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
yeah, well, you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent. Good. Yeah. I like it too. I get to do what I want.
Kill kinetic rains, what you did, Ziggy.
The last thing was the high
what you did
in Breach. But they were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and then some issues with difficulty and reward scaling where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, the Keeper's mechanic.
Sure.
And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, so I think it is almost like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree. And
are they going to nerf map
like
stash tab storage?
Baseline changes, but
they'll have to change it. Obviously,
sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right.
It might be like how they have the Waystones in PoE2.
Well, see, but it should like. When these things go core, and now you have an Atlas Tree, and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas tree and the Scarab system is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Yeah, have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core end game.
You better pause twice very fast.
By the way, we haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
You think so?
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases. Like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like wait, but then you get to explain like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take
User,
out.
stop trying to incur an insurrection.
You no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint.
On the thing I haven't seen people talk about, the 84 clusters without T17s or Tugen as a source, so it'll be like 1% of the volume, unless there's a new Scarab. Their volume will be way less, and it'll be a lot more value for Simulacrum, right? Like that's what it's going to end up being, is Simulacrum will be a lot more valuable. And yeah, Valdo Delirium, maybe people will choose to do Valdo maps for the chance of getting them there, which would be a little bit weird version of using, or weird reason to use Valdo maps. You also just use 84 on the new currency cost. Yeah, that does allow you to try to force this type of cluster you want. They're still going to be quite a bit rare. I mean, it's going to be Simulacrum providing them, right?
Yeah.
And also a trade standpoint.
Yeah.
You know, and
all right, deal with
from
that.
Completing your Atlas
Deal
standpoint.
with that.
Like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3, you know, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of what was special about Kirax missions, or good about Kirax missions, was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
Yeah, you get to trim so much fat.
That's
That's
easier.
gone
By the
way, there's
Harbinger ores.
Yep.
You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base
after all
chisels.
these
Just
years.
base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
Why are they muting Octavian's mic?
more quantity than what chisels would have previously
There's some guy in the back
provided.
like,
I know
hey,
you
you're
gotta
saying
see
too
the
much,
guy,
and they
like,
cut his
like,
mic.
it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
It's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so there's lots of
I
like
think 7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of like there's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of, you know, more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map just being and rolling that map being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being
It's
able
like
to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So
and then being able to, you know, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run, I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, you know, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, you know, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like,
Sure.
I didn't realize that from first watching it.
I mute myself? No,
It's
I'm
pretty
just
funny.
listening.
Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No,
We're not gonna have
there's
some,
no-
like,
there's
shape
no
of
Elder Ring
You
management.
have to make the elder eat the shape of blob,
No.
but not fully.
No.
You have to make sure it stays
No, no,
alive
no,
in its
no, no.
digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. You the loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the atlas, then you
Blob
run
is
the
a good
maps in the
name.
blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing. And if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it. No,
Especially because
it's-
you can just take your map and just pod if you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to
Keith,
be like,
appreciate
oh, I
the
don't
sub,
have
man.
maps to do this part of the blob.
oh yeah,
Which
you
is
just
amazing.
have you
That
just have
was-
the map item.
That was
You
really
go wherever you
frustrating
want,
with those
and that
map
is
systems.
also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, oh, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Cut it in
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but
if
you
you-
get a little bit less juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between
what-
do I want
what-
to get the
whoa, whoa, whoa.
maximum amount of
What the
value
hell?
out of my astrolabe?
What the hell is he talking about? Back that up. Back that up. Say that again.
randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin.
I got a line.
line of 7
Hold on,
maps.
I gotta break out the paint for this. Okay. I have blob. All right. And he's saying we run the one in the middle. And now I have 2 blobs like this.
Maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Cut it in
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I didn't need to draw that out. Okay, so you can literally cut your blob in half. Interesting. So if you're trying to chain the reliquary, I'm following. Okay. Interesting. If you have the keystone allocated, I don't think that has anything to do with the keystone allocated. I think the keystone allocated is you have the random chance that it'll cut your blob in half and kill it faster. I think. I think the keystone is like it doesn't give you control, so sometimes you'll accidentally kill your blob early and you'll lose juice that way, is what he's saying. So you have less control.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but
if
you get a little bit less juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, do like 2 or 3
Right,
blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3
yeah.
maps to get to
He
the
gets
vault
it.
and get that
It's the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And
wanna spam the
non-annoying.
vaults.
Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and it
I
was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end,
It's
then
just
you
a
go again.
short-term sort of
Yeah, like
little
this is a
goal
really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of what I don't. There will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one.
I looked at you and saw in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be a blight.
Truth to every
there
comment.
might be a
I'm pulling on my
blight nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and like.
There was a blight nerf. There was a blight nerf, which is the funny thing.
Yep.
yes, but it's
Blight got multiple nerfs.
just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a blight ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of
Andrew's
crazy
a
shit, but,
scapegoat
like,
here.
down to,
Well, he
like,
can defend
end up
himself
being,
when they get a
like,
longer couch.
Less objects, but objects are more valuable. Stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, maybe, but the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, sometimes it's just the game.
He discovered the cross leg meta because he swapped his leg over like this. It's not the meta, guys. It's just a way to sit. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that.
Calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out.
How does it feel to kill your own baby of creation, Octavian?
Of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like T17s have been pretty much they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly.
Barrels.
So barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within
from them.
the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what are results? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. They're not like just.
I mean, that sounds like they got the important things down, is separating them from the juice multipliers. So the reason people run them is going to be the fragments. Hey, long time no see. I watched for a bit of the VOD. I mean, it hasn't been that long, Ponger. How you been, man? Any builds in mind? Right now I'm leaning towards playing the Transfigured Shock Nova and maybe Reliquary if it's good. We need to see what the Reliquary nodes are. That's kind of what I kind of want to play the new Ascendancy, to be honest. So I just want to see what those nodes are. Then they'll figure out a way to make it work with Shock Nova is kind of what I'm thinking.
Ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make an access gate for...
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep.
You
Awesome.
appreciate the sub, Ponger.
It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss.
And they're
Because you
weighted
have the
before.
nightmare key is... it's a lot of keywords. It's like a keyword, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before. And so, you know,
They were a bit of a chaos sink.
More
before.
Glad.
Is that
Glad's
something
good.
you're,
I think I want to
worried
play
about
something
monitoring, like the idea of.
new though. There's a lot of new
concerned
stuff.
on chaos
Ponger.
on a couple levels. One is that, and the
We
second
could do relevant
is,
packs.
you know,
I'm leaning
with
towards
no
new.
carrot crafts. You know, just chaos sync. So,
Sure, yeah.
but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops. And so, you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value.
So chaos became less common compared to other currencies, but then they removed the map sync. You still have benchcraft sync normal, and you still have chaos spam normal. I guess we'll see how it shakes out. I always felt like I spent more chaos rolling maps than I did anything else.
Chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now based on Mark's comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual
Surely,
early
right?
price
Like,
of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
Right?
We'll see.
yeah.
When it comes to economies,
well.
fields over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go. DCPs.
Who knows?
I gotta be honest, I could see a situation where people watch this and they decide early they're gonna pre-make their bet that chaos is gonna be less value, and then they stock up some other currency because they're making the gamble that it's less valuable. And then in contrast, you get the ability to buy chaos way cheaper, and then they still end up holding value, and you benefit from people trying to mind game whether or not it's going to go down or not, compared to like its normal consistent things people bet on as the base currency.
He's the trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So
It'll go down a little bit, but not much. I think there's a good chance it holds a pretty similar value. I don't know. I like map sync is definitely an important chaos sync, but I think there's a lot of other chaos sync that you do use it for still, especially if they made other currencies more common in contrast, which maybe I just misunderstood what Mark was saying, but that's what it sounded like. Lightly Salt, appreciate the sub, man. I expect it won't be much different. Yeah, I don't think it's going to change too much, but we'll see.
something
It'll
like,
be interesting.
say, I don't know, Settlers.
Leagues like this are fun when people don't know what's valuable and people are just speculating on stuff. Like that was kind of I think that was an interesting element of like one of the first PoE2 leagues. Is it was a bunch of speculation about what would be valuable and what wouldn't. You know what I mean? Because that first PoE2 league, if you bet on divines, you would have killed, right? Because initially divines were, I kid you not, like 4 exalts or something, right? And if you said, I am confident this is going to be the valuable currency, and you just invested in those the entire time, you would have made so much when that, I don't know what it was, like 5 days into the league. I don't know when it happened, but it was like a week or 5 days in the league, whatever it was. At one point, the wider player base collectively started to agree we value divines, and they just freaking spiked up and you would have absolutely printed. But it's like kind of the fun part where there's a little bit of an unknown.
Lore
with
not
like
lore,
new currencies,
settlers loot objects like the mineable things. So in most of those cases,
is Reap-Mine Trickster solid? Probably.
The base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident. Generally, and if it isn't,
the point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely,
for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. And I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day. Like memory thread strand fragments.
Strands, I think, are the thing of the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But
pedal's gone. Yep.
Also,
they were annoying.
The memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to follow Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now. And you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running
that happened on the first one.
You're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
He's had exclamation point on it above his head the entire league.
Yeah.
Buy them, you can sell them, you can farm a specific one.
I'm selling them.
Yeah.
And
just better.
That means it's also not like, because this whole thing was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just a thing.
It's all the
even they don't know what it's called. I mean, that's a good indicator, right? If it didn't stick in their own minds,
one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well.
And you ran 100 maps trying to spawn. That was like one time.
A few extra just random unsorted questions. Okay. I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. I'm sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's for
the idea was
for the immersion.
With Ruthless, really, what Ruthless is it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah, that was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. Mm-hmm. That being said, I don't think that those I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
that's an impossible task.
Then ideally, when they're making the filter,
impossible.
they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that
that's literally, you're always going to fail that task. There's always going to be something somebody's going to want to hide. Like, because there's just like, there's a difference between a character who's played for 10 hours versus a character who's played for 100. They have different priorities, and they have certain things that they don't care about anymore. No chance they can all be made useful. Yeah, and there's items that just aren't like an obvious example is, let's say you're playing a 2-hand axe build and you're just doing an SSF run on a 2-hand axe build, and you're just going to do one character, and you drop a wand. You do not care that you dropped a wand. You don't want to see the wand because you're not going to use it.
There are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right, but more so the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve the formatting, highlighting what's important, escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels,
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly it is a philosophy I've changed. Like,
Nice.
I might have even been me that said, no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it.
2
and
years
I think
ago,
if
he
the
said,
point
screw
where
the
people are going, I'm going to
ruthless
hide all
players.
this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, you know, well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault, so you shouldn't have to have.
I think Mark's taking too much of the blame on this one.
You don't want.
I think it's
because of
okay that people want to
failure
hide
of
items.
ours.
On the
It's just a natural progression of things.
You can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There was a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great. Good news.
It's
I
meant
love
to be
pause.
you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where. It was honestly weird when you had like a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you, in the options. I know
Ran
some
out of
people
numbers,
want
so you guys gave
but
up.
then also on the other
Weak.
hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, like, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly.
Yeah.
For both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, then the other game will get it. Is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
All right, I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our
That's their
responsibility.
problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean,
They did kill beasts today.
At
least it seems like it.
Sounds like it
Yeah.
hasn't been considered yet.
Killed
look into
birds.
that.
I'm
Can
not
be
against
now.
it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been
Yeah,
planted.
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types? Just, like shards, life force, splinters,
Lance, anything about making new builds? I'm thinking I'm probably going to do Reliquarian, leaning towards Shock Nova, but honestly, I want to look at other skills. Ben is paranoid about Reflect Protection requiring 101. I don't think he's being paranoid. There's a very real example in game of Mind over Matter. I think occasionally needing 101%. Is it Mind over Matter? Or maybe it's damage taken as. There's some example where there's certain scenarios where you need 101 and not 100, and it doesn't. And I can't quite remember the examples, but I think that is a thing. Would that be the difference in your character dying if you took 1% of reflected damage? Probably not in most cases. You would need some insane damage, but yeah, if that's the case, that'll be... I mean, we'll find out if that ends up being the case. Maybe there will be a hardcore rip clip of somebody with a high enough damage number for that to matter.
just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. That's part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force, and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character.
So that's
with
the
this cool,
slurp
like,
grip. It's
animation or
about life
something like
force.
that. What about something like that?
I was going to say I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's a...
What's the reason they can't have that? So he got pre-told that they can't have that? What's the reason?
I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. You know, since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. You know, there are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. You know,
Yeah.
I'll bring. You know, you come upstairs and bring it up,
Okay.
and then we'll see where it goes. And
Yes.
you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Do it, Ziggy. Do it for
I'll
the
be villain, you
boys.
be the hero, but we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah,
and
I'm
let's
just
see
trying
where
to
we go.
get a bit, little tiny, just a little foot in the door here, maybe. Just like plant the seed, maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Now, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and
will.
we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
They're gonna take him into the room. Ziggy's gonna like, can we have life force? They're gonna beat him up or something. It's like this sounds like a trap. Just come discuss it with us, Ziggy. Off camera. We're not gonna do anything bad to you, Ziggy. Just come up here off camera. Don't worry about it, okay? I'm not gonna talk to you right now in front of all these witnesses. I'm gonna wait until it's off the screen. Re-educated. Yeah, next time we're gonna see Ziggy in a Q&A. He's gonna have like a black eye. He's not gonna ask about life force. He's gonna be real well behaved next time.
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed
But
because I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin your
so.
hopes, but yeah, I'd say low.
never know.
But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I
For sure.
love these things. And
Going to do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are
do
doing
it
it
again.
again.
Doing it again.
Mark's like, you better say yes. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Good Q&A with Ziggy, Octavian, and Mark. And we're going to have a couple more interviews, right? We're going to have one with Ziz and one with Jung, which will have Andrew. Have we seen Andrew before? I feel like at one point they introduced us to somebody. I don't know if it was Andrew, but I think it was somebody, and it was like when they were like announcing Sanctum League or something a while back. He was at the Exile Con. Okay. Was it Sanctum League, or am I just making that up? I don't know if I have any good questions, guys. I don't know if I have anything good to add to the questions for the Ziz interview. Hear me out. New belt makes triple charge Slayer less of a meme. The new belt's insane, Paper Wars. It's not just going to be a Slayer using that. I think it's going to beat out Mageblood for most popular endgame belt. Ask how common the boss spawns. Oh, like specifically like the new league boss. Dot scalers. You guys want me to ask about dots, and then so you can meme about dot cap. Thoughts on life stack slam elementalist after golem nerfs? Yep, it's probably still good. Do I think it's worth over other options? Yeah, I do. Elementalist is very good. The golem nerf is like, I think it's not as significant as you think it is. Like, yeah, losing the golem effect is not like a great situation, but Elementalist is still very insane, and Primordial Bond got buffed. So Oh, sorry, not buffed. It got technically side graded because they nerfed the effect of the node, but now you can get it with like a proper cluster, which I think in the end makes it better for your larges. Worse if you had insane megalomaniacs. Can you read the Ziz question? You want me to read the Ziz questions? All right, I'll look at the Ziz questions. Can we get some type of confirmation of what shrines it can roll? I mean, that's solid. Is it divinable? There's no way it's gonna be divinable. There's no shot, but I guess the clarification would be nice on that. Can you stop stalling practicing? Well, we're not stalling practicing right now. We're stalling looking, figuring out what all we want to do. I think I want to do some testing for E-Blade. I'll probably update the E-Blade guide. I'm not going to play it, but that's one thing I need to do because E-Blade got nerfed this patch and they changed some things. So I kind of want to update it for that reason. Somebody clarified in the reply. The non-shrine stats are divinable. Yep, the only one we could confirm it not roll would be the divine. But there are more that are excluded. Okay, so we don't have the full answer on that yet. Didn't you bet with a run about RF Scion League start? That bet was based on Shavs existing, and Shavs doesn't exist. We could still do RF Scion League start, but I'm not too keen on doing it because Shavs doesn't exist on it, or at least none of the nodes look like Shavs unless they decide to add it last minute. So that's the whole reason I think I would. I still might be tempted to play RF Scion though, because there's still quite a few good things going on. It would mainly be about like new things that got added in terms of like Bloodline Ascendancy, new uniques, and potentially the Reliquarian, but I don't even know if the Reliquarian's great for it with the. It depends on like what those Ascendancy points even are. You promised Flicker. I never promised Flicker. It's still unclear where astrolabes will drop from. With maps now being layout agnostic, how will div cards drop with King's Arch mappers? I mean, it still just drops from the based on the map you're running. Wait, why do I have to read these questions again? Isn't this Ziz is gonna go through these questions? He's gonna pick the good ones, right? You promised this league minions. I do minions sometimes. Click the doc. Oh, you guys want me to open up the doc? Okay. We'll pull up the doc. Are you guys gonna get mad if I blind you? Or are you guys gonna be like, yeah, flashbang? You know what? I'm gonna pull it over anyways. You guys are gonna have to deal with it. Okay, this is your guys' choice. You guys wanted to see this. I don't want to hear any complaints about flashbang. All right, Scarab Sustain, Harvest Beasts. Surely the answer to Harvest Beast is the birds are just way more rare, right? Surely that's the answer there. Holy, that is a long-winded question. The very distant past. Patch notes, numerical changes to skills used to be a lot more aggressive. This has been pretty much toned down over time, and now we get smaller, more targeted changes to existing skills. We get a lot more new content to compensate, switch up the meta. But can we expect both worlds in the future where we get... Oh, I kind of like that, you know? It is definitely a bummer that we haven't been getting much changes, and there's a lot of skills that are just way worse than others, and you just never use them because they're just so much worse numerically. They doubled all the melee gems not too long ago. Yeah, well, I mean, you say not too long ago, but that was Settlers, which effectively was over 2 years ago at this point, right? So it still kind of was a while ago, right? You say it wasn't long, but Faustus limit change 10. I don't think they're changing Faustus limit, guys. The Faustus limit is very good for the Faustus system. The Faustus limit is a healthy thing for the system. Can we have Pee-wee 2 gold Gamba strongbox and Pee-wee 1? No, please. Not the gold Gamba box. Not the delete all my gold and give me a transmute box. Please, no. Not that. Faustus limit dropped to 4. Ooh, that would be rough. Can that which was taken become that which was given back? Hey, you guys remember that really, really OP jewel that was 3 times the power of a Watcher's Eye? Can we have that back? Can I get a little bit more of that power creep? It's crazy. Yo, Kitty, appreciate the sub. Almost to a year. Getting up there, getting up there. How do we feel about responsible for Faustus actually working himself to the death? He's an old man. We should let him retire. Do I feel no. Freaking Faustus he's a quadrillionaire. Yeah, you guys know how much gold that guy has made? No, I don't feel bad at all. Okay, he's printing. Blue Life UI overlay and middle screen similar to Life and Mana. Can we have it back? What? Is he just talking about your like ES bar on the UI? Does that not show up? That shows up. There's a third bar. Does he mean mana? No, mana shows up, right? ES bar above the character is taken away. Are you guys messing with me? That's still a thing. Doesn't it just, it's just it's like over the green bar, right? Is that actually gone? I feel like you guys are messing with me. No, it's literally right there. He wants a separate bar. Oh, like instead of this blue bar here, just a separate third bar. Okay. I mean, I guess that's something I guess somebody cares about. Dude, I don't know. I guess if they decide they want to add that as a UI option, that's pretty niche. Yeah, that's super niche. The separate bar. Beyond bosses spawning are special outcome, yet feels bad when they spawn. Can this be looked into? What? I feel like some of these questions they're just gonna be like, no. Because like this is the case of like if you really are scaling up your Beyond, then you want to eliminate the boss spawn because of how much extra monsters you'd be losing, right? A lot of these questions are just kind of, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did you make an Uber version of each league boss? They feel incredibly free/easy. Game's not hard enough for this Giga Chat over here. Saying that when you have Beyond, when the boss spawns, you lose out on. Well, yeah, that's the whole situation. The Beyond boss spawn is you trade the Beyond boss spawn for the extra monsters that would have spawned afterwards. So you have the choice to block it, so you can get more monsters, or you have the choice to not block it if you want to farm this boss specific drop table, right? Which this is a question is weird to me because you can literally choose to block that outcome. You have complete control over this currently in the game. That's the part where this is weird to me as a question because there's already is like a solution in game for this whole situation. He doesn't want to have the reduced merging penalty. He doesn't want he just doesn't want them to nerf or adjust it at all. He just wants Beyond to not have any balance considerations. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Maybe they will say that's what they want to do. Am I getting an interview with devs? No. Chat wanted me to look at Ziz's questions, so we're looking at them. Holy, this list is huge. Why is this list so long? Dude, I don't know, guys. I mean, can't we just watch this live when Ziz does the interview and then actually see what their responses are to these things? Do we have to look at this right now? I feel like there's other things we could be doing. This is Prime Stall. Yes, we can. You guys really want to look at this right now? This interview, it's like Sunday or something. It's in like a couple days. I kind of want to do. Okay, so the things I want to do is so I kind of want to update E-Blade because this is a fairly significant change, and I think there's quite a few people that like playing E-Blade on starts. So I kind of want to update the E-Blade guide. I'm not going to play E-Blade, but I kind of want to update it because I still think E-Blade's really strong, and so I kind of want to do that. And then I want to do League Star planning a bit. But the thing about League Star planning is I kind of want to see reliquaries nodes. Maybe what I should do right now is I should look at the uniques in the table. Because I guess it's pretty easy to tell what type of mods will be there if you look at that stuff, right? Look how cool the Shock Nova is. E-Blade got hit. The E-Blade quality got hit, and int ES scaling got hit. So it got nerfed two ways in terms of like its ES number.
Also good to mention some handy tips and tricks
Monday, New Zealand
for
time.
quickly navigating the new Atlas. When
that
using
skill
the
looks
map
so
device,
cool.
the Atlas defaults to your previously run map. To run.
Where's some more footage of this? They showcased like the gem somewhere. You have fun ideas? Wishes for the uniques. Do I have fun ideas or wishes for the uniques? Well, it kind of depends what these uniques are. I need to like look through some of them. So this guy doesn't know what some of these are. This is the Demon Dagger, isn't it? It's the block all damage poison dagger, is it not? Where is it? It's this thing, Festering, right? Maybe not exactly. Mystic Refractor. Oh, there's a list out already? Okay, so this guy just has a better list than the... What's Mystic Refractor? Mystic Refractor. Yeah, it could be Mystic Refractor. I mean, it would make more sense because these are like the wand weapons and these are the melee weapons, right? I guess Heartbreaker's technically a dagger too, though. Pee-wee Vet, by the way, he doesn't know. Shut up. Because I didn't know the outline of this. I don't even know if that's right for it, though. Do you guys think that's right? I think it's Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker for this makes sense. That looks like Heartbreaker to me. But the one they have labeled for... Yeah. That looks like Heartbreaker pretty much, right? They're both kind of bad, so it doesn't matter. Not necessarily. Like, for example, if the Mystic Refractor node gives you plus proj, like that's still a good node depending on what build you're playing, right? It could still be a very solid node to click. Verosu's Ambition. What the hell do these boots give? They just suck, right? Verosu's Ambition. The Ravenous skill. Ugh. So it's probably going to be that. And this is like less damage taken from monster category, buff grants. Yeah. That's friggin', that's not great. Maw of Conquest is like unaffected by poison plus like spell crit and some life and some recoup. Yeah, so it's probably going to give unaffected by poison. That doesn't seem like crazy useful. They said Hellcrack is changing. I mean, a lot of these first nodes aren't great. The +2 aura is one of the more powerful ones, but a lot of these ones are kind of awkward to try to make use of. Did not like me typing that. Kilova. I don't know if there's any other place where you can get another 20%. Do they pick these by hand or just random? It sounded like they picked them by hand. Like they were pretty intentional about their choices, right? Just don't get hit 20% of the time. Yeah, that's a great strategy. Leave it to GG to make a new Ascendancy and make the nodes so hard that the play rate is bad the first league. I think you're jumping to conclusions because like you don't know what a lot of these things do, right? Like a lot of these depend on like the number of stats you get. Like for example, Burden of Shadows, this node right here could be a reason to play it by itself because this is a very like strong stat. And so it depends how much this stat is, but like there could be life stack builds that use this, play the Ascendancy just for this stat. So like I think you're jumping the gun there. It just kind of depends how much of the stats they're getting from the various things, right? They said the Widowhail swapped with the Brass Dome. Yep. So it could be crit immunity plus some max res, which would be pretty good tank wise. Faster start or faster expiration of debuffs. They showed Astral Projector. What was Burden of Truth? Burden of Truth is like the flask thing, right? It also has gain and bypass. Supreme Decadence, which is the flask thing, right? They showed some of the values. They showed like 4 nodes. They showed Howcrack, Victorios, Projector, Prosperos, Widowhail, and Matatas, I think. We have that reveal right here, right? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Astromentus, yeah, Astromentus too. It's kind of funny they're showcasing the Scion wearing Admirals, but there's no Admirals node.
Society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of the passive
80% of the unique value? I mean, it depends on the unique, because uniques are not equal, right? Some are better than others. Let's look at Prosperos, for example. Prosperos has 6 block. So the Prosperos node is literally better than base Prosperos, right? It's 10 block plus the shield node. So it's not just going to be like some items they might have more stats than the base item gives. It probably depends on like how valuable they think the item is. 60 out of 100 isn't 80%, by the way. You guys, you giving him math lessons? Yeah. Yeah, Astromentus is quite a bit less than the normal item. They showed Astral Projector too, right? On this.
powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast.
Howcrack gone.
First, select the power of a
Mark was like, I want to show the Victario's influence. He's thinking about aura stacking with Victario's. Asherman just feels pretty meh compared to a lot of the other attribute scaling ascendancies. 60 flat, yeah, I mean I think it's okay. It's not very OP or anything. To me, the 60 flat is kind of like a if you have no other great options, you can click it. It's okay. Isn't final yet? Yeah, so we'll see they'll adjust numbers more. Are there other damaging auras besides mines? Smite would be an example. Smite with this would give 40 AoE and +2, which is okay. But Pyroclast, Smite, Icicle Mine. Like this being +2 proj, or this being +2 levels, this being probably plus proj if it's Mystic Refractor, and then Astral Projector. Like that's pretty like... That's very heavy-handed telling you, play Pyroclast. You know, like that's a very good Pyroclast combination, for example. Pyroclast got changed after Merc League? Pyroclast? I don't think it's gotten changed too much. Still has Aura Tag. No longer have an aura that adds fire damage to hits against enemies near them. They instead now apply an aura that inflicts fire exposure. Multiple place mines do not cause fire exposure to be higher. Higher base damage. So it got basically it got buffed and no longer good for an aura. They were killing the merc abuse, right? Pyroclast mines feel fantastic. Yeah, I kind of wonder how they would feel with these changes. How much flat damage did it have before? 300 to 487. What are the old numbers? 240 to 360. Yeah, so the flat damage is just entirely compensated for the most part. Well, I mean, it had a lot of flat added. I guess it depends how many mines you had down at a time. I don't know. We have to try and test it out. You can't automate them. I play them automated. I think if you want to get like the maximum damage, you don't, but I like to play them automated. You've read patch notes? Yep. 3,000 to 4,000. You're thinking of the sabotage version. You're thinking of like the one people used as like a support thing. What was your thoughts about the int ES nerf? Good change. I think it helps. I think ES builds are still better than life builds, but it's a lot more balanced than it used to be. I think they're probably gonna have to do more nerfs to attribute scaling stuff, but it's a good start. I'm pretty happy about it. Mm-hmm. Like this Ascendancy with Pyroclast would be very good if it's plus proj, Nova, and this thing, right? That's a pretty good baseline stuff. I kind of wonder how this will shake out. Can you guys picture this? Picture this. We have a Pyroclast, but we do like life scaling for the base damage with this thing. But then instead of doing this for the +2, because we'd outscale it with damage from this, we would do one of the other ones. Maybe let's hope some of the I guess these options, we already know most of them, right? Like if that's Ravenous, that's not happening. Unaffected by poison is a little bit questionable. Clovis Buster, I'm not a fan of either. I don't know. Actually, that's kind of questionable. Maybe the Brass Dome one will be decent. The Brass Dome without the Brass Dome downside. Or effect scales exposure too. Yeah, that's helpful. Not like that helpful, but and this is only the area effect. This isn't giving more aura effect to it. For sure, it'd be something else besides. Can it be unaffected by poison? Yeah, I would hope so. Astral Projector also comes with less AoE. Ooh, that's a good point. Is it like 30%? 20%. I mean, that's still really big. So this is Astral Projector, but it's with 25 increased instead of 25 less. It's kind of crazy that Shockwave gets a +1 from Ring Essence. The new Essence? Wasn't the new Essence +1 cooldown? Or is that somehow applied to totems? Ring. Left ring slot is +1 maximum over seals. Right ring slot +1 cooldown use. That's not related to Shockwave Totem at all. What am I missing? Oh, Shockwave has +1 cooldown. Dude, I think when I read that, I read spells have +1. It's just Shockwave cooldown. That's so random. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Some people can't read. It's so funny, man. Stop making fun of me, man. It's an easy mistake. Does that change much for Shockwave, though? Like, it helps your initial base damage, but after that, you're still limited by cooldown, right? How do the left and right rings interact with Calandras? It works exactly how this ring would give exactly the same stats, but it would be on this side. So for example, if you have a ring that says it gives you a certain benefit based on the left ring, then it won't give you the benefit of the left ring because the Calandras is in the right ring. So it'll give you the benefit of whatever the right is because you have this ring is on your right side. That's a cool freaking ring, by the way. 13% int. Woo, that do look kind of nice. Interesting times. Legacy Delve mod? Yeah, there's some. It was from the Table Destroyer. That your Affliction character? It's from whenever we died. I don't know what league it was. We were playing. It was whenever they released Valdo maps. If it was Affliction, yeah, it was Affliction then. That was the Valdos clip. The Valdos clip character is voided. This is the character I made afterwards to avenge that character's death. Is there any cold caster builds that are viable? Cold Dot's pretty good. You could play a Cold Dot Glad. What does Katava's Thirst do? That is not the right one. Katava's Feast. Melee Splash probably is what it's giving. Sure. Grace of the Goddess. And that's just a bunch of gain with the +2 Sacred Wisps. Goddess will be 20% each. You think it'll be that much? That's kind of a high number. It's just going to be Wisps. I mean, we'll see what it is, I guess. Jack the Axe. What do you give? So freaking... Screw this search functionality. Oh, there's a comma. Why is there a comma? Jack, comma, the axe. He's got an axe. Yeah, I'm following. Thirst Blood, dot multi. What's the Thirst for Blood skill do again? It gives you like regen when you've inflicted bleed, right? Applies beams to the closest 5 nearby enemies. Regen 400 per second for each effective enemy. 20% more bleeding. I mean, it could give that, I guess. It's pretty solid for bleed. Grellwood or in Beltim are like +2 proj, Iron Will. Or not Iron Will, Iron Reflexes. And Point Blank, right? Plus proj, Point Blank, Iron Reflexes. What's Beltimber? Beltimber is Far Shot. And it gives evasion while moving. Skill issue, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Dude, I don't know, man. I think if I'm playing Reliquary... So, like, there's a few, like, solid options I see here. There's Life Stagger with Burden of Shadows, which might be able to carry by itself. There's Tri-Stack Widow Hail with Astramentus, which could be solid. There is Pyroclast with +2, plus Proj, and Astral Projector. I'm not too confident about building around some of these other ones, though. Is Widow confirmed gone? Widow was confirmed changed, right? I think Howlcrack was confirmed gone. Right? Widow Hail node has been changed. Howlcrack has been replaced with Brass Gnome. So that could mean Widow Hail got buffed or nerfed. We don't know. But like, there's literally no other stat Widow Hail. Widow Hail has one stat, you know? So that just means it was either nerfed or it was buffed, right? This is like... Would the Widow Hail have a different stat on it for an ascendancy point? I kind of doubt it. It's just like, it depends what number they're willing to give it. There's no shot they make it higher than 100%? I mean, they could. What's the Tri-Stack Quiver? Which one's that? Poise Prism. It's 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 0 to 3. And it's a bunch of Elirez. I mean, you could do Tri-Stack with it. Poise Prism would have been so nice. Yeah, that would be solid with it. That would be solid with it. Do I want to play Tri-Stack though? Not really. And we'll get the official nodes on Monday. I guess the optimistic thing is if they're changing Howlcrack and that was a node they were willing to show us, then there's hope that Virtuoso's ambition is gone. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna cope. I'm gonna cope that these boots are not one of the possibilities. Surely the the first Ascendancy points are not going to have one eliminated by having a random like weird skill like Ravenous be tied to it. I'm baffled those boots would even be an option. Surely. Because this is like the only unique thing they have, right? Is this. What do you think of the new Breach Bloodline? It's solid. I think there's definitely use cases. Speaking of Reliquarian, that was one of the examples somebody thought about. They were talking like, hey, could I use Widow Hail with the new Breach Bloodline with Tri-Stack and be pure cold with Cold to Core? And I was like, yeah, that'd be a great use case. It's gonna depend on builds. I think its main use case is maybe elemental hits. If it works the way where you just force it to all be like one type of damage or one element with the combat focus. Or builds like Poise Prism where you want to try to force it into one damage type of thing. Should it work that way? Yeah, I don't know if I mean we'll have to obviously like test it in game if it actually works that way or not. Oh, what was the Holy Strike damage numbers? They don't have it here, right? Holy Hammers. Divine Blast. Holy Sweep. First hammer in each cascade deals 100% more damage. Cascade up to 2 times. Holy Hammer fall from above on hitting an enemy. Another hammer will cascade forward, repeating it further. Enemies are hit up to a cap. So the cap is 2. A power charge can be expended to call down additional Holy Hammers either side. What's the overlap on that thing look like? Two overlaps if they were right here. Dude, I don't know. I feel like it's going to have the built-in like part where it gets spread out the more AoE you get. Might be a good bossing skill, but bad for, or good clearing skill, bad for bossing. I think it's okay. The way I see this, at worst, single target, you're looking at 440 plus 220 with 85 attack base. That's okay effectiveness if you only get like 2 hits from it. The question is if you can get more overlaps than that is the main question. They showed it with some more AoE. Okay, I need to look at the VOD then. Take a little gander.
Nova spells to give you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to it.
That do look kind of cool. Dark pack casting like that. All right, let me go back and look. Holy Hammers. General's crying with the Holy Hammers. Imagine the screen. It'd be covered, man. It'd be covered. Okay, this is... I don't think this has any area investment. This just seems like the base area of the skill, is my guess. This is more AoE investment. It looks like it spaces it out. I think you're only ever getting 2 overlaps. They seem spaced out. Yeah, it seems very symmetrical. I think you're only ever getting the 2 overlap, like if the boss is like here. Seems mechanically built to space out. Yeah, I think so. Oh, they also changed the color of Trinity. Did you guys notice this? Look at that. Got a little aesthetics upgrade to Trinity. When did that happen? That might be Greater Trinity. You think so? What if it's a new Trinity? Yeah, I guess maybe it could be. Greater Trinity. Holy Sweep. What do you guys think about Holy Sweep?
This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished
that do look
by
pretty
repeated
cool.
impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy
The attack speed looks bad, how easy? I mean, it's probably like 70% of whatever sweep is normally. He just has a... You don't want to look at the characters they showcase here because their attack speed's already always just bad. Wait. It's on the main page, isn't it? Holy Sweep, 70%. Yeah, it's the same as regular sweep, 70%. Same as like a lot of slams are slow like this. And hammer deals 35% less. Now, do the hammers overlap? I mean, you're only ever getting 2 hits, right? Hold on. Go back to Holy Sweep. I was looking at that.
by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above.
I mean, you can get overlaps there, but not really on bosses, though. Maybe you could do something weird with like Hydrosphere.
Area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an
Wormjar, yeah. You know, is Wormjar instant? Yeah. So you could use the belt, which means you can't have any flasks, and then you could just have 5 worm jars. You're just constantly popping those. Sure, I guess. Yeah, that could work. That could work.
Enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
Why do they gotta be tagged as minions, dude? These like look cool, but then it's like, yeah, it's a minion. Like, what the hell? They know what you like. No, they don't. I like the holy theme, but they ruined it, man. They ruined it. How could they do this? Okay, Mr. Anime, Weapon of Self-Reflection. I occasionally make a minion build like once per league, okay? I do a lot of other things, though. Holy Sweep, 440 plus 35 less. I just want to let me cope a little bit here, okay? 440. $500 effectiveness. How does this compare to, let's say, Smite? Smite's just better, right? Because Smite, you can get 2 hits with an 85 effectiveness. I guess it's if you cope and you say you're going to hit more than 1 extra hammer, but you're just not, right? You're just not. I mean, the effectiveness is a little bit questionable. Is there any way where you can cope that this is better than it looks on paper? Because I don't know if I can cope. It looks cool, but the effectiveness I'm not believing in. The same damage as current sweep, so it's done on arrival. Yeah, that's the issue I see as well. Because current sweep is 660. Well, it's technically a little bit better, right? This one's 720 versus this is 660. So it's slightly better than normal sweep. So it's got that going, I guess. I don't know if its radius is better. Is its radius even better than... This says 0.8 meters plus. I don't know what if the base radius is comparable or not. The hammer radius is kind of small. Well, that's just like some extra AoE overlap addition to it, right? Look at Divine Bolt at 2049. It seems it has a limit of 1, but the previous one explodes if you throw it. Really? Oh, look at that. It seemed like it had a terribly long duration, I thought. Let's see, 2049.
Click activate, and you're good to go.
What? Whoa, what was that setup, dude? Badge of the Brotherhood, Void Battery. He's using Emperor's Vigilance with quality. He's got some synth rings. He's got Oxium. Holy, he's cooking.
Put in your map item, click activate, and you're
Tier
good to
10
go.
map, 6 link.
That Mesa.
How many hits was that? That is not a one shot.
That Mesa.
That was like 4 hits.
That Mesa may drop a tier.
It does kind of look like it's blowing up the second he throws it.
That Mesa may drop a
It looks
tier
sick.
11
It do look cool, but like, come on, guys. That's a tier 10 with 10 power charges. That's 10 power charges with the 1 helmet and the power charge belt. Like that's a pretty high damage investment to take 4 shots on a T10 boss. Do you have 10 power charges on day 1? No, what I'm saying is, okay, that looks kind of cool, killing the boss in a couple hits, but it's a T10 map. And his gear on this character is this thing with quality. So it's the best version of the shield. He has this helmet, which is a DPS option. He has this thing, which is a DPS option. He has this thing, which is a DPS option. And he has like synth plus power charge. Like, how does he have 10 power charges, right? Because it's like, this gets you to 7. If he's like an occultist, that would take him to 8. Like, he's at 10 because these are synth rings. Right? Like... Is he a Scion, though?
Click activate, and you're good to go.
It's either a witch or I think that's a witch. I don't think that's a Scion. I'm not sure, though. I think that's a witch. I think he's an occultist. What does Foulborn Vigilance do? It's just quality. It just makes Vigilance better. Here, I'll show it real quick. Let me find do I have trade open anywhere? Let's open up trade. So if you do this and you sort by ES number, you'll see these 20 max quality. It's just regular vigilance, but way better. No spell block. Yeah. I mean, who cares about the spell block? It has this freaking line about bypass damage. Like, it's just a weird situation. But yeah, you have a shield with 2,500 armor and 500 ES. And then you have... Where was it? You have 2 synth power rings, a void battery, crown. You have crown. You have power charged LE damage belts. Like, I don't know, man. That's a lot of investment.
Put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go. That Mesa may drop a...
Why does he have crown? He has spell damage per power charge from void battery. That's why he has crown. The skill explodes twice. He 2 shots. Wait, let me play it back. Let me play it back.
That Mesa may drop...
That looks like 3. Like the... Okay, like...
Go. Click activate, and you're good to go.
The first one missed? Hold on. Because you can see when he gets ignited, right? Let's see. He's ignited. He has already been hit, right? Yeah, he's already been hit. He gets hit a second time. Third time. Fourth time, right? So it's like at least 3, if not 4 hits on a skill on like 10 power charges with like some pretty solid items. I always make assumptions on GG videos. I mean, you don't even need to like look at this video. Like the numbers on it are not good. It's 100% effectiveness with a 100% more multiplier. How much is the it's 3 to 5, right? And that's like basically like another 200. It's 200% effectiveness with like 800 base with an Emperor's Vigilance on with 10 base crit. Pal's trying to convince me that Shield Crush is worse. That Shield Crush is worse? What's Shield Crush's numbers? I mean, this one has worse base crit, but higher base damage. I think they're probably similar. You need to invest in duration. I don't know about that. Because like what somebody was pointing out is the explosions. Do you guys think he has less duration support on? Shoot, I need to check. Is the lowercase d less duration? Oh, wait. Somebody was saying that he thinks it just blows up the second you throw a second shield, like it forces it to blow up. But I need to figure out if that's actually true or not. Duration is duration small d. I need a skill that can be supported by duration. No, duration's big D. Oh, that's increased duration. Shoot. Oh, no, maybe it is less duration. Oh, it is supported by less duration. I mean, that kind of implies the duration matters then. Okay, hold on. I mean, if he's using less duration, he's obviously feeling like he has to do it, right?
That Mesa may drop a tier 11 map. That Mesa may drop. That Mesa.
He's like walk casting it. So I'm not sure if he's like waiting for it to blow up.
That Mesa may drop.
I don't see any like thing like acting like it's limiting. Why do people keep saying the limit is 1? I don't know actually. Does it say the limit's 1 on the page? Holy beam for a shield at target location causing an implosion of hell energy. The shield then lingers for a short duration before blasting outwards in a large area, more damaging. Why do people say the limit is 1? Am I blind? I don't see it either. It has a cooldown, does it? It just has a duration. It's just delayed, right? So he could just spam attack if he wanted to. We never see any more than one orb in the clip. There's nothing on here that says it's limited to one. That's like saying like shield throw of Charthus is limited to one. They're not spam casting it. They're just like tap casting it, right?
That Mesa may drop a tier 11 map. That Mesa.
Yeah, I don't think the limit one is real. I guess people are just making that up. I think people are just making up stuff. I mean, they weren't intentionally like spam casting it because they're trying to like show what the ability looks like and stuff. You know, it's a bummer because the skill looks pretty cool, but I don't know, man. The numbers on it are those numbers are not they're not particularly tempting, are they? I gotta refill my water, guys. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. I'm definitely leaning towards the Shock Nova the most right now. The shield skill looks really cool, but like its numbers are I don't know. They're not filling me with confidence. Give me one second. I'm gonna top up my water. Okay. Shield skill. It looks really cool. I don't think I have a lot of faith in it, though. The numbers are questionable. Honestly, the new Shrine Belt is pretty insane for mana stackers with the base mana regen. Yes, mana regen is a very scarce stat. And getting that amount of percentage and scales up will be pretty interesting. I guess technically you could do that with a 100% mind over matter build, right? But then you'd be losing goal. You probably don't want to lose goal. Did I watch this already? I did not. What is this? Destin did an interview with Mark and Octavian. This looks like a philosophical type of interview view. 1 hour video. It doesn't look like these questions are like game specific, right? I don't know about this, guys. I don't know if I want to watch this interview. This seems like a lot of like questions about them as like developers, you know? I watched it already. What'd you think of it? Was there a lot of stuff relevant to like the current league? Watch it, Madge Bazooka? You think I should watch it? Dude, I don't know, man. This absolute stalling. Not worth it. I'm looking at the questions. The questions do seem like they're very much not specific to like the new league or anything like that. Pretend you don't know it exists. All right. 1 hour could take approximately 5. Yeah, there's other stuff we have to look at. Did we ever see the numbers for the Holy Strike during the video? Did they ever hover those in the video at all? Endgame changes, holy skills. Refresh your Blight Hero guide.
Additional.
I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna probably try to do the E-Blade update because that is the build that got changed the most. And then I'm gonna do whatever I decide on playing for next league, and I haven't decided what I'm gonna play next league.
2 hammers, which
There's never been a week this long.
Slam.
It's all shoot.
Marikith. With holy
Side
hammers,
note, just because that got pulled up, this item sucks. I'm not a believer.
Varashta has in her command,
Dude, look at that skill though. You guys see that Shock Nova?
the power to restore these
that's a good looking Shock Nova
treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters and mirages allows any unique obtained from the Alpha to be transformed into its Marikith counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder.
This one good either? Oh, this is the self-ignite one. It's a bit weird. Did you and Connor settle the bet? What do you mean settle the bet? I won the bet. They didn't have anything for bows this league. This league was holy skill theme is what it was. Palstron's drooling over Shock Totem. Of course he is. He would like the totems, wouldn't he? Watch the clip. What clip are you guys even talking about? Papega is gonna get some subs. Yep. We had that one Shaper skill. What was the Shaper skill, Bazooka? Are you talking about the Wind of the Rose weapon or whatever? Lance lost and Connor gently decided to settle a draw. That's not true. Stop making up things. What's the clip? You want me to watch a PoE knowledge ranking? Oh no. What's this?
Every single PoE streamer was on PoE Jeopardy. Who do you think would be like in the top 3? Who do you think would be in the final 3?
Who would be in the final 3 of a PoE Jeopardy game? Who would be good at a PoE Jeopardy game? Ben would be really good at PoE Jeopardy, I think. He knows like so much freaking random details. I'd probably bet on Ben. Lighty. I'm not. Does Lighty know a lot? I don't think I know Lighty too well. He does. Lighty did like a bunch. Like he did like the SSF series, right? Where he's like searching for a bunch. Manny would probably be pretty good. Lighty knows a lot. Wait. Didn't like Slippery Jim literally do a like chip no. I think I remember this now. Lighty was literally doing Slippery Jim's like Jeopardy thing and he like destroyed it, didn't he? Okay, never mind. Maybe I should change my answer. No, actually I kind of remember this. I literally watched a video from Slippery Jim and they were doing like a Jeopardy thing and Lighty knew like so much random garbage. Lighty destroyed. Yeah, I remember this now. I literally watched that friggin' video. Okay. I think I'd maybe bet on Lighty. That he knew like an obscene amount of like random stuff. Lighty is genuinely ancient. I mean that in a nice way. I'm not sure what you mean in a nice way.
In PoE Jeopardy. It would honestly, I'd have a shot. I'd have a shot, bro. I would have a shot.
Would Cute Dog have a shot? I'm trying to think of how much is Cute Dog like trolling a lot of times versus actually knowing what he's doing. He trolls way too much. But honestly I can't tell if he's like doing it a lot of times just to mess with people or he actually doesn't know a lot of stuff. I feel like he's mostly trolling most of the time. He knows a lot of stuff. Yeah, I feel like he's just mostly freaking trolling.
Be like for like overall all PoE knowledge, like from the mechanics to the numbers to the lore to the history to everything. It would be me.
Well, that's on. Yeah, like for example, him dying to the instability. I will never agree that was like an accident. That was 100% he was farming a clip. He like put on like 10 mirrors of gear and then like pretended he didn't know what instability was. Like that was 100% a suicide. He was farming a clip there for sure.
It would be me.
Who's he gonna say?
It would probably be me, Captain Lance, maybe.
Yo, he said me.
And maybe Sir Gog.
I don't think it's me though. I don't think it's me. I would definitely think Ben or Lighty over me for sure. Paid? Yeah, it might be paid. Sir Gog? I don't think Sir Gog. I would think Lighty or Ben is what I would think. You lost so hard against Shadow Slippery Jim Jeopardy. Oh yeah, no, I got destroyed on that. That was insane. No, I definitely wouldn't think me. He didn't know about the Act 2 lion statue change? Yeah, I didn't know about the Act 2 lion. Freaking. Wait, Marcus, you were there. Yeah, you freaking like were showing the statue thing, weren't you? Lance is good at Googling. That wouldn't be a part of a friggin' Jeopardy though. You're not allowed to Google stuff in the middle of Jeopardy. Hey, Theros, how's it going? It's going pretty well. Marcus, I think you asked earlier about the ES change, and I kind of got distracted. I'm pretty happy that they nerfed ints. So I'm pretty ecstatic that honestly I'm surprised they did it because I feel like it's been so long that ES has just been disproportionately better than life. And I'm just surprised they actually did it. So I'm pretty happy they did it. It's a nice rebalance of things a little bit. I think ES builds are still, I think they still have a more to fall and they're still better than life builds, but it doesn't feel as disproportionate. I'm surprised they finally did something I am too. It's nice. It was a nice change to see. They did the ES scaling. They did a little bit of having the power of the mastery for evasion, which was nice to see. They hit a little bit of the accuracy on Shaper's Touch. I'm playing a life build. Let me use the Shrine Belt. I think everybody's using the Shrine Belt. The belt's insane. Strength Stackers untouched. Strength Stackers might be next, guys. Strength Stackers might be next. Lance, I'm ready to get voided for my early Valdo farmer losing AKES. Wait, do you guys remember Electro's like test Valdo farmer he had? Electro had like this, he had this like day 2 Valdo farmer. I wonder how he's thinking about his Glad right now. He didn't have like a ton of int. Like it was a really like budget character. I think he had like 1,000 or 1,500 int or something. But he still just lost like 150% ES with that change. And I think he was at like 10k ES. So his character just went from like 10k ES to like 6k ES or something for his like budget setup. There's no way he's walking into Valdos with that ES number. Early Valdo Glad isn't too effective. It's fairly low int early on. That is true. It's not, well, okay, it depends on the build. The setup Electro had was like he was kind of investing more into int because he was trying to do a setup with a Hawa or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it depends what maps you're gonna be willing to. Your threshold for danger is gonna be probably a lot lower, right? Barbarous, how much ES did you have on with like very low int investment? I'm gonna do Divine Flesh this league. Guys, hear me out. Shock Nova of Cool plus Burden of Shadows. Guess what I'm going to say next? You guys know what I'm going to say next? I'm going to say one item. And I'm going to say next, okay? Shock Nova of Cool, Burden of Shadows. What item am I thinking of right now? How well do you guys know me? Valvala, no, I'm not thinking Valvala. No, I'm not thinking Terminus. No, I'm not thinking Rathbith. Rathbith is close though. It's close. How have you guys not guessed it yet? This is crazy. Ivory, there it is. I'm thinking Ivory. Dude, Ivory'd be good with that. Ivory plus that flat base damage with that Shock Nova. Ivory, the king of ES scaling. It was like somewhat comparable with like a proper instacker and rare gear to compete with Ivory, but with the change where they nerfed int, we might have to expose that strength scaling ES is still a little bit too strong. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got to do it. You know, somebody's got to do it. Because ES builds as a whole might be getting 20-30k if they're instackers, but this bad boy, this bad boy is still 50k plus certified. I tell you that right now, it's still 50k plus certified. Ivory Tower is my favorite item in the game. Ivory Tower is a cool freaking item, man. It's a cool freaking item. When's the last time I did a life scaling Ivory Tower build? It's been a hot minute. Let's see. How far back do I have to go to find myself using life scaling Ivory Tower? I know you guys are gonna be like, same item every build, blah, blah, blah. When's the last time I actually made a life scaling Ivory Tower build? How far do I have to go back? None of this. Last league. Was it actually last league? That's just an update to the E-Blade guy. I didn't actually even play that. A few weeks ago? Did I actually play it a few weeks ago? I don't think I did. None of this stuff is Ivory Tower. This is mana. I'm talking about life-based. It might be Gagarf, honestly. It could be Gagarf or way back when we did E-Blade with it. Here. Nope, it's here. 9 months ago. This is life-based, right? Lot of energy shield, even though this is a shield that's a pure armor base. Okay, yeah, this was life-based. Yeah, okay. 9 months ago. It was almost a year. Listen, it's been a while, guys. It's been a while. 9 months ago. Yeah, that's a hot minute, dude. That's a hot minute. Life-based? Yes, there's a difference between having a life number and using it for the life reservation and using it for the chaos mind over matter freaking line. There's two different versions of Ivory Tower that you build around. You cringe when you hear yourself or see yourself? Maybe a little bit. It feels weird still, probably. Not too bad. Maybe more so when I was earlier on. What do you think about the absolution buffs? Do you think the numbers are viable now? The absolution buffs. How much did they change Absolution by? Absolution Spire now have a base debuff duration of 3 seconds, previously 1. Base minion duration of 15, previously 10. 44% more AoE with Empowered Lightning Blast, and now deals 40% more damage. It's the current Absolution numbers. 200% more damage, 200% effectiveness goes to 280. I mean, as self-cast, it's probably still a meme. As a minion build, it's quite a bit better, is what I'm guessing. I don't think you play this as a self-cast build, though. The Alt Absolution was pretty juiced. What was the Alt Absolution? Oh, it's 250% effectiveness scaling. Well, no, 300. I don't know. I'm not. I guess can you get overlapping hits with this? With like spell cascade stuff? It is pretty decent for self-cast. Does anyone have some videos of people doing self-cast with it? Mathel did it. You guys got a link to the Mathel video? The 6-second cooldown with the minions. I don't know how the minion stuff works on the Absolution. Seems like they just made the duration more quality of life and stuff. What Ascendancy? We've been looking at the Reliquary Ascendancy, which we don't know what the actual nodes are. We just know what some of the artwork stands for. With the new helmet, you can get 6 Absolution and 2 Val Absolution. Yeah. I mean, you guys are talking about playing a minion build. I'm not trying to play a minion build. This is Mathel's vid? Okay, let's look at Mathel's inspiration. Val.
Hey guys, Mathel here once again. Bright light seizure warning as pretty much per usual. Got ourselves a pretty interesting interaction slash build slash skill, etc. That's already been played to completion. It's taken
so he's playing the Abyss helmet. What else is he playing?
Concept into a whole bunch of Ubers and level 94, and it's been pretty fucking fast. It is Absolution, which is the new version that basically is what
where are the boss clips, Mathel? Where are the boss clips?
Damage, and the minion portion of it is pretty worthless because it takes away one of your minions. So from 3 down to 2, and then yeah, if you just
so definitely cascades. I wonder how many overlapping hits he's
really
getting.
Not doing any damage, so it's
doesn't look like it's too crazy in AoE. Nice blind build. Yeah, it's kind of like Stormcall. I wonder what overlaps he's getting with it though. What is his what's a Baron look like?
lifetime.
Oh, he has Spell Echo. What does a kill look like where he doesn't have shrines on?
Damage. The result is a
35 life. That was a pretty fast kill on like Phoenix or whatever. He has chorus gain as well.
Extremely powerful setup. I'm also using Fanaticism. So with the jankiness of the entire build, when it all comes together, I am dealing 100 plus.
Fanaticism? Oh, he's doing Inquiz with Fanaticism? That is disgusting.
Million DPS.
Hit count test? You guys want to do a hit count test with it? I'm down to do a hit count test with it. Let's see. How many hits do we get with Absolution with Spell Cascade? 100 million DPS. I don't think that was 100 mil DPS. But I need to see like an Uber clip. DPS is pretty hard to tell just off of killing like, you know, a 30 mil HP boss. From those clips, I would say that's not 100 mil. But it's really hard to tell with just a 30 mil HP boss. You need kind of like better examples. Do I have Awakened Spell Cascade? I do. Nice. Oh, what is this inventory, man? What is this inventory? Okay, we can make this work, right? Bank that. Does absolution scale with gem levels for area? Probably, right? Let's check a high level version of absolution. This inventory is illegal. It's my hit count test inventory, okay? Do not judge me. Do not judge me. It gets 0.6 base radius, so the level does matter. I'm guessing it gets to 0.7 at level 21. It does, so we'll buy we'll buy that. You're getting judged anyways, so be it. All right, so we'll do that. Take this out. Take this out. Awaken spell cascade. Take that out. Grab awakened AoE. Grab intensify. Holy async trade. It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Okay, let's just take out AoE initially, and then we're gonna add a bunch of AoE on the tree and see what happens. So initially, I think we're only gonna get like 2 max, right? If it's cast at the right location, probably. I hope we're getting 2 rares. New league mechanic, the coins. I don't think they'll be too rare. I think they'll be more limited on the fact you need a 2020 gem and you need to hit the right support. Okay, let's see. 1 hit if it's direct cast. 2 hits if I'm like trying to be intentional about placing the attack a little bit more. Oh, shut the front door. No, these dudes are gonna kill him. My test. Screw you guys. Can I kill the damage by adding Void Manip? I can, right? Void manipulation. And then lightning fizzes extra should give us the other. That should kill most of the damage, I think. Let's try that again. Can you tell GG to remove Peabod from the game? I think they already did a pretty good job of that. Did you see the most recent patch? It was very effective at killing Peabod. It's a very, very solid patch of taking Peabod out. AoE. 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 Is there any more AoE we can get? 10% there. This is already like pretty heavy AoE investment, right? Awakened AoE. It still looks pretty spread out. By the start, I already grabbed these AoE nodes. %60 of infinite still infinite. Yeah, the question becomes how bad of gear can you get away with, Gamoto? And that stuff does matter. Golem, yeah, we get a little bit more from Golem. This is already like a pretty high reinvestment. Got 2. If I direct cast, it still gives 1. If I put him next to a wall, I get more though, right? No, I got 1. 2. 1, 2. 2, 2, 3. If I get a miracle, I can get 3 hits. So it definitely spreads them out. All right, anyways.
And it is noticeable. When it all comes together, we are cleaning up Ubers, we are cleaning up Guardians, and
definitely not 100 mil DPS. And DPS seems solid, but like, what is his gear investment?
Because managing spirit charges, when they could drop off, when you have to refresh them with your writhing jar, because that's what I'm doing for boss fights, when you have to start up a boss fight with writhing jar like this, when my minions could kill my writhing jar before I get around to it, that could be jank, having to line up the fanaticism with everything else. I will say though, fanaticism, which is
oh, guys, remember when it zero was part of this fight?
Attack a few times and then get 4 stacks of.
It's not good for overlap. You need the transfigured version. The transfigured version just gives you a higher effectiveness. It doesn't change the radius. I checked both the gems; they're the same radius. For the hit count test, it doesn't matter. I was just testing to see if it got multiple hits.
Around a lot, and it's felt pretty damn powerful. Like it's.
And Mathel's doing a setup where he has to time his fanaticism, and he's managing these things with a writhing jar, which sounds a little bit annoying. I don't know. I'm not sure this is absolution carrying so much as like he could have used a lot of physical skills and done damage with this sort of setup type of thing. I played skills a higher a few leagues ago and it felt really good with a big AoE and cast speed. I mean, the question is the skill the reason things are going well, or did you just have a character that had pretty good scaling already, and then it's just an AoE skill at that point? The 20% per jewel. Yeah, that's a way to get good percentage damage. But the thing is, there's lots of ways to get good percentage damage. Jung's setup. What's Jung's setup? What did he do? So Mathel did the Abyss Jewel stacking.
I just needed a build to speed farm mercs with, but this thing has turned out pretty nicely. This app.
So he has a pretty good amount of AoE. I wonder if he has the magical number to actually get overlaps or not. However much AoE we just had was not enough to get consistent overlaps. Yeah, so he's doing Elegant Hubris, Slumlord. Why the hell is he showcasing Ephemeral Edge right now? What the hell is going on there? $5.1 meters. There might be a number for it. I know like Stormcall has a number, and it looks pretty similar to Stormcall with how it's spreading out. That there's maybe a point where you just get consistent 5 overlaps or whatever. Is this during Doriani's league? It's Merc League, so yeah, it's got like the 5x damage or whatever Doriani's gives every lightning build in the game. I don't know, guys. I'm not a believer in absolution. Not watching the video and being confused? What was I confused about, Radel? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Radel. What was I confused about? Tell me. Why he was showing EE? Is that a problem? I need to watch why he's showing EE? Hardcore chat engage. Randall's fine, guys. It's not hardcore chat. Either way, I'm not playing Absolution. I'm not a believer. Also, it's a minion build, guys. And we don't play those, okay? We play ethical, reasonable builds like Transfigured, Shock Nova. New intelligence version. Cast a ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger nova. Each hits enemies caught in the area with lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset the previous direction of your targets. Each effect hits caught in the area with lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset. Now the question is, was this guy using Cascade or does it just do 5 repeats? Because this note is not very specific. It just says it then repeats and doesn't say how many times it can repeat. Do the clips they show have Cascade in the links?
Too much about getting lucky.
TNKV, whatever that is. Let's see. Are any of those unleash? Unleash. Not unleash, sorry. Cascade. Which is E. Don't see an E in there. Does it matter if it's regular Cascade versus Awakened Cascade? No, it's still an E regardless. Does he have Pledge of Hands? Yeah, he has Echo with Pledge of Hands. That's not what I'm worried about.
With where your content
What I'm caring about is like, is it natural that it does those 5 novas, or does he get that because he has like Cascade or something else on it?
So you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. You don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content the Mirages. So you don't need to
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm trying to see if it's like 4 or 5.
worry too much about getting lucky with
Can't
where your
freaking tell.
content generates.
Let's go to another clip where he's using the skill. I need to analyze. He shows the character at one point. It's not this guy. That's the Bleed Boglad they showcased. Right here. That looks pretty clear.
The Atlas tree, and
You guys remember Juice Expedition? I liked Blighted Contagion for Expedition.
It was exactly
I don't
that.
have a recent setup for it. You can look at the high row I
With all the
showcased at one
new
point.
game changes. We thought it would be also good to mention
Isn't that Tarn Shiver? Or is that actually Pledge of Hands?
some handy tips and tricks for
It might be
quickly
Pledge of Hands, I
navigating
can't
the
freaking
new
tell.
Atlas.
No, it doesn't look like Pledge of Hands. It's like some friggin' like snakes.
Mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new app.
1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 4 rings to me. Pledge to have bigger AoE? Yeah, Pledge has like 100 AoE on it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 rings? If the enemy was right here, the enemy would have gotten hit by every single one, right? If they're a little bit in front like this. Now the question is, what's the effectiveness on this? Because like Shock Nova currently gets 2 hits, right? With the way it is currently. Ring always shocks because there's the ring and then there's like the base damage as well. You think it looks like 3, not 4? You think so? Time to trace an outline. Oh, multiple paints open. All right, let's just do this. Ba 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 ba. That's a circle. This is a circle. This is a circle. I'm like losing track of the fourth one. Right. Okay, hold on. This I need to do a better job. Hold on. Let's do it this way. Do this. Make each of them a different color. All right, fine. We'll make them different colors. Okay. Just give me a sec. All right, first circle is like this, right? Second circle is like that. Third circle. Holy, I'm already lost, man. Wait, no. Wait. Wait, this one's just way off, right? This goes all the way to here, actually. It's the second circle. This one goes like this. And then this one's like this. Yeah, no, that's 4. Because if the dude is right, okay, that's a bad color for that. If the dude is right here, then all 4 are hitting, right? Just use circles? What am I watching? Oh wait, you want me to do this? What, do you guys think this would turn out better or something? Nah, this is like guesswork. Nah. My circle drawing was perfection. I don't know what you're talking about. Hold shift bozo. Nope. That does not do that. It still just moves where it is. Is it a different keybind? DTF, it's better we can all see. Is this not? This is perfectly fine. It's clearly 4 hits, right? If the enemy is right here, right? It's clearly getting hit 4 times. Well, also it could be more hits if these rings are allowed to do 4 hits if you hit more than one enemy? No. If the enemy's standing right here, then it would hit 4 times. I guess the question is...
When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map. So running the same map over and over...
Wait, he does have Pledge of Hands on. What the hell? The heck is he doing?
The Atlas defaults to your previously run map. So running the same map over and over...
He's playing Archmage like a crazy person.
You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location, with the map already
Yup.
placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access
Aziri will have her day, okay? This league was not it, but eventually Aziri will have vengeance.
and we wanted to continue to minimize busy work.
Guys,
so
look
you
at
can
this.
Spend more time doing what you
Look
love.
how they're showcasing E-Blade, knowing full well what they did to the quality. Isn't that disgusting? They're literally showcasing it,
killing monsters and getting loot. To that end,
knowing
we've made a
knowing
number
full
of
well what they
changes.
did.
We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels.
Look at that loot filter. Don't look at the loot filter. That's a bad idea. That's not a loot filter. It's despair is what it is. It looks fine in the clip. It would look better before the thing they did to it, you know? Does the part where Shock Nova says, with each repeat, the offset in the direction of your target, make it a max of 2 overlaps? I mean, you can look at the footage. We just did a paint outline of the footage. But it's very clear that, to me at least, it looks like you're getting all 4 overlaps if the enemy is this far away from your character. Probably depends on your AoE scaling. Like, higher AoE investment would make this area larger probably, and probably a little bit more offset from you. But it will depend on how much AoE investment you have and whatnot. That's multiple enemies, so it keeps offsetting. Just look at the footage. It's always the same. It's always the same offset. You can watch the footage. It's all like it's always evenly spaced out and goes in one direction. Like every time he uses the skill, it looks the same way basically. Where is the footage?
The Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and
Like it's always doing the same like pattern. It doesn't like change based on what enemies he's firing at. Do you think it would work with the projector? Maybe. I don't know if it would feel better though. I mean, the way it is currently,
tricks
it always
for
starts on your
quickly
character
navigating-
right and then goes out, but it covers a pretty huge AoE. I don't know if this is a skill where you'd feel like you need projector. And projector might make it like maybe a bit harder to aim consistently, maybe. If only one enemy, it would offset only once.
the new Atlas.
What do you
When using the
What are you
map
guys talking about?
tips and tricks for
It does
quickly
it does
navigating
the same
new
thing like
Atlas.
every time he casts it.
Mention some handy tips and tricks for
It's just,
quickly
it's always like
navigating the new Atlas.
there's like one enemy over here and oh look, it did the same thing it did when there was an entire pack before he killed it. Every clip they show of it, it's always the same like 4 Nova spread. It's cause he hit 2 enemies? What are you guys talking? I swear every time I've seen them showcase the skill, it always had that same 4 repeat. Is the character using Pledge of Hands? He's using Spell Echo, but Spell Echo wouldn't make you have a different location of casting. They would be on top of each other. People are confusing with Holy Hammer. Yeah, I think they might be. It looks the exact same in every cast from what I've seen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. I think people, yeah, it could be they're confusing with Holy Hammer, which has like the sequential fall thing that occurs when it hits more enemies. At 2533, he cast into nothing, and it does exactly the same. Right, let me pull up 2533.
Tricks for quickly navigating
Wait,
the
that's
new Atlas.
that's literally what I just showcased. But yeah, there's one enemy down here. That is an Echo. Echo would cast in the exact same place. Like if he has Echo right now, there were 2 rings that got cast here, 2 rings here, 2 rings here.
We thought it would be also good to mention some handy. With all the new endgame
Were those
changes,
enemies already dead?
We thought it would be also
They weren't dead. They were technically enemies here, so it wasn't casting at nothing, but
good to mention some handy tips and
he currently has Greater Echo. Greater Echo doesn't have an animation, so it could be offset. The hell are you talking about? Did they even show us Greater Echo? Did they show us Greater Spell Echo at any point? Is this the new Greater Spell Echo? You don't have to cast the animation? It's Pledge of Hands? Do you think they're just showing the legacy version of Pledge of Hands? You think that's what they're doing? Also, Pledge of Hands, this thing right here, you still have to cast, don't you? Yeah, you still have to cast with this. I think Squash is getting confused with like Ice Nova, Frost Bolts, which is like one of the only situations where you don't have to cast for the additional procs to occur. I think he's just thinking of Ice Nova, Frost Bolts specifically. Repeats don't repeat, they cascade. You know, okay, this theory I like a little bit more. The theory that Shock Nova inherits the same behavior as Ice Nova Frost Bolts, where it's another skill that has the same behavior where it doesn't pay the cost. That could work. What theory? It's exactly what it says. No, you're making an assumption that you don't have to pay the time cast. That you don't... Spell Echo, you have to spend the time casting a skill during the repeats. There is one situation you don't, which is Ice Nova Frost Bolts. And you would have to assume that this is inheriting the Ice Nova Frost Bolt behavior. Because he doesn't freaking do the animation for 4 casts.
tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the
His
map
cast speed's really
device,
fast though, so it is pretty hard to tell.
for quickly navigating the new Atlas.
But to me, it looks like he's doing
When-
2. It looks like he's doing a Spell Echo cast. It doesn't look like freaking 4. I cast fast AF. I see 4, old man. Okay. Slow down the footage.
Using the map
All right, we
device,
can slow
the
down the
Atlas
footage.
quickly name changes. We thought it would
Let's make it even more painful to look at. All right. Slow it way down. All the way down.
be also
Dial it back. Wait, no, that's too far back. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. So he cast 1, 2. So he did 2 casts, 4 rings, and then he cast again 1. But he stopped partway through. Two rings. 4 rings. 1. This was a double cast. So he cast 4 times here, but that was a double cast, right? Because he cast farther down again. Cast like 5 times. I think he did 4 there, which I think was a double cast with a repeat. Is he using Unleash? Plus Echo? I don't think he's using Unleash. Let me check Unleash again. I thought I checked Unleash earlier, but maybe I checked Cascade. Unleash. Unleash is Q? Lowercase q. Does he have lowercase q in his setup? Does not look like he has lowercase q in his setup.
to me.
He has lifted his staff 4 times. That's what I'm saying. It looks like he did it 4 times, but that was a double cast, right? That wasn't just the 4 novas. That he did 2 casts there. And with Spell Echo, he had to do the animation twice. It did not look like he got a free animation, so it does not have the Ice Nova projectiles like you guys are saying. Like he definitely has to pay the animation cost here. So that's the 1 staff raise. Staff raise. Staff lowered. Staff raise. Hold on. All right, staff raise. He's putting down his staff. He puts his staff down. He raises his staff again. Then he raises his staff again, and that's the 2nd cast. And then he's going to go for 1 more staff raise before the 2nd cast. So he casted 2 times. They both echoed, and he had to pay the animation cost for the 2 casts with the Spell Echo. Are we stuck here arguing about the debating of repeats? No, we're talking about whether or not he has to pay the animation cost for Echo, which I think is only a thing with Ice Nova Frost Bolts. It definitely looks like he's paying the animation cost here. I wonder if they're going to change the starting gem to Hallowed one, because Flails will have these types in PoE2. No idea. I don't think they would do things specifically in relation to PoE2, unless it's like saving them some time cost and dev time. Like reusing an asset, for example. His starting gem, yeah, his starting gem's using it, but you don't have to use it. You use whatever you want. Oh, you're asking if there's okay, no, yeah, yes, they are. That is the starting gem for the Templar. Sorry, I think I just misread what you were saying. Would it be so awful if they gave us gem info right away? The reason we don't get gem info right away is because they're still like changing stuff. Every league they're changing stuff till literally like the day before the launch, basically. And gem info is usually one they delay till like a couple days before. It's one of like the latest info drops we get usually, because that's like one of the last things they do. It's crunch time. Yep, crunch time. So we have a elevated version, awakened version, greater version, exceptional version. What are we going to call these gems? There's one for unleash. There's one for faster attacks, multi-strike. I forget what the hell this thing is, but it sucks. Shockwave. Blasphemy. Some more squiggly line stuff. Fork. Chain. Is that Impending Doom? I don't actually know what this one is, but it looks familiar. Culling Strike.
To discover.
Some more squiggly line stuff. Ice Bite? Is this Ice Bite? I don't think I see Ice Bite anywhere. Ice Bite looks different. Yeah, Ice Bite looks like that. I don't think any of these are Ice Bite. Nope. Greater? They said 40, right? How many is this anyways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 plus 15. This is 31.
Additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have
Is there another row?
not as worthwhile to run. Giving players
There's Echo, and then some other stuff we haven't seen before. They said 40, right? Is Mark drunk again? Maybe.
extra
I don't think they show another row, but this goes up to what? 36, and there would be another row of 4 to get to 40, but they don't pan over the entire graph. Chance to flee? I don't think there's a chance to flee in here. Almost put it back to normal playback speed.
challenges.
So they don't actually showcase GMP in there. It was the first gem, top left. Oh, that's chance to flee? That's not faster attacks? Oh my word. It is chance to flee. What the hell? What? You telling me one of the 40 is chance to flee? You know what that is? That's some weird specific drop condition they just added in. Greater flee? Yeah, greater flee. Yeah, none of these are GMP. So what the hell are they doing with GMP? Surely they'll clarify the GMP situation soon, TM. The one I was thinking was Impending Doom was actually Hextoad. This one is. What does Impending Doom look like? Impending Doom. Okay. Hextoad. My Axio Aberon. Appreciate the sub, dude. Thanks for the support. GMP removed? Well, they didn't say it was removed. So either it's one of the 4 gems they didn't showcase here, because they said they have 40 greater supports, or, and there's greater volley too, or they're changing the nomenclature, or it's just going to be weird where we're going to have a bunch of things called greater something, and all these greater things are like the special gems, and then greater GM or greater multiple and greater volley are just like the naming doesn't match, and it's just weird. They said more than 40. Okay, so it's not just 40, it's more than 40. I mean, if like, what does that mean? 42, 41? Like if it was 50, would they would say 50, right? If it was 45, more than 40, I think means there's 40 confirmed and they might add a couple type of thing that they're not sure about yet. There's going to be MP, GMP, GGMP, and GGGMP. Okay, I don't know about that. Pen are missing, yeah. None of the Awakened Cold Pen, Lightning Pen, Fire Pen. Burning damage, Void Manipulation. So there's actually a lot on this list that aren't here that are current Awakened Gems. Minion damage. Because, like, there's a ton of Awakened Gems. And right now, there's a bunch of things that, like, are just different looking. Will div cards be able to give these? The ones that say exceptional? Maybe. How many Awakened Gems are there? Let's find out. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Is that really it? Oh, non-Maven exclusive. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So there's this 35 gems. But in this, like, slideshow here, so many of these are, like, non-current ones, right? So a lot of the current ones are probably getting cut then, maybe? More than 40 implies 40 to 49. Yeah, it would be weird to say more than 40 and then give like 55 gems. Like at that point, you'd say more than 50, right? There's 41 in this image. Do I suck at counting? 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4.
There are over 40 new exceptional supports.
Over 40 new.
Adding a
So 4, 4, 4, 4, 16, 5, 5, 5, 5, 20, 36.
Drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to.
Yeah, there's only 36 in this image they showed. Five rows and four rows? Yeah. Or no, four rows.
Take on those challenges.
Yeah, there's only four rows.
Bosses, exceptional supports to discover. Adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players.
I counted 36. Yeah, it's 36. But like a lot of these aren't current Awakened Gems, so I kind of feel like this means they're cutting a lot of the Awakened Gems. Because there's like a ton here that there isn't later on. Either that or some of these weird ones are like this one looks like two people that are like hugging or something. Maybe that's Awakened added fire somehow, you know, but like I kind of doubt that. I kind of feel like they're just yeeting a lot of the Awakened Gems. And then there's like some alternative replacements, but not all of them are getting replaced. Cutting a lot of the boring ones. Pens, I don't think I saw pen anywhere. I don't think I saw Awakened Focus, burn damage, control destruction, I didn't see. Added damage ones, I didn't see any of those. I don't think I saw Awakened Wed anywhere. Freaking like anything from this entire list. I don't think I saw like anything from any of these. Blasphemy we see. We don't see Castle and Crypt. Do we see Castle channeling in this image? Blasphemy is there.
Extra reason to take on those challenges.
Spell Echo.
Giving players drops to bosses, exceptional supports to discover.
Chance to flee.
Adding additional enticing drops to bosses
Chain
to take on those challenges.
No generosity. I mean, I don't know. Like the only ones that I've seen from our current list is Blasphemy, Chain Fork, Spell Echo, Multi-Strike, Cascade. I think we saw Cascade at one point, and I think we saw Unleash. Void Manip? Yeah, I don't think I've seen Void Manip looking through this. We know Multi-Proj. Do we know Multi-Proj though? I feel like the Multi-Proj node is so freaking ambiguous. This will drop them now? Maybe. And they are referring to them as exceptional now, and they're giving them the tag, so that would expand its pool, right? I think it's greater overexertion. The dude's hugging. You think that's greater overexertion? Does it look like overexertion? No, not really. I mean, I guess there's the overexert support definitely has a dude in there. But this is like 2 dudes. And this is 1 dude. And then you could see like the slam effect going around it. I kind of doubt it. Did I see a Reddit post about a tool? I did not. Usually what I do when I get to lab is I don't have any gems, and then I click my Ascendancy, and then I leave. I get there and I say, oh my goodness, I got the special transfigure version, and then I realize I didn't have any gems for it, and then that's just what it is. Forgot to buy gems? Yep, forgot to buy gems. Could I share it? Sure. If people are interested in Red Eyes, he made a tool for, I guess, maximizing your profit on the current check. I probably checks the current trade prices on Transfigure gems. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many people would make use of that. Maybe there are people that use it. I usually just forget about that thing, and then I end up realizing, oh, I should have brought a gem in earlier. Didn't the patch notes say greater multi was changed to multi? Unless this is a typo, no. This it said lesser was changed to multiple. To me, when I read this, it makes me think that this is becoming an exceptional gem. And this is becoming an exceptional gem. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense. Because if these weren't becoming an exceptional, then I feel like it would make sense that greater would be becoming multi-proj, right? So that's the part where it's like, it's implying that, I feel like. The thing is, I don't know, they showcased 36 gems here, and greater volley and greater multiple aren't in here. And there's a lot of other awakened gems that aren't showcased. So I'm just like, I think a lot of the awakened gems are getting cut, I think is what's happening here. Or the great more than 40 was like really underselling how many we're going to have. Is older greater volley deleted? I don't know. So there's basically a couple possibilities. It could be the greater versions are becoming exceptional. It could be they made a typo, or it could be they didn't make a typo. Greater volley and greater multiple still exist. It's just a weird situation where the new special gems have the same greater prefix tag and the nomenclature is cooked and weird. Decent chance it said more than 40 because 40 were just ones they had ready at the time. Yeah. Guess we'll find out. Probably like Wednesday. Probably like Wednesday we'll find out. I think it's number 3. You think it's just like it's just cooked nomenclature? No.
Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing...
What's your favorite big booming expedition build? Probably... Wait, why are so many people talking about playing expedition? And I like Blighted Contagion for expedition. But honestly, you can do a lot of things for expedition. It's now the same as volley. Why? Oh, the weird part is these being called greater when the greater version we know is the exceptional version, right? That's the weird part. That's the because we know greater spell echo is the new awakened spell echo, right? We see it in this like clip where they're hovering over all the possible
not
right. You can see it right there. That's greater spell echo right there. And this friggin' thing mentions this, right? They did this whole naming convention, and they did it with like Greater Multi-Strike 2. And now it's just weird if these aren't exceptional gems, but they're called greater, like all the other exceptional versions of the supports are. They explained it on Reddit somewhere. Do you have a link? The difference is huge. Oh, it's massive. Like there's certain builds that are really good on late start that are very dependent on GMP and greater volley. So greater GMP? Yeah, that's the question is, are they going to change the naming convention so you can still have a campaign GMP and a campaign greater volley? KF is kind of bad with regular volley. Yeah, Kinetic Fusillade definitely cares a hell of a lot about this, and so does like Peaconk, or so the two of the more obvious ones. But I think a lot of builds care about, a lot of proj builds care about it. Please don't kill Peacock. Well, I mean, they'll probably, I don't know. I think it's just like, this is just not a like very clear, like, it's very ambiguous about what's happening here. They'll probably make a post like, you know, their first day they're in the office next week about it to clarify at some point. I mean, there's certain questions people have about the patches, and they usually like They'll have like an FAQ section, and they'll probably have something specifically for the proj thing, because that was like of the patch notes. This was like the biggest question mark of like what's happening with those. I'm pretty sure said pal, we are safe. We still have GMP at some point on the stream yesterday after some research. What was the research? What kind of insider information does he have? Or is pal just coping? I think it's very unclear. Don't you trust pal? I think you're making this whole story up, wanna avoid. I think you're just making stuff up. And you're trying to get me to start drama with pal. Do you trust pal? Would he lie about this? Meanwhile, it's you just making up stuff. That's what I think's happening. I'm excited for the Catel's Geyser, which seems stellar for the mana stacking with the skills have no mana cost flask. The Catel's Geyser? Where the hell is that? Is that the, Nope, it's not this. No. I'm not getting baited into talking about why this amulet is trash again. Nope. You guys can't get me. No. It's OP. It's not OP. Where are you guys getting your flask effect? Where are you getting flask effect? You guys do realize this is the amulet slot we're talking about here, right? The amulet slot. I'm getting 42% from my belts. Okay. So you're clicking Pathfinder. So you don't have Arcane Blessing. And then let me get this straight. You're using your entire belt slot and a very large portion of your tree going to nodes that are not optimal for mana scaling to get to a grand total of about 100% flask effect. And now you have 200% Arcane Surge effect, which gives you 30 cast speed and like what? 140 mana regenerate? And you've given up your belt slot, your ascendancy, and like 20 passive points. Okay, correction. You got 40 cast speed and 60 mana regenerate. Or counterpoint, you could click Hyro, give up none of your belt slot, don't give up 20 passives, have 30% more damage, and still have an amulet and a belt slot. And you're a Hyro, which has way better mana scaling than Pathfinder does. I thought it was bad, but now that you're talking about it, it sounds kind of good. No way. You guys are trolling me. There's no way. There is no way. Does Arcane Surge effect work on the more damage from the gem? Arcane Surge? No. The Hyro node? Yes. Arcane Surge is you have a static amount while you have Arcane versus the Hyro node is Arcane Surge grants, and that scales with the effect. You're assuming I am stupid enough to play Ranger. Somebody in chat said they were playing Pathfinder. I wasn't assuming anything. Okay, so let me get this straight, Nibble Lips. You're not playing Ranger. You just have 42 flask effect from your belts. And you're giving up, instead of 20 passive points, you're giving up 40 to get the flask effect nodes because you somehow think this is worth it. And you've given up your belt slot and your amulet slot. I think you can have some fun with it even if it's not best in slot. I'm not saying it's best. I'm not saying it has to be best in slot. I don't think it beats a mediocre rare. That's what I'm saying. I think you shouldn't be using this over like a mid-tier rare. Listen, Lance, not everyone's playing min-max. I'm not saying you have to play min-max. I'm saying it's bad. You can use the life regen rune graft as well? Yeah. You can do that. Forbid I have one of have fun, Lance. Okay, guys, you guys use your amulet, okay? Do it. Stop telling me about you use the amulet. You can do whatever the hell you want, okay? Tendy bills will come around, Lance will make a bill with us? No, I won't, because it's not good. Do you think the red version will be better? The red version? No. I think this is bad too. This is more usable than this is, though. I think they're both bad, but this is more usable. At the very least, this gives you like a lot of dot multi, you know, at the cost of a little bit of annoying flask management. Seems usable for like Slam Ignites. Yeah. This one is like, to me, it has usable values. This is like you're trolling. You're absolutely trolling when you put this on. Are they gonna do new sub goals this league? I'm not planning on it right now. No. I'm gonna do Holy Sweep meta now. Little hammers from the sky go burr. Yeah. Just don't use this amulet. We're all good here. Just don't let me catch you using this amulet. I'm just saying, okay? If I catch any one of you using this amulet, that's when we have a problem. You can play whatever skill you want. Just don't let me catch you using the Katal's Geyser. How else are you going to sustain mana? What do you mean, how else are you going to sustain mana? Well, most builds you just do leech, or you do regen, or you're like a blood magic character, or you have minus flat cost. Every time, like, what do you mean? How do I? Every time I've ever had like a mana flask on a build, like occasionally I'll have a mana flask on a build. People be like, "Oh, the mana flask!" Like normally you guys are giving me crap if I have a mana flask. I'm gonna use that amulet with Death's Oath and Pharma Savali. No. The trifecta combo. The doesn't Q mod is good, to be honest. Listen, you guys play with your Katal's Geyser. I will not stop you. I think you guys are on something. I'm not sure how many different types of drugs, but I am not a doctor, and I'm not here to try to diagnose your decisions on amulet choices right now. It's usable with the new support gem Permafrost. It's called Frost Mage. Okay, you know what, guys? I think I'm starting to understand the situation. You see a new support gem that has mana related stats on it. You see an amulet that says mana on it, and we've come to the conclusion we need to use both of those together because there's definitely no already in the game things that support mana scaling in any way that might be better than using that amulet. Because those are two new things that got added. We must use those together because they both have the word mana on them. It all makes sense now. We're stacking mana? No, you're not. You're not stacking much mana because your amulet only has 50 flat. What is it? 70 flat? How much does your mana does your amulet have? 65 flat. You forget. You guys are gonna have your like 3k mana character. I'm stacking mana, Lance. I put half my tree into flask effect. I gave up my belt for flask effect. My amulet has 65 flat. Why do I only have 3k mana on my mana build? You know, it's kind of a good thing though, because proportionally, since your mana is such a low number, your flask feels more powerful, and then you can double down on why you're coping that this is a good idea. Because your mana is such a low number that the amount of sustain you're getting from your flask feels like a lot, you know, proportionally. Because your mana is so low, because you click this amulet and then spent half your tree investment on flask effect. That's a beautiful thing. It all makes sense. The pause on Mark, yo, he looks pretty happy. Holy. Octavian looking pretty happy as well. Arcane Surge doesn't mean you stack mana. You can use the more damage from Hyro. Yeah. You can scale the more. How much flask effect do you think you're getting, Nipple Lips, on your non-mana build that wants to scale Arcane Surge effect? You click Hyro and you're playing non-mana, which is fine. Hyro's a good caster Ascendancy. No, I'm not getting tilted into this conversation where this is. Use the amulet. I don't care. It's gonna be like bleed elementals all over again. Nipple Lips is like gaslighting his way about pretending he likes this thing, never makes a bill with it, and the next thing you know, I'm listening to chat a year later talking about this thing that Nipple Lips never committed to, but he just chatted about on end and never. I don't even know if Micro Distillery is still in the game. It's still in the game. It's still in the game. Micro Distillery does still exist. Lance is gatekeeping the amulet. You guys play with the amulet, okay? You guys do it. I'm gonna play not with the amulet. I'm gonna play this thing. Look at this thing.
We thought it would be also good.
Look how cool that looks. It do look pretty cool, right? That's what I'm thinking about playing. Lance just wants the amulet for himself. Yep, you got me. Hopefully with the gem info, they clarify how this skill works, whether or not it's going to be just a 2-cast overlap or if it's always going to have the 4 procs. I bet you he's scaling Arcane Surge effect with this character. All right. Okay, what do you see right here? Guys, what do you see right there? Huh? What's this? What's this? What's on his neck? Do you think he just didn't have the new version of the game with the new best in slot mana amulet? And he didn't have that option. That's why he was forced to use the Xeres instead. Buy 50 amulets, get rich. That amulet is going to be 1 chaos. I'm not going to buy it. And you can buy it. And I don't care. Okay. Skin transferred. That is the new amulet. Okay. You guys clearly can't be reasoned with here. I'm going to go try to see if they ever showcased Holy Strike. They didn't ever tell how much damage numbers it had, right?
Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill. In fact, Exile,
where's the Holy Strike?
Reworked into holy effects might batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage when successfully hitting an enemy. Enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
Why did it have to have like this minion tag scaling? Like, I feel like this skill could have been like decent scaling, but then they're like, yeah, we're gonna make it tied to minion stuff. Are we copying trailer builds? No, we're just thinking about what we want to play. And right now I'm leaning towards Shock Nova with the Reliquarian, but we need more info. We don't get the Reliquarian info until like a couple days from now. So I think realistically what we should probably do is ask ourselves, how much is E-Blade getting cooked? That's the real question we should probably be asking right now. I have a bunch of like E-Blade characters from the last time we updated the E-Blade guide. The question is, how much can we test that? Let's see, how much ES do we lose with the minus quality? It's gonna be even more because we're losing a bunch from ints. I think just late game you don't even go CI is probably what the answer is gonna be. Let's just first off. It's gonna be like sub 20 before the int losses. What's our regular energy blade cost? Energy blade. So it's a 6k ES loss with just losing that, which obviously it wouldn't be as much because you wouldn't have a pure armor-based shield. Right? You'd go for like flat ES or whatever, or like an actual ES base, but still, you wouldn't go this hard into in scaling. No, you wouldn't. You'd go strength, all attribute, like crit multi. You'd probably stick with Ivory Tower. I think the CI is just probably too much breaking your ES with the changes they did to ints and the quality. I think E-Blade Inquis is still S tier. I think E-Blade Inquis is probably still very, very good. I think your late game, you don't go like the CI type of thing like I have here. I think you probably lose too much in terms of. I think you stick with Ivory Tower. I think probably that's my rough guess. How much percent ES would we lose? 3k is 600%. So that would go to 300%. How can I quickly lose 300% ES? We started at 1600 and every 1000 is 100%, right? So we lost about 100% here. We've lost another 100% here. The simplex, and we don't want to lose that much. I'm just trying to get roughly the right amount. This does not have flat evasion on it. So we've lost 100% here, and we've lost 160-ish here. This is close. This is close. Shaper's Touch. Ooh, you know what? That would have been a way better way to do this. Wait. Shaper's Touch will lose us another 100. Okay, yeah, that works. Do I brick any of my... I do not. Okay, we can do this. Oh. So between the quality and the in-scaling nerf, it would have literally lost us half the ES. Holy. You know, the funny thing is I'm pretty sure... Okay, we need to... Let's give the Watcher's Eye. Maybe that'll be a better way to do this, where I don't have to brick my... You're not on 0 quality E-Blade? This is a 0 quality E-Blade. This is level 1. Level 1, 0 quality. Does this build still deal damage? This probably still deals damage. I just think it's just the wrong approach compared to like a Ivory Tower setup. Because this is like way more lenient into in-scaling, which you just shouldn't do after the nerf, I think. Let's look at some endgame fights. Synth boss. Directly nerfing E-Blade is silly when they're nerfing ES anyways. Is it silly? E-Blade's pretty OP, guys. What gem do I have on? Oh, I have, that is what I have on. Wait, have I messed up my crit chance with this? I kind of messed up my crit chance. Because, like, technically this character would have... Like, I killed strength, so I killed crit chance doing this. This wasn't, like, the proper way to do this. I still think most likely the answer is going to be not going CI. Because you give up a lot less if you don't lean into the int as hard. Because this character's like giga leaning into int right now.
Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden.
Does the setup have good damage? I don't know. I'm definitely nerfing it more than it would be nerfed when we go to like when we'd go to play it. This is just like a setup you wouldn't I just don't think this would be the right way to go about it. You could still do this, I guess, but I don't think this is the way you'd wanted to actually do it.
In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow.
E-Blade, it's ES on quality for attack speed, which I think is fine. That's the biggest nerf to E-Blade. That's a very sizable nerf to E-Blade. That's like a 25% less ES is what happened there, which is, you know, 25% less damage, 25% less tank. Is E-Blade still very good? I think it's still very good, but it's a very sizable nerf.
This one is my own creation.
ES tattoos back in the menu. Yes, ES tattoos. And I think Ivory Tower scaling will just be the correct play.
That came from. Face your destruction. Be no more. Impossible.
25% massive. It's like 25% if you're talking about a +2 support and at least like a level 4 enhance. If you're talking about like the worst case scenario of like, I'll put it this way. The more trash your character is, the less nerf it is, right? Basically, like if you don't have +2 supports, if you don't have enhance yet, the early game is less affected, the late game is more affected, right? E-Blade got a nerf? Yes, it got a nerf. So like, sure, yeah, you could still do CI if you wanted to. I don't think this will be the right play though. We need to simulate a setup with more along the lines of Ivory Tower, because I think Ivory Tower is going to lose a hell of a lot less because you lean a lot more into strength and you're not so giga over invested into int, which is a lot weaker after the ES change. You think Ivory Tower for the build I'm gonna do? Yeah, Ivory is definitely less nerfed by contrast. Is Penance Brand still viable in early Sanctum? I don't know if it's the best choice anymore. It's probably still viable. I do not know if it's the actual, like, correct choice. Okay, so with the in-scaling nerf, CI, you lose... It's basically like half your ES if you're going to go CI like into this in-scaling sort of setup. Let's look at the loss on like an Ivory setup to try to see some comparison here. How we deal with chaos damage? Oh, this is a Merc bot. No. You can use core skating or you can use the Foulborn, shield. You lose the Wrathpith, but that's something you can deal with, to be honest. I, for one, am going to be tempted to look at non-core skating as an option, and I'll showcase both. Ashes, yeah, Ashes Visage, the Foulborn version specifically. Okay, so this is a pretty, like, scuffed setup. Let's lose quality. Energy Blade. Okay, so this setup goes from 10k4 to E-Blade nerf 8.8. And then I have to lose 100% increased ES, which I can do. But how do I do that? How do I lose 100% increased ES on this character right now? What is the best way to simulate that? The end wheel? Yeah, we could do end wheel. The problem is it's going to brick my crit chance is the main issue. So it'll be bad for testing because the crit chance is bricked. I guess I'll have to see if I can get the crit chance elsewhere on the character. Put in a crit support. Yeah, okay. I guess we have a 5 link on this, right? Yeah, so we can put a crit support. So we were at 80 base crit before we did that. I need to lose a couple hundred additional ints. Or just some more ES somewhere. We had strength before with attributes. I'm just going to try to get rid of this. 15% is the same as losing like 75 ints. What else can we lose? The recover mastery. I don't really want to lose that. Another 10% ES there. Let's get 10% life back. So we've lost 125 plus like 200. I need to lose another 40% ES. There's no split personalities on this tree. We'll lose this light radius mastery because this comes with $776 minus 26. Still a little bit higher on that. So I need to lose another 150 ints. I want Excel plus resist and goal. I think Excel is going to be the premium one. I think it'll be Excel plus resist is the most sought after. That or the Echo Shrine. Because Echo Shrine is going to be decently valued as well. I think you need some element of speed. I don't know. Some people might just pay decently for the other ones too, just because like diamond's cool or whatever. Okay. I also lost flat here. I think this is pretty close. I think we needed to lose like slightly more int. But not by much. I think this is close to the ES loss. We probably need to lose just a little bit more. But I don't think I want to change too many other things. Oh, I can make this just say strength. Hold on. Okay. All right. That should be fine. That should be really close. So this setup would be you buy some initial rings. You don't even have a Cyclopean yet. You have a Shaper's Touch. And I need a crit gem to simulate the crits. What's my crit right now if I put on crit strike support? Just a low level one. We were like 80 crit chance on Lancing Steel before. 81 or something like that. Needs to go to about 80. Okay, that's roughly about right. Probably need some more accuracy as well. Yeah, we bricked our accuracy a little bit. Getting rid of all the int nodes, that's a good point. Do I have any accuracy I can grab right now that's close by? We'll say like that. That's probably close. Well, no, because we're going to lose accuracy on the gloves too a little bit, right? So I don't think we should even grab that. Accuracy would actually be a bit lower than it is right now. We probably need maybe some additional accuracy investment elsewhere, like precision. Am I running precision? Okay, so it'd be like probably slightly lower accuracy than what we have right now. We need more shapers. I don't think it'll be too much different. So we took off like what, 200 something int. So we would have I'd probably be like 4K accuracy versus like 3K. 950. It's 2 versus because it's 1-to-1, right? So we have like 500 additional accuracy that we wouldn't have. So it'd be like 1 accuracy roll to be at this accuracy that we're at right now. I think that's mostly fine. Let's see. What is our damage on Eater? New accuracy wheel with the Templar? Yeah. It's like right here or right here. We could potentially take one of those if they're good. I don't think that'll be too much of the problem, but maybe it would be. We tank the beam. Do I have mark on hit? Okay, I do. You lost like 25% yes? Yes. And this is like a real budget setup. This is a setup that's like still equal parts int, equal parts strength at this point. If you can't take the Drowning Orb, then the build sucks. Drowning Orb? You can always tank Drowning Orb. So that accounts for no quality on E-Blade. You'd get attack speed back, which is a bit of quality of life, but you're still like your damage still gets ripped, right? And we probably would need a little bit more accuracy than what we currently have, but everything else should be pretty close to mirroring what's going to change. This is a lot closer to the before and after of mostly just most of the nerf on this setup is more balanced around the enhance and stuff. I think it's probably going to be the case that CI is not the way to go, because CI is like you go really heavy in like in int investment, and it's not as efficient now. I think it's probably Ivory. Will the new E-Blade be better for Flicker Strike? The new E-Blade is just worse than the old E-Blade. Could you use it with Flicker Strike? Sure. Attack speed quality is at least helpful for attack builds. I did a rough mess around with the character I plan on making this league with Goal and Shrine Belt. I get 90 max res to every res. Max hit went up by 30%, and I have 180 movement speed without Onslaught or Tailwind. This seems fine. Dude, the Shrine Belt, dude, I think it's gonna be 400D or something. I don't see the belt being common, and then the specific like the Excel Shrine is gonna go for a premium. Did they nerf EB? Yep, they nerfed EB. They nerfed the quality. Did I hear you're talking doom and gloom on my chickens? Did you read the patch notes of Baxith? I think they maybe finally took a shot at the chickens. What about it? Where do you think all your chickens come from, Abaxith? Where do you think your discounted chickens are coming from? There's gonna be a Harvest Beast Astrolabe. So that's the cope that people keep saying is the Astrolabe. Let's look at the examples of Astrolabes. Well, let's hover some of the examples. If my computer could load. Shape region containing rituals, containing blight, containing abyss.
Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
So, like, do these look like they're giving you some enhanced version of the content? They give you more as you clear them? Yeah. They give additional like multipliers each time you clear the map. But do you guys think it's gonna be that insane for Beast, for example? They show with Blight. Yeah, let's look at the Blight one. That's a good call.
For example, maps to have Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every
Blight chest contain additional reward. So the hope is that there's gonna be something that's like Giga Rare Beast or more likely.
other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region,
or more beasts, strongbox, blight encounter, rarity of items found, strongbox is to be unique, oil. Like they did a map and they have like one thing pertaining to blight and some other stuff not related to blight. Contains harvest beasts. Yeah, I guess they could have something that says contains harvest beasts. Okay, so put it this way. Right now, the way Einhar Harvest Beast works is you spam scouting reports until you see the Harvest Beast option. If you have to clear maps to then add special mods to then search for the rare encounter of finding Harvest Beasts, there's a lot of like additional time that has been added, right? It's not like scouting reports where you just get to spam it all day long and just reroll until you find Harvest Beast, right? Like what I think happened with the Harvest Beast last time, I think they were trying to limit Harvest Beast, but they didn't think about the fact that people would be able to just spam reroll pretty easily and still generate a bunch of beasts. I think this is them doing take two of potentially trying to limit the birds. The tree will have, the maps will have tree plus scarab though. That's true. Yeah, if it can roll Harvest Beast and then you can force it to have 30 beasts on the map, so every time you do find it, you can get way more of it in like one big hit, even if you find it less. That's a fair point. I'm fine with Vivid Vultures not being 2D. I just think they're going to be rarer. I mean, I think they're going to be more limited is what I'm saying. I mean, we'll see. Right now, I feel like they're pretty common with the Einhar reroll mission current meta. You mentioned earlier Blighted Contagion for Expedition. Do you think it can handle full scarabs with juice remnants? I'm worried it can't have the damage for rares. Probably just depends on your setup. I have not done... What does Expedition go up to? Does it have a like difficulty scaling one? Prefix suffixes. Does this one like have... Is this one a difficulty scaling one? I don't think any of this would be making Expedition harder, like, to the point that Blighted Contagion couldn't do it. If it had, like this thing with the gain difficulty and reward, that might get too tanky, but I think regular Expedition, I don't think you're outscaling it. The new Scarab? If there's a new Scarab that does the difficulty, then maybe. I mean, I don't know, like, it depends how... That's freaking, I don't know. If it's something we haven't played with, I don't know how hard that gets. The new Expedition Scarab has that? Yeah, with that, maybe. I'd freaking hell if I know. Is the maybe? I just like Blighted Contagion for like a big pack clear ability when like a bunch of stuff spawns in. Big Bong Expeditions are going to be fun. Yeah, I think Big Bong Expeditions are a good time. What's the E-Blade guys' take on E-Blade? Pretty sizable nerf. E-Blade I think is still good though. We need to do... I think I need to do more like... I need to do a proper setup accounting for the nerfs for like a late game version to make sure like the end game scaling's still going to be decent. Right now, this is testing like a 5-link with pretty much a Wrathpith is going to be your most expensive item, right? Like on League Start, Shaper's Touch are like 50 chaos or 20 to 50 chaos. Ivory Towers, I don't know. For a 5-link, you're probably looking at 50 to 100 C. Astromantis, 1D on League Start. Crying Inward Eye, maybe 1D on League Start. Crown's not even like that great of an item. And Wrathpith is probably a couple divines. Tree, I think this character has bad tree stuff, right? Yeah, this character's got pretty trash tree stuff. Yeah. And Bao has a couple divines. I mean, the thing is, okay, like Crown, Shapers, Ivory, Wrath on like day 1 are fairly expensive. Day 2 they start tanking pretty hard is the main thing. Yo, Mr. Lance, Scion RF alive? Yep, Scion RF didn't get changed like at all. Wrathpith is always like 2 to 4D. Yeah, early game it's got decent value. I think it tanked a lot harder than normal this league though because of oh, what's it called? Because of the Foulborn version. So I imagine that'll probably have an effect on it. Do I die to this? I do die to this. Rest in peace. I guess I should have a Mortal Call there. I literally have a Mortal Call and Frost Shield and I just press neither of them. Alright, let me see what a Guardian map looks like on this character. There's plenty of damage for like Quest Exarch or regular Exarch. Where is my map tab? If I was a map tab, where the hell would I be? Oh, no. What do you mean? What do you mean?
What have you?
Wait, do standard players have to do this like every league? Every time something gets swapped, do standard players have to do this? Where they have to go through and move all their maps over? How do you guys live like that? Honestly, that's insane. I keep old tabs that are easy to hide and organize. Mogling, do you play standard?
My captors felt no emotion.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. You know, on the upside, we do get 20% cast speed, right? Or attack speed. Because you can do enhance with it to get the attack speed. That's going to be local attack speed, right? Didn't E-Blade used to have quality like this and it was local? I swear it used to be attack speed. They changed it to the more ES thing, and then they're changing it back to attack speed. The old was crit quality and it was local. Okay, so it never had attack speed, it was crit quality. What do you guys think? Global attack speed or local attack speed? It's gonna be local, right? Surely it's gonna be local. Alright, what is our damage on Minotaur?
This is the key
like 5 mil DPS. What was that? 6 seconds? I don't know. I wasn't watching too close. How good is the gear? This gear is pretty bad in my opinion. Like, okay, this is the gear where you have your key items. You have your Wrathbith, you have your Ivory. Your Astromentus. Crown's a good starter item. Shapers, but aside from that, it's pretty mid-rares. And it's a 5-link. I know what you're thinking. It's a 6-link, Lance. It's not a 6-link. We're just compensating for the fact we had to get rid of a bunch of int to compensate for the ES. Our crit chance would be basically the same of what it is now. The E-Blade starter kit, yeah. Basically the E-Blade starter items. It's 2D on the 3rd day. Is it 2D on the 3rd day? I don't know about that. Wrathbith usually retains some value decently. What was Wrathbith value this league? Like, okay, Ivory, Shapers, Crown, Astromentus, those all tank pretty fast. Balbala and Wrath, I feel like they hold a bit better around the 2D mark. What was the value of our shield? Keepers League. Okay, so it was like 1D this league, but Thalborn Wrathbith I think kind of hurt that. Probably. How do I get 14,000 ES before Quest X Arc? You gear up your character, install it. You don't rush it if you want to be at 14,000 ES. What was Brutal Restrain at? Can I tell it to be Balbala? All types. That's not going to let me choose the type I want, is it? It's usually around 2 to 3 at the end of day 2. I would say Wrathbith is 5 to 3D at day 3. You're crazy. 5 to 3? Has Wrathbith like ever been 5 to 3 at day 3? I feel like 2D is usually around its upper limit on league starts. In Sanctum meta, so when Sanctum wasn't nerfed multiple leagues ago, before Faustus gold trading, in a different timeline, in a different version of the game, Wrathbith held a higher value. I feel like I've played, well, that was like back when I've played E-Blade starts, and I don't remember ever having to pay that much for a Wrathbith. maybe like at the peak price point of a league, it was 40. I don't think I ever remember 5. That sounds crazy to me. $44D. If you're slow, you had to pay a premium. I think you're talking about like you have to be like a perfect kind of slow. Because the slower you are, if you're really slow, the price craters. You have to be like mid-level slow to pay a premium, I think. It'll be cheaper since the Divines will be crazy expensive. I think it's cheaper because Sanctum's nerfed, so a lot less people are doing it. E-Blade is nerfed, so less people will be playing it. But that's your main contingency point is Brutal and Rathbith, right? Can I link you something? Sure, Ketoth. Roy and Rathbith price? Yeah, let's see it. Ketoth has some information for us. Oh, this is Antiquarian? Yeah. This thing is, people are going to be complaining about getting blinded. guys, do you guys look at what happened on this graph? Does anyone know what happened? Okay, no, it got changed though. It did get buffed, right? It did get changed at one point. Was that when it got buffed, or was it just because people started doing Sanctum League starts? What's the change log say? 319 is when it got buffed. Which one is 319? 319 is Calandra League. So that would have been before Sanctum. Is when it got its Giga buff was Calandra League. But that's still kind of funny. Like that's, you know, it's totally because people or do a Sanctum League start and they have some initial money to invest. Am I one of the only light mode enjoyers? You might be. You might be. But yeah, all of these are like 2D, 3D tops type of thing. And this is prior the Sanctum nerfs, right? What's the... I guess this is Necropolis. When was the Sanctum nerfs? I don't remember which league it was. It wasn't Necropolis. Sanctum nerf happened like recently, like 2 leagues ago, like Mercenaries. So we can't... It would be nice if we could add some more recent leagues, I guess. But Necropolis is the most recent one it's going to let us do. Switch to the vines on the right side. Ooh, I can do that? Yeah. 2D. Freaking... Whoever the hell was paying 5D for the Wrath, I don't know what they were like. They were I don't know what they were doing. Okay. I don't know who's saying Wrath is 5D. But even in the leagues where Sanctum was a meta league start, it wasn't even 2D. Or wasn't going beyond 2D. I feel my soul burning every time I glance at the screen. I'm sorry for having eyes, KWAS. It's gonna be okay. Does PvE Ninja have some of the recent price history? Yeah, we were looking at that earlier for this league. Ooh, it has Mercenaries. Let's check Mercenaries. Mercenaries. And this is the first league they nerfed Sanctum. So Mercenaries, people still played it, right? And it got to basically a little bit under 2D. And the price spike is that basically that second day. If you buy it on the third or fourth day, you're getting it for free. And that's similar to what happened on Keepers, right? But Keepers had a even lower point because of Foulborn items, I think. We're competing with it. Yeah, Keepers was even a lower spike because less people were doing Sanctum starts because Sanctum's just worse. It didn't spike up. It just started out a little bit high and then tanked. Wrathbith is locked behind Legion? No. Brutal Restraint is locked behind Legion. Balbala, I think, is anywhere from like 1 to 3D on League Start. But I can't check specifically Balbala, right? Because it's an average of 3D to Divine, and the other ones people don't care about for the most part. I love how this research proved the original comment right. What are you talking about? Prove the original. Did not prove the original. Prove that guy was crazy. Some that dude was freaking claiming 3 to 5D, and I was saying at most league starts, I think I've seen 2D, which is exactly what this data says. Those guys are making up numbers. I hope the minion strike doesn't have a cooldown like Holy Relic. I want to meme with it. Good luck, Fevered Mushroom. It looks like it attacks when you attack, so there's a chance it has a cooldown like Holy Relic, and there's also a chance that it just attacks when you attack. I think it'll just attack when you attack, because like Holy Relic you can use like things like Lancy Still Spraying, so they have to limit it by CDR, whereas Holy Strike is limited by the fact it's, you know, a 1 attack skill with like, I don't know, attack speed base of like 1 per, you know, like just base normal. It's not like they're counterbalancing versus like Cyclone or like Lance Steel Spraying. The new Shock Nova looks fun. That's what I was thinking too. That's what I'm thinking about for next league, is the new Shock Nova. The shield alone is often 8 divs early. Oh, okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to step away for a second. You guys are going to keep lying about shield prices. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Mainly, I have to pee. But also, I'm kind of annoyed with you guys who keep making up prices about Wrathbit that aren't even close to reality. You guys know what just occurred to me? I completely forgot early game E-Blade. We're not even Ivory Tower. I completely forgot about the new Foulborn Ghost Wraith. So like at this budget level, I think it's probably Ghost Wraith, but they nerfed Ghost Wraith. So I think what we should do is we should set up a test character based on that. Yeah, it went from 50 to 40. Is there a tailoring orb enchant that gives reduced defense? Because we could simulate if there's one like that's like 25 reduced defense. Ghost Drive. Sorry, tailoring orb. Ghost Ride feels good early. Yeah, Ghost Ride is very good early. Definitely the play for early E-Blade for sure. And it solves one of E-Blade's early game problems. "25% reduced attribute." There's hope. There's hope. If there's 25% reduced attribute, there could be 25% reduced defense. Reduce attribute requirements? Oh, it's attribute requirements. It's not reduced it's not like 25% reduced of a mod. Okay, never mind. Control F is hard. Shut up. I don't think we can simulate it then. Because the only thing that has reduced defense is like 50%, which is too much. What are our other options to simulate it? I guess we could just reduce the amount of life we have. Artificially. 50% reduced defense, yeah, but that's way more than necessary. We only need to go from 50 to 40. Where are the ring with less life? Yes, yeah. 25% less energy shield? Yeah, it's just like one support gem. That's a good call. All right, I like that call. We'll just lose the 25% damage that way. Lose the damage that way. All right, let's get all this stuff put away. Do I sell this? Just to get it out of my hands? Reflected ring, yeah, we could get one with like minus life. Alright, I don't need to take off like all this stuff. I just need to take off like a couple things, right? Let's try to get a budget setup going. This is not my stash. Pivot for Sanctum? I don't know. We're going to test out some different skills. Right now, I'm just going to try to set up a Ghost Rife setup. This is the current plan. Might be able to scrounge up a starter with those 250 divs? Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Life, energy shield, equal. Keepers.
It's a gilded one.
I do LA Tornado. LA Tornado is solid. Templar with Ghost Wraith is it's a questionable clothing choice. Okay, does this have life on it? We don't care about these having ES bases. It could just be items that just have life on them, right? Let's take off some of this stuff and we'll start thinking about our choices on this character. Leave the boots on for now because I need movement speed. Zoom in, no. Swimsuit calendar, not a thing. Not a thing. Oh yeah, this was the aristocrat test. Good times. Good times. Ghostwrite the CI thinking? I don't think I would recommend that. I think that's a bad idea. What baseline things do we go for early, guys? What baseline items are good early? Do we keep with something like Magenords? Is that a solid early budget item? Can ultimately just be... Is it going to be EB Ghostwrite? Yep, that's what we're going to set up a test character for. That's what we're looking at right now. Magnate. Magnate's pretty solid. Magnate's also like a T2 though, isn't it? Isn't Magnate like kind of rare? Regen belt. Yeah, Immortal Flush is solid. I like Immortal Flush because we're going to go double regen with this setup. And Immortal Flush has some life too. I tried it in Free League and it was 300 div on Sunday. Oh, was it now? Was it now? Get it out. Yeah, Magnates is probably stronger than Regen Belt, but Regen Belt's definitely going to be cheaper. I think we'll just go Regen Belt because it's guaranteed going to be a cheap option. Quick check to make sure if there's anything else that'll be similar price and worth it. Nah, Regen Belt's fine for a starter belt. Let's get like a negative 20 roll with at least 85 life and 240 regen. Let's go for a very mid roll. Regen Belt is surprisingly good in my opinion. Yep, Regen Belt's good. Okay, Regen Belt, Ghost Wraith. What other obvious things do we want for League start? Do I want to have to travel all the way to Utmost Mights? I do like getting the life scaling nodes out here. Let's actually just do a quick look about what we're thinking pathing wise. We don't care about ES scaling with the Foulborn Ghost Wraith setup. What type of pathing do we actually want with this character? Is YouTube chat real? Always has been. I'm gonna test with some simulated nerfs tonight. Let me know how it goes. Good luck to your test. Just use the Shrine Belt. I'm sure it'll be cheap. Yep, that seems like really a great idea, doesn't it? I'm sure the Shrine Belt will be cheap. Yeah. I guess the question is that is there a better early helmet than the Blood Magic helm? Because the Blood Magic helm comes with like 20 double dam and Blood Magic, right? Is there a helmet we would rather have at this point than that? For good early game? It's over? What do you mean it's over? Pal made a video about it. What do you mean it's over? How easy? Did you think that if no content creator made a video about it, that it would that it would be cheap. I'll give you an example. When they announced like Mage Blood, and they were like, and people were in chat going, Lamau 1C. Did it start out as a 1C belt? Nope. I got Mage Blood very early in that league, and I had to pay a couple hundred divines. It was not cheap at the start, even though there were people Lamauing 1C. It was like 500. It was very expensive to start out with. Like, coping that a really insane item like that is just going to go straight through to launch and nobody's going to buy it because no one makes like videos on it per se. Like, there's still a lot of players that realize when something's good, even if there's a lot of people that don't. And they're going to be willing to pay currency for it. Tides of Time flew under the radar. Tides of Time did not fly under the radar. Tides of the Time was mid and always has been mid. What do you... Tides of Time is amazing. Sure. Yeah, Nippleips, you use it with your amulet. Freaking let me know how it goes. Tides of Time is very strong on standard with legacy flasks. Breathe. Breathe. Moggling? I don't know if you know this, but no one cares about standard. Nobody cares. Shut up. But actually in standard league. Freaking shut up. Yes. Yes. You have really broken flasks and you have legacy tattoos with flask effect. I do not care. Shut up. Too far? I don't think it was far enough. I don't think it was far enough. Yeah, I think it's 20% double damage helmet. It's probably just 20% double damage helmet. The helmet on the League Start is just, it's so cheap and it's so good. 20 double D. And you get blood magic, so you don't have to path to it. Solves mana issues. Well, you want blood magic regardless in this situation. What am I even typing? Marohes. Malachi. Malachi.
It seems if
the waters lie still.
What do you think of Dark Pact Astral Projector? Looked like a fun build. Yeah, that could be fun. How much damage does Dark Pact get from your own life? Dark Pact is 12% life to deal that much chaos damage. More damage of using your own life. The thing about this is, okay, they showcased Burden of Truth as possibly one of the top nodes, which is like a skill that gives you base damage based on your life. The thing is, if that's an option, this is maybe a questionable choice compared to other skills with better effectiveness. If you can go Burden of Truth, like if you're gonna go like life scaling Reliquarian, I would imagine there might be some better options to this. Came for the mini stream, stayed for the ASMR. This is not ASMR, and this is not a mini stream. You can go. What the hell? That's not what we're doing here. Okay, theoretically, we do want Iron Will for sure. We're gonna want life nodes, and we're gonna want a lot of them. What other percent damage scaling? Do we just go straight across? We care about pain attunement for early damage. This node is not that great. These are okay. Some of these hybrid nodes, which are normally like stuff you care about more, are just not as good, right? I'm shocked to see that it was cheap. I've seen some crazy prices before. Maybe you were looking at the... I mean, it really depends what league you're in, but most leagues it's capped out at about 2D early and then tanks from there. What's he cooking right now? We're looking at early game E-Blade, which would be a Ghost Wraith, I'm pretty sure. I'm just trying to think about how how the pathing of the tree goes. Does new Stormbrand make sense at all? Okay, let me look at current Penance Brand. How good is it currently? If we're looking at current dissipation before nerfs. Current Penance Brand before nerfs is 10% branded enemy. 30 per energy after the first. It goes up to how much energy? Is it 20? Up to 20 energy. It hits for 50 effectiveness. Pulses every 0.75. Yeah, so it's like 600 more. So times 7. So it's like 1,000 effectiveness, right? Roughly. Plus the 10% more to branded enemy. It's like 1,000 effectiveness currently. What's the change to it? It goes from that to... It goes to 1 second, so the cast time gets slower. Pulse deals 20% per energy. Quality now it's 15% to branded enemy. Previously 10. Okay, so that is 50 times 5 for 400% more. Divided by 1 instead of 0.75 for the cast time. Times 1.15 times 2. So it's 575 effectiveness now. Which is like, yeah, it's like a 50% nerf. Not quite, but close. So if we look at... Let's look at Stormbrand, for example. I'm just curious. Is Stormbrand's numbers all of a sudden reasonable? Or is it still trash? It's probably still trash, right? Stormbrand is 0.75 with 80% more at 55. It's still bad. Times 2 times 1.8. Yeah, I mean that's still worse than dissipation. 26 to 27% more damage. Yeah, it's still pretty low damage.
Monk, I need a monk.
Activates every 0.5. Did they change that?
Again, login.
Oh, hold on. Was I just looking at the wrong thing? Yeah, okay, that's 0.5. What's Penance Brand then? Did I look at the wrong thing for Penance Brand too? No, Penance Brand is okay. It matches but for some reason Storm Brand has the slower cast speed, but the faster activation. Okay, that's my bad. Hold on, let's do that again. So it's 50% more than this. Still worse than Penance Brand, but it doesn't have the ramp time. So it might end up feeling similar, to be honest, because you would have to ramp to 20 stacks for Penance Brand, whereas this doesn't need ramp. They might actually be in a similar situation. Storm Brand might even feel better in Sanctum because you don't have to ramp. 0.25 is that big of a difference? Yep. I mean, that's a 50% faster cast rate or base proc rate. Penance doesn't scale with action speed? Correct. Brands do not scale with action speed. Yo, Darina, appreciate the sub, by the way. And Death Rage, appreciate the 100 bits as well. One more week till Stormbind. You're going to go Stormbind again, Death Rage? Q and Mesa put a Peabod video about what they thought about the changes. What's Stormbrand of Indecision? Is Stormbrand of Indecision better than base Stormbrand? It is, right? 396. Stormbrand of Indecision is effectiveness 60%. Every 0.4 seconds. But doesn't have the 80% more. So regular Stormbrand is better than Indecision now. Electros thinks Peabod's still the best for Sanctum. Numerically with full ramp, it's still better than Stormbrand, but you got to realize when you're league starting, your cast speed is trash. And I think if you're not factoring in the ramp time, I honestly think if you factor in the ramp time, I'd probably prefer Stormbrand. If it's 25% less, but you don't have to deal with the ramp time. I think if you're just saying, okay, yes, numerically at full ramp it's better, therefore it's better. I don't know. I think Electro is a little bit cooked. Because that ramp time is going to suck on a budget scuffs character. Play so much tighter with a new Peabod. Yeah, the thing is, I don't even know if you start with a brand. Like, brand will give you the highest quality of life, but its effectiveness is going to be worse than some of the self-cast options. Dude, Pox, thanks for the raid, man. Are you getting pretty excited about the new patch? What's the big takeaway? What is going on? Check tornado effectiveness. I'll check tornado effectiveness too. The problem with tornado effectiveness is it doesn't scale with cast speed at all. Tornado effectiveness is good if you have a character with no cast speed, but you can get cast speed. Patch is like a 548,000 out of 10. I'm very hyped. Oh, heck yeah. Even the RF Chieftain change made me happy. I would think so. The 10% explode just getting a bit more consistent. Like the explode was such overkill, and now that you get it a bit more consistently, I was like, that's a pretty nice bump. Are you doing a Sanctum League start? No, I am. I'm gonna try to update the E-Blade guide. Is what I'm working on right now. Mason and Kuo did some videos about Peabod and Stormbrand where they were looking at POB. Okay, we could probably look at that. And the 12% dot multi for 1 point. That was the mastery, right? The one where they were nerfing Ignite. They got rid of Ignite duration, replaced it with mastery, granting 12 fire dot multi. And 50% Ignite duration on you. Yeah, this thing. This is Kua's take. Look at this. Friendship ended with Stormbrand. Now Penance Brand is my best friend. Wait, what? This is like... He also has Dissipation ended. Now Stormbrand of Indecision is my best friend. So he's saying he still likes Penance Brand? Is that what he's saying? Well, look at Masonry. Okay, we have Masonry's take too. Look at all their takes. I was wrong. Stormbrand and Stormbrand of Indecision is trash. Did he had a previous video and he just like made it? Sanctum overview. So his initial gut reaction was saying to go Stormbrand, and then he decided, nah, it's not worth it. Wait, what the hell? Pivot's still the best brand. Am I gonna get DMCA'd for this? Same skill except 40% weaker this league. Pivot P-Stack. SWT stack. I don't know what that even means. And he's showcasing Stormbrand.
Post office or something.
Yo, he has an Ebolite set up. I don't think you do regular Ghostwraith though. You should definitely do Foulborn Ghostwraith. I think it's just way better than regular Ghostwraith. Your YouTube stream has audio? Oh no. Oh no. Kua's gonna get me. Stormbrand with 9k, 100, 3 seconds, 4.7 seconds. The hell is he talking about? And what is he doing to simulate the test? I don't freaking know what he's doing to simulate the test, to be honest. Kill times? Well, I know he has kill times. I'm saying, what is he doing to simulate the Peabod nerf? Because, like... I guess you could like manually force your cast speed to be a lot slower. Four link? He's doing 4 link on all of them. Both setups have like the same ES, same life. 33 passives. Stormbrand, 33 passives. It's a 2 link. 1, 2, 3. No, it's a 4 link. 1, 2, 3. It's like the same links. Peabod is a 2 link. I'm just looking at the footage. They have this like the same support gems. What are you guys talking about? I'm talking about the clip we're watching here. Is it the same amount of free passives? It's the same ES, same free passive, same links. I guess maybe he's like just factoring and he's like, okay, look, current P-Bod killed it in half the time. Therefore, with the nerf, this will still be slightly faster or something is his assumption. But I feel like that's not factoring in the ramp time greatly to it. I don't know. I think that's gonna matter for like, okay, when you're just talking about pure single target, like for example, the boss, this is the best case scenario for Penance Brand. That's where Penance Brand has a chance to be better. But when you're talking about just like the random like dudes on each floor, and you're gonna have to wait for the Penance Brand ramp time, and the ramp time is slower, like, I think that will matter. As long as the boss is dead before you are, you're good, right? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna recommend Penance Brand Dissipation. Let's see Masonry's video. What is his thoughts on it? You guys said he looked at Penance Brand.
Mason here. So this morning we got patch notes for 3.28, and unfortunately, our favorite skill, Penance Brand of Dissipation, has been bombed.
Good.
They have nerfed the activation from 1 second from 0.75.
Been OP for too long.
Now deal 20% more damage with hits after the first, which was previously 30%. But they have given us like 5% back in the quality. So this is a very, very big nerf because Penance Brand has really insane scaling with activation time. And this is base activation that has been nerfed, which is really, really big. And it also got the ramp nerf as well, which is another really big issue.
Yup. You got hit twice. Stormbrand might be good in Axe now. I wouldn't go that far. Because Stormbrand, I don't know. Maybe we should test like a low-level Stormbrand character to see what it would feel like early game. I would still be a little bit skeptical of Stormbrand early game. Maybe if you're a Templar. If you're not a Templar, there's no shot. Like, I would be skeptical.
As well. So, our friend Kua has gone over this. I've been talking to him this morning, but we've pretty much edited the POB config, which I'll briefly show you now.
So he's just gonna say the same thing as Kua's gonna say. Then they're still P-Bod believers. I'll say this: P-Bod should still be better on a good character with a ton of cast speed. The early situation where you don't have a ton of extra cast speed, I think it's gonna feel terrible. I don't know. I don't see a scenario where it doesn't feel terrible on like the rogues as you're going through with terrible cast speed.
Okay, so pretty much in POB, there's a file that stores all the data for gems, and we've gone through some of this and edited the key changes that has happened, just pretty much by hand. So I wouldn't say, which is this one over here, and then the activation time we've also changed that as well, and you'll be able to see that. I think it is over here. This one right here is 1000 instead of 750. So we've edited some of the changes for the gems, and we've run some POBs. And I'll just link you to Kua's spreadsheet because he has pretty much checked this himself.
What the hell are they doing? They're making this so much harder for themselves. What?
But yeah, the TLDR is that we're getting around a 40% nerf for Penance Brand of Dissipation. So that's the biggest nerf here, Penance Brand of Dissipation, followed by Energy Blade, which now has attack speed.
Lance is not a POV believer. It's just not that complicated, man. It's pretty easy to like check those. It's like multiplying 3 values to get your effectiveness. It doesn't take that freaking long to tell the difference. I don't know.
More Energy Shield. Stormbrand has been buffed, and Stormbrand of Indecision has been buffed. So there's 2 nerfs, which is the Penance Brand and the Energy Blade. So that's what you see.
So if you love the spreadsheets, I mean, this game is a spreadsheet game.
It is a pretty significant nerf.
It comes with the territory.
Penance Brand in general. However, Stormbrand has been buffed. You can see here that these are the Stormbrand numbers, and these are the Stormbrand of Indecision numbers. So these two I wouldn't take 100% true. I'll just say that they're probably around that amount of DPS. But the general idea here is that if you look at Penance Brand, it's like under 30 mil, and Stormbrand of Indecision is around 30 mil. So Penance Brand has ramp, and this is compensating for ramp. which means that you're probably better off playing Stormbrand for this league because it has no ramp and it will always do this much damage as soon as you place 2 Brand.
They came up with Stormbrand and Indecision doing more damage than the new Stormbrand. The hell? Okay, I have to ask myself, am I stupid right now? Stormbrand of Indecision activates every 0.4 seconds, 60 effectiveness, 10% more against branded enemy. New Stormbrand. 55 effectiveness, 80% more. Oh, what's the quality on this? I don't think I factored in the quality. What's the quality on Stormbrand? Is it 10% too? Sends beams to extra enemies. Okay, so it just gives you like an extra target. The base damage is up a lot. Well, the only thing matters is effectiveness if you're talking E-Blade. The base damage is probably pretty similar, I would imagine, because they're going to be 55 versus 60. What's the... Oh, you know what? They like power charge setup, so maybe they're not looking at E-Blade. Maybe that's why. What's the... Dude, I have too many tabs open right now. Let me get rid of Penance and Dissipation. Get rid of whatever the hell this is. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. I have too many tabs open. Stormbrand is, yeah, 55. Just slightly lower than this one. 515 versus 450. 55 effectiveness versus 60. Okay, let's do this again. This time, pretend we're not stupid. 55. Activation rate of 0.5. 2 brands. 80% more against branded enemy. Versus Stormbrand of Indecision, which is 60. It activates faster at a 0.4 activation rate. It has 10% more against branded enemy. It's definitely lower. And that's specifically because he's doing... Oh no, this is all E-Blade setups. So I don't know what the hell they're doing then.
It's on the enemy. So that's kind of the biggest change for Sanctum runners this league. And particularly, they nerfed...
You need to divide by 0.5, not multiply? I did. $55 divided by 0.5 times 2 because there's 2 brands times 1.8. What are you talking about? And when it says send beam, is that part of the damage? I think that just means it can target like enemies around it. Like it's some extra like clear. I don't think that's giving you any extra single target. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stormbrand is just better damage than Indecision is. Dividing by 0.5 is the same as multiplying by 2. Yeah. I'm just keeping it consistent with how I do all of the like base attack rates. Like for example, let's say I have a spell that has a 0.7 cast rate versus a spell that has a 0.4 cast rate. Do I want to manually go and say, oh, let's multiply by 2.5 or whatever? I mean, tomato, tomato. Do whatever the hell you want. I mean... I think you understand how bad Stormbrand was. Stormbrand is definitely quite bad currently. And it's getting a pretty sizable buff. Does it mean it's going to be good in campaign, though? I don't know. I think it might still be rough in campaign. Until you have something like E-Blade to carry it. My guess is the quality of life pick. I feel like regular Stormbrand is the quality of life pick. Well, we'll look at the Tornado too, but Tornado doesn't scale with cast speed, which I think that's the big thing that hurts Tornado. Like Tornado is good if you pretend cast speed doesn't exist, but cast speed does exist is the problem with Tornado of Turbulence. Because Tornado of Turbulence actually has good effectiveness, but it doesn't scale with cast speed. It's like these are 400, 330. Penance Brand was 500 something with ramp. What is this? Tornado is 65, hits 4 times a second, and there's 3 of them. So it's like good effectiveness, but that's if you pretend cast speed is not a real stat. But cast speed is a real stat. You could do this if you want, but I think it'd be lower quality. I think it would be worse than like doing Stormbrand. I want to play that skill, but then I read only 3 tornadoes. Yeah, it's hard capped on like cast rate basically. I mean, it still could be a fun skill to play. Like it's a cool skill, but you lose one of the potential scaling vectors. What about self-cast skills? What about like Firestorm, for example? Let's do Pelting because I don't have to factor in... Not Pelting, sorry. Let's do Meteor so because I don't have to factor in the extra hits. 410 divided by the 0.75. Now I'm pretty sure regular Firestorm is just better than Meteors. Who needs visual clarity and sanctum anyways? It's a good idea, I would say. Are we going back to preloading mines? I don't think you'd want to do mines in sanctum. Like, it's important to have an ability to, like, one-shot the guard or, like, put something down and then move along. Are you thinking of sanctum starter? No, Pohunger. I'm gonna update the E-Blade guide, so I'm working out what's the best way to play E-Blade is what I'm currently trying to figure out. I don't want to start E-Blade. I want to start Reliquary, but we need the nodes for Reliquary, so I'm doing this right now. My memory was Firestorm with Unleash was a really good early option if you wanted to do a Sanctum before you could afford P-Bot of Dissipation. And this is already on the similar effectiveness levels without the ramp. Ladies, tell me the Sanctum Farmers get rich so someone can afford the HH, he'll get spooned. No, that's not what's going on here, okay? I'm gonna go delve, Necrix. Good luck with your delving. What other spell options are there? Ball Lightning? What's Ball Lightning's effectiveness? Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is 60. And it can hit up to 13 times, right? Striking evolves 150 milliseconds. But you need like AoE and stuff for it. And Sanctum has like a lot of walls, so you're not gonna get 13 hits most of the time. Assuming max hits, it's really good. But you're not gonna get max hits in Sanctum. The balls are gonna get deleted beforehand and you're not gonna have the AoE for it right away. Spark? No, I don't know about Spark. Spark, you need prod speed. You don't have prod speed initially. Ball Lightning static isn't too bad for starting out if you don't have a bunch of cast speed. Isn't it limited? 90% cooldown? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess that could work as a starting skill. Incinerate. Incinerate, you're standing still. I don't think Incinerate's necessarily a good idea for Sanctum. You don't like, okay, like Incinerate, Stormburst, great damage, but do you want your character to be like having to stop, channel? Like not really in Sanctum. You get chip damage if you do that. Divine Ire, you get chip damage. Eye of Winter, I think it's probably a bit too slow, clunky. Eye of Winter damage would be okay, but it's got a slow cast speed. I kind of think the play is regular Stormbrand. What are we cooking? Oh, we're thinking about skill choice for E-Blade start next league, is what we're looking at. We're looking at skill choice options. Shockwave Totem is good since Sion has Astral Protector. I think you're coping out of your mind. Have you tried to do a Shockwave Totem start? I'm not a fan of the Shockwave Totem start at all. Here's what we'll do. We'll test Alt Stormbrand with our setup, which should give us a slightly worse Stormbrand, and then we can test some self-cast skills for comparison. New Holy Flame Totem. How much did Holy Flame Totem get buffed by? AoE tag, shoots extra projectiles. Didn't get any single target, it just got better clear. And the Ire one got buffed, which it shoots faster, but has no extra projectiles. So it just got 20% more damage. Getting the AoE tag gave it a damage buff. I mean, yeah, you could get like a plus AoE corruption. Do they shotgun? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure. Maybe with the AoE tag, maybe they make it so it could shotgun. That wouldn't make sense to me though. The extra projectiles benefits Nimbus? Yeah, I guess, sure. Alright. Anyways, I'm gonna stop getting distracted. Let's get a base version set up, and then we'll do some testing with different skills. Let's figure out how we want to make our tree first before we commit to any of these things. Let's at least get that far. Because it's gonna be like this, I think. Is the angle. Initially, it'll be this, and then the Uber Lab will be this. I guess we could do this, too. We start off with Righteous Fire. Templar getting more passive points. They're getting a couple wheels that are, like, accuracy related, which wouldn't be relevant for this character. Because I don't think it would be relevant. Maybe it would be. Okay, let's assume we can't afford jewel sockets. Life wheel, level 52, life wheel. Cast speed. Brand wheel. What brand stuff do I care about? 2 additional brands. I care about another mastery. Attachment range is a bit of quality of life. Could probably do that. No battle mage? Oh yeah, we want battle mage too. Shoot, we want everything. It would be this then. So I completely forgot about battle mage. Battle mage is very important. This would just be the Uber Lab. Would be this then. I guess initially it can be this, and then we respec for that once we get the Uber Lab. That's probably what it is. When are you POBing and not testing? The same time I always do POB, which is to get a rough sketch of a tree plan. Is a rough, this is the tree I want to go for. With Pious, you'll be able to sustain RF? Yes. Is Choir of the Storm still good for mana RF after the nerf? Probably not. I would use a different item, to be honest with you. See Runebinder? Yeah, we're going to test Stormbrand of Indecision. Is what we're going to test. Yeah, this is a level 60 character. What other easy, somewhat good nodes can we grab? So you could do invert res, but you would do that later on. Lightning Mastery. All right, that's roughly the level you'd want to be for Sanctum. These wheels are okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's probably fine. Minion attack and cast speed also affects you. Yeah, that stuff's really nice for the leap slam. I do kind of want that. If you're doing Sanctum, you do kind of want that for the speed. That is a good point. Okay, is there a world where I change my pathing with that in mind? Good point, Ponger. Yeah, that is a good point. We want the speed. We do. It is important. How do you feel about Elementalist? Elementalist is pretty solid. How do I get those passives back, guys? How do I get those passives back? Strength is pretty imbalanced for crit chance. Whoops. No, it's all that. I got passives back by using more passives. Halassi. This side of the tree looks painful to path. This side of the tree, I wouldn't say it's very painful. I think it's solid. think that's what it is. Give up some of the life. I think that's what it is. Let go of some of the life. Is Indecision worse than regular Stormbrand? Correct. It's worse than regular Stormbrand. All right, that'll work, right? Right, that'll work. A level 70 tree. Roughly there about what we want. You know, at this level, this is probably too much of a commitment to like the strength number and Iron Will. Because Iron Will, well, okay, we're gonna have some items that have strength on them, which make Iron Will better. We'd be at like... No, I'll keep it for now. We need to get some. We'll need to get some like strength on items. I had a snack coma. What is Lance doing right now? What am I doing right now? We are looking at starting setup for E-Blade and Quiz is what we're looking at. Iron Will support? No, that's never the option. No, sir. Honestly, I think I might say screw this belt and go Foulborn Meganords. We would lose a bit of regen, but we would gain a bunch of percent damage, a bunch of crit. I think we say screw the that thing. All right, let's go ahead and start fixing our tree a little bit and get rid of some of these tattoos. Okay. Ooh. Some pretty good wheels back here. Do I force those wheels in somehow? Question. High Voltage is really good. Throat Seeker is really good. Doomcast is really good. Written in Blood is really good. Is there a world where I can get those onto the character? So awkward in pathing. Might be more damage than Iron Will currently. Yes, it probably is more damage than Iron Will is currently. That would give us the crit multi-mastery. This isn't even saving points though, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's just worse pathing. It gives a little bit more, loses percent life and then gains some of the stuff over there. The middle pathing eats a lot of points. There's a lot of things that eat a lot of points. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Gets us back some strength and some dex. That's fine. Screw that wheel. All right, that's probably the play. Any hard feelings about Cryogenesis Breachlord Bloodline with Holy Relics? No, I haven't thought about that much at all. What kind of build are we going for? We're looking at doing an update to the E-Blade guide. We're just trying to see what's the best tree to go for. This is probably worth... Doomcast is right here as well, and Doomcast is good. Is Doomcast better than this cast speed wheel? Doomcast is pretty good. 2 passive point pathing. Well, I guess we'll have to check. We'll compare the two, cast speed versus Doomcast. I think getting a 6-hour Foulborn Ghostwraith is cope. You think getting Foulborn Ghostwraith is cope? So is Meganord's. You don't think these items will exist? Lance will get spooned 1 in 2 hours. They said Act 6. Yeah, they start dropping in Act 6. Foulborn Megadorge is literally one of the most common Foulborn items. Ghostwraith. I could kind of see the argument for Ghostwraith maybe not existing that early. Why would you use E-Blade? Because it gives you a lot of flat damage. I feel like this happens all the time. People are like, don't use that item, Lance. It's too common. And then it's like, you know, it's like Malachi Simula. And I was like, it's a 1C item. And what do you know? It's a 1C item, you know, on League Start as well. Depends how easy tree is. Yeah, there's an unknown factor for what they're doing to tree. But Ghostwraith is a common item from the tree, and Meganord's is a really common item from the tree. The limiting factor is it doesn't become available till Act 6. And that is a pretty limiting factor. I still think Foulborn Ghostwraith is still a much easier item to get than like Balbala Jewel is, for example. So I'm definitely still going to recommend this on early game setups. I don't see a world where this is more harder to get than a Balbala Jewel and stuff. Getting it midday too? Sure. Earlier than that? Who knows? I think it's... I think it's pretty realistic to get it 10 hours into the league. I think getting it 5 hours into the league is questionable. I think if you're a fast player, you should probably just go with a regular Ghostwraith setup, but that doesn't... I already have Ghostwraith setups to test, guys. What I want to test right now is Foulborn Ghostwraith, because my theory is Foulborn Ghostwraith can carry your early to mid game. It can carry you to the point of like skipping the early Ivory setup, if that makes sense. Cryogenesis allows you to convert all damage to lightning or cold at your will. You could use Rebuke of the Vow for an easy 1k flat. Are you killing Breach Lords? Like, my question with that is... The Breach Lords have a ton of HP. If we're talking about like some, oh, easy cheese power of Rebuke of the Vow, we're talking about a very early setup. You're not killing the Breach Lords. By the time you have a build that can kill a Breach Lord, Rebuke of the Vow is outscaled by other options, is how I feel. Is Sanctum Rush dead? Sanctum Rush? I don't think so. We're doing some testing right now is what we're gonna do. Doing Breach Lords is the only catch. It's a pretty big catch. Have you fought those guys? On a League Star build? The Breach Lords is a pretty big catch. I think that's a very big catch. I feel like they're weaker than Shaper, not gonna lie. I definitely don't think they're weaker than Shaper, but okay. 5-hour slammer? Yeah, like I'm pretty sure Ben in the video where he did Uber Dread, he was like 19 hours into his progression and when he killed the Breach Lord, and 20 hours when he killed Uber Dread. And it was an important progression piece for him. You know, like, and it was pretty close to the time he was at the power level to kill Uber Dread. I'm gonna try it anyway. Okay, good luck, man. Good luck. I would recommend you test it. You do some testing with some legitimate League Star characters on Breach Lords. They are a not easy fight. You also said you didn't want to F with them early. They're gonna mess. Yeah, like I don't know. If you can get those early league, power to you. But I would not want to try to push that fight on a very early progression character. Can Divine Shrine roll in the new belts? Definitely not. They're not going to give you a damage immune belt. And we want the attack speed. So I have everything else but the attack speed is what I'm missing, right? Is that roughly right? Okay, I think that's roughly the correct stuff. Breach Lords, if you make an effort to dodge their skills and have good recovery that isn't leech, are very low damage. Okay. That is not the feeling I got when fighting them, but I guess, you know, I'm just bad at the game and I didn't know how to dodge their abilities. It's power to you, man. You just better. Do I make the guys that think Foulborn items aren't going to exist more mad by putting on Foulborn lorries? What do you guys think? Do I make them more mad by putting on Foulborn lorries? Lance, you can't do that. It's not going to exist. Breach is going core, but Foulborns won't exist till day 5 of the league. People will have Mage Bloods before they have Foulborns. Read out Wheezy's text. What did Wheezy say? How far do I have to scroll to find this? Do not redeem Falborn's lands. Having to unlock the tree foley. They literally... All right. We're all going to watch this section again.
Pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be...
That's not what I'm saying. It wasn't a message from you. That was a message from somebody else. The Genesis tree is now fully grown by default, meaning all wombs will be accessible from the start. You'll need to work with Aleph to unlock points to allocate and use each breach to its full potential. Meaning all womb gifts will be accessible from the start. You'll need to unlock it. Okay. Oh, okay. But you still get ancient womb gifts right away. Said they won't exist. Hour 6, which is when you and I would need them. I am not sure they won't exist on hour 6. I think there's a chance they could definitely exist in hour 6. I'll put it this way. Oh, I think everybody in the game is aware there is a need for Falborn uniques, right? I think most PoE players know Falborn uniques are going to have some value. And I think there's going to be a large amount of people that think it is worth the time to run the breach and click Falborn unique item. When you get access to it, Act 6. It's saying they're going to be available right away in Act 6, which means there are 5 acts of progression where people could choose to do the breach and click print unique item. Like, I'll give you an example. Early League, when I go through the campaign, do I think it's worth doing Heist? And do I do it for some initial chaos? Yes. It's very efficient. Do I think it'll be very efficient to click the thing that makes Falborn items too? I think it will be. Like, I'm not going to go do Abyss in the campaign because I don't think it's really that worth it. There's a lot of mechanics I don't think are worth it. Breach, to me, is probably in the category of things I would think would be worth it. If I am making that, like, judgment call, I think other people are going to be making that judgment call. I don't know if that's how it's going to play out. We're going to see on League Start, but I think there's a good chance people will take the time to do the breaches during the campaign run. Remember when I taught Lance regarding demo contracts? Demo contracts there's some nice early chaos. It's also going to be fast to get some points on the Atlas pretty early on. I'm not even talking about even getting into maps yet. I'm just talking about your initial run through the campaign. Would you take the time to do the breach when you find it in campaign zones? I tried to get a Falborn, Dreamfeather, and Hardcore Freesia, and I got none on trade, so don't get your hopes too high. Yes, the very indicative example of item availability, hardcore trade. So the top roll is 18,000. What's the bottom roll? So it's about 6,000 drops per 1,000. And how many total is there? $8,000. So there's approximately 50,000 lethal prides. Only 100 times the amount of jewels on trade, not to mention the ones that aren't even being listed because they've gone to dirt value. My one person private league didn't have a foul when I wanted, so don't get your hopes up. You think Karna's gonna go slams or he's gonna cave to the bone zone? He's gonna go slams because slams are still good. Guys. How does this work out? Can somebody explain this to me? This nerf is unnecessary, and then this thing is still the best thing in the game. I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm just saying, like, how does that logic work? Like, if the thing was nerfed and it's still much better than your other options, like, it wasn't the nerf somewhat deserved? Maybe, possibly. I mean, I don't know. I'm just a guy asking some questions.
It seems every dog has...
Monk!
I need a monk!
Lance, I tried to get a cow at my local hardcore grocery store to make my own cheese and they got none for trade, so don't get your hopes too high.
So, okay. Thanks, Wiggy. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Note to self: do not go to Zwiggy's local hardcore grocery store. They don't have cows for sale. Noted. Only counter argument I can see is that other stuff should have been buffed instead of nerfing. Just make everything OP. I don't know. I don't agree with that concept of just making all the numbers good. Because if you just make all the numbers good, you run into this situation where you're on like a rat race to the end of the game, meaning anything in terms of making good build decisions, because nothing matters when you start just making everything OP. It just like, then you just have to start making all the numbers on the boss's HP bars go up, and you just balloon out and you get a D4 trillion damage situation. Nothing makes sense. And it's all stupid. I will say, nerfing bad skills or buffing bad skills could be solid, but there also needs to be the nerfs. Both things need to happen. You can't just keep one skill being OP and then make everything that level and then like constantly have this make everything better balance approach, because you just end up with this situation where stuff starts not mattering. We don't see enough bad skills buffed. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we've seen bad skills buffed. Which I'm definitely going to be a big proponent of. I wish there would be more skill balance. I think one of the Ziz questions references this. When we briefly looked at the Ziz Google question sheet, one of his questions is, hey, we used to get a lot more skill rebalancing. What happened to that? Question mark, you know. Ziggy also asked the cold skill question, right? He was like, yo, cold skills kind of suck. What's going on there? And they're like, yeah, fair. Jung will probably ring it up as well. Yeah, I'm sure Jung and Ziz will both be giving them a pretty good what's the word? Round of questions to, and I'm imagining skill balance will definitely be important to them. What the hell was I doing? Khaleesi's Grace. Well, guys, blah, 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 blah. Amulets, ring, boots, shield. Just a rare shield. Are there any unique shields that would be good for us at this stage? Unique shield. I think Jung would meme too much. I kind of doubt it. I don't think he would use an interview opportunity and waste it memeing. Lucky or unlucky effects use the best or worst from 3 rolls instead of 2. Is that worth just to double down on the Lori's lucky? Triple lucky block. Well, I think that a fun league starter would be like a Glad. A Glad with this shield E-Blade with Falborn would probably be a fun league start. Please don't look at that. Stop. What, Azadi's crest? Azadi's is cool. Get away. Dude, chill. Light of Lunaris is a fun item, but Light of Lunaris is a T1. It's too rare. It's just too rare. Yeah, I think it's just a random garbage rare shield with like life and block chance. Is what it is. Just a random garbage rare.
Could do worse, Exile.
Azadi's is a T4, by the way. I mean, we could do Azadi's. Let's try Azadi's out. Why not? Let's live a little bit. Azadi's is common as hell. We actually only care about the life roll on Azadi's. I don't think I care about anything else. Wait, it's 154 decks. All right, I lied. We can't do Azadi's. Am I gonna get 100? There's no shot I'm getting 154 decks. I lied. No Azadi's. That's too much decks. There's no shot. Yeah, there's no way. 154 is steep. Yeah, that's too steep. We'll stick with our random garbage rare. Astramentus. Would you guys... Okay. Falborn doubters. The people that think it would be impossible for me to get an early Falborn Ghost Wraith. Do you think it's easier to get an Astramentus? I think Astramentus is harder than a Falborn Ghost Wraith, for example. Do you guys think Astramentus would be easier than this? Astramentus on League Start, if you're really early, you can get like 20 to 50 C snipes on Astramentus, but it gets to about 1D pretty fast. It's a pretty common unique from the tree. That's what I think. I think it's a pretty common unique with the tree. I mean, GGG could just be like, screw you guys. I randomly decided to make this way rarer from the tree, right? Like that could happen. What's a good example of that? The crit amulet. Do you guys remember the crit amulet? Mariline's, I swear there was like one league where Jung, I think it was like Jung. It was like a T5 or T4 unique. There was one league start, Jung made a build where he's like, hey, use this amulet. And then it randomly like was like T2 or T1 that league or something. It got like some random giga rarity change out of nowhere. It was just like, well, like, yeah, you friggin' unlucky. You remember T5 to a T2? Yeah, that's just like, holy. I think they re-nerfed it. They made it more common again, I think. Let me see. Rarity of uniques. I just remember it because like somebody made a league starter with it. And then that league, it randomly got way rarer. Okay, all the recent leagues has been a T3. So it was earlier than this that it happened. The Calm's Primacy. Oh, did they do that to They did it on the Volcanic Fisher Berserker League start, didn't they? Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Why? I don't know. They're like, oh wait, people are using this item. Let's make it a little rare. They did that this league. It wasn't that way on the it wasn't that way during Volcanic Fisher League. It was during the this one that they did it. It was a T4 merc. Okay. So all right, fair enough. So it's just this league they did it. That's funny. Okay, well at least it wasn't like, man, that would have been a real bad price if it was during the when Fubgun was doing volcanic snaking. Okay, what do I want to go? Just a rare amulet, probably. Wait, can I craft cast speed on amulets? I can craft 9. Can I craft multi? I can't craft multi. I'll just get a ring or amulet cast speed in life. Shouldn't be too hard to come by. All right. Next up, let's get ring boots. Do I care about uniques for either of these slots? Rebate, you can get insane energy shield rares on League Star for just a few chaos. I think you're thinking of Keeper's League with Genesis Tree, and I think the rares from Genesis Tree will probably still be good, but they'll be less flooded on the market, and also it takes a little bit of time for those to be on the market. Which I know there's going to be people that are like, but Lance, you have Foulborn Ghostwraith. I'm telling you, the only way Foulborn Ghostwraith is a harder commodity to acquire than, like, let's say a good Twilight Regalia is if they like giga kill its drop rate, which I guess they could do. I really don't see that. I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, they literally nerfed it right here, right? They literally did this patch line right here. So maybe they could have decided to nerf it and nerf its drop rate. I doubt they nerfed it and made it rarer too. Yeah, that would just be it'd be weird. Calm's Roots. We could do Calm's Roots. Calm's Roots is solid. Get the stun immune, get the life. I think rare boots are fine too. I don't think we need to be moving like molasses. The difference between, well, Calm's Roots I think you need if you're doing regular Ghost Rife. I guess we can showcase both. I'll just grab Calm's Roots so we can showcase both. We do need to test both.
It seems every dog has his day.
Didn't they make something and gave it an Uber drop? They did that to Whispers. But how do I put this? Whispers like was dominant meta. Foulborn Ghost Rife is like a couple people are playing around using it on League Start, and a couple people played it during the league. That's a very different situation. Let's just check. How many people even use Ghost Rife this league? Can I check the Ghost Rife version? Foulborn Ghost Rife is 0.4% play rate. Can I check Mercenaries just to showcase the difference here? Mercenaries Whispers was 14% play rate. So it was like what? 30 times more used. Ghost Rife and Calm's Roots don't go together? You don't think these items go together? Visually? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Visually, yeah, they do not go together, but they actually are a pretty nice pairing. Is Foulborn Ghost Rife permanent use or do you swap out of it? You swap out of this, I think. I think E-Blade endgame is still Ivory Tower, but this is a good item that can take you... I think you can probably take this item all the way to Ubers, to be honest. But we're just testing out an early setup with it right now is what we're doing. Just gamble some random... Oh, I have no gold. I can't gamble. I have no gold. Holy, I'm gold broke. Just use this, and then people can get mad that I have a Foulborn Ornate Mace. Let's see a fashion statement, something like that. Something like that. Once, what are we looking on? We're gonna be doing some early game E-Blade tests is what we're looking at right now. Anything to be said about Frostblade Warden? Don't play Warden. That's what you can say about Frostblade Warden. Do not play Frostblade Warden. I got so many Choir of the Storms to bring to standard. How many did you buy? Easy. They spiked, right, when they announced the nerf? How much did you invest in? I got 12. Holy, you're printing in standard. What are they at right now? Mana overcapped. 289. You're making some good money there. Look for uncorrupted. What are people doing? 370? My goodness. Standard players and their stupid body armor. GGG needs to nuke that garbage body armor, but they won't do it. They're just going to keep letting that one guy mirror his bugged chest. All right, anyways, where were we? Where were we? Max life. Cast speed. Ring. Empty suffix. One chaos.
I'd consider that.
The waters lie still, too still.
I hope I sell them and then they nuke the body armor and I make off like a bandit. Fair enough, how easy. Do what you gotta do. How you convert the res? Chieftain. Chieftain. To put it into perspective of just how crazy that chess piece is, if you're trying to scale Giga Res with a super min-maxed, your entire tree, all your gear slots is invested into lightning res, small clusters, the whole shebang, you're looking at around 2,000 to 3,000 lightning res. And that's your entire character, all your clusters, everything. You put on that one chess piece and you click Chieftain, you're already at like what, 13,000, 12,000 lightning res. Nothing else considered. You're already 4 times a fully like min-max character without any of your items on your tree, nothing. It's so stupid. Yeah, TWT with mana is ES as well. Clarity ES. What was Legacy Clarity ES? Was it more than 10? Was it a higher number? It went up to 18? Holy. And this roll went up to 5%. You got 23 gain. Yeah, that's pretty wild. TWT is one of the best items they ever made. TWT was hella power creep. It was a fun item, but it was also hella power creep. They decided they'd rather kill it than nerf it, I guess. What's my character got right now? 50 minus 2. I don't have low life yet, so I'll have some extra chaos res there. Do I get res anywhere else convenient on this? Not particularly. So I guess what we'll do is we'll make some guy in chat happier by taking off the supposedly impossible to acquire heavy belts.
Not bad. Not bad.
I was gonna leak start strength stack with that. I heard in chat that you're not gonna be able to acquire this item. It may be literally one of the most common items to get from the tree, but because the tree is going core and because people hate walls, you just do the math, do a little bit of calculations, beep boop bop, beep boop bop. Most common item from the tree, not gonna exist on leak start. So we better just take that off just to factor in for the possibilities. I need one more hybrid rescraft. There we go. Wait, does this guy have a Lyra? I have no idea. Probably has a Lyra. Probably has a Lyra. No, put it in your POB. Let me sell it at a premium price. Too late. Already grabbed some random rare. Res is mostly fixed. Wait, how can I fix this? Hold on. I know what I need to do. Hold on. Wait a minute. This is worth it, guys. Don't question me. Don't question me. This is a good use of company finance. Perfect. All right. Guardian, what did I miss? We're not doing a Guardian. I'm going to respec this. I'm just trying to get some initial like baseline items put on the character. Unethical League start confirmed. It'll be fine, guys. It'll be fine. What is there? Anything else I need to do with this currently? This is fine for baseline stuff, I think. Let's grab Indecision, which is just going to be worse than regular Stormbrand next patch, I think. That's too high level. Let's de-level that a few times.
My spirit ebbs, but does not fade.
Business.
That is not the right de-level recipe. Let's try this again. Except this time, I am not going to use a regret orb to de-level it. I was trying to de-level it like 3 times, not to level 1. What are you gonna start? I'm leaning towards a reliquary with the new Shock Nova, but to be honest, I haven't really decided.
Our fortunes grow.
All right, level 17. We'll just use a level 1 energy blade. No quality. Is Attacky Blade ever the play? Yep, Attacky Blade's a good time. It's the play on a regular basis, I would say, honestly.
Business.
Spellblade support? Yep. We're gonna want Spellblade support. Spellblade support. Let's go buy one of those. I don't know if I'm gonna need crit. We'll just grab crit gems to begin with. $12 quality, 423. All right, I'll have to check to see if we might not need the crit chance. I'll have to see when we actually get like the Ascendancy set up and stuff. We might be kind of close on that one. We should probably do Assassin's Mark If we start out with the pen node. I might do another Absolution character. I tried it a couple times but never got past 85. Did you not get past 85 because you didn't like it? What makes you want to try it again? What's the reasoning there? I'm gonna go with the holy skills. The holy skills look fun. I'm a little bit tempted to do holy skills. Okay, what else do I need here? Arcane Surge on Assassin's Mark. No, we can't do that. We're blood magic. There is no Arcane Surge. There is no Arcane Surge. Roll of the Pact? Roll of the Pact is if I want to do try hard, but there's kind of a lot of new fun stuff. We could still end up doing Roll of the Pact, but I kind of don't necessarily want to go try hard. I like doing new things. Not that the new things will be bad. The new things could be quite strong. We'll have to see what the reliquary nodes are. Do we bother running Petrified Blood? If I get too invested in the game, I don't study anymore, and that's not good. Maybe it's worth. Okay, maybe it's worth. Is the new belt going to be good? Yes. Warden, no. Gold belts plus... Yeah, gold plus belt good, Warden trash. Does it make me want to play Castle and Crit? Really? Castle and Crit's a good time. Vitality we can justify. Precision we can justify for crit chance, I think. Why Stormbrand and not, how much decks do I have? Oh, I have like no decks. All right, we should do like a low level precision. We'll get one from Act 1, maybe. Why Stormbrand and not Peabod? Because Peabod got a huge nerf and Stormbrand got a solid buff. Peabod is going to still be more single target, but it has a ramp time, and I think that ramp time is going to feel problematic on an early character. couldn't bring myself to play self-cast because the Castle Crit felt too good. Castle Crit is very, very good. I can respect that. Holy dex problems. What's good, bro? Not too much. We're just setting up a test character for E-Blade with the changes to E-Blade right now is what we're doing. We're gonna try out some different skills with it. See what we think about the changes overall. Any ideas for Frost Mage? I mean, it's pretty much your standard issue Archmage gem, except with the advantage that it works with Guardian. Frost Mage, probably play as a Guardian in Steel Sanctuary of Thought, and then balance your minus or your reduced mana cost to afford reserving a bunch and profit. It's really good. It's just really good. Do we stack strength with Shaper's Touch? Shaper's Touch is good. You can. Okay. What else am I forgetting, guys? So you could go Petrified plus Tempest if you actually want to be like be more reasonable about your defensive layers. We'll do that for now. Wait, the reservation is too much. No Tempest then for now. What other reservation could we do? That would be helpful, but not reserve too much. Strength stacker with strength and Shaper's Touch get like 75% of the ES you get with pure int and 327. Yeah, you can still get pretty decent ES with going double. Blood and Sand. Blood and Sand is only like melee area damage stuff. You know what the real answer is? It's probably Zealotry. Let go of some of the defenses and just be more invested offensively. At least for Sanctum, you don't do this in non-Sanctum. Non-Sanctum, you try to be a little bit more defensive.
I must have time to gather my will.
You're playing as a Guardian? No, I just haven't respected the Ascendancy yet. Speaking of, let's go do that. Let's go respect the Ascendancy. Lance's favorite stomping ground, the lab. This is not my favorite stomping ground. What the hell? Instinctively almost clicking Merclav? Yeah, and then I realized I don't want to be in that long of a layout. This build's a fashion statement? It is. It's something, alright. Malachi's helmet plus the the comms plus the Ghost Ride plus the E-Blade. It's got some peak aesthetics going on for sure. Can we have some MTX? You don't like this? You don't like the look of peak efficiency? What are you, a hater? Echoes in eternity. Yo, Farmer, man. Appreciate the raid, dude. Are you getting pumped about the new league, Farmer? And by the way, before you call me an unk, I just want to preemptively say I'm not an unk. Okay? I don't appreciate that kind of talk. Can you show the boots again? It's just, these are just boots that protect you from stun. Not as important with Foulborn Ghost Wraith, important with regular Ghost Wraith, which we're going to showcase both. For the people that are like, you won't be able to get that on League Start. Well, we'll do a test setup with regular Ghost Wraith. Can you talk to me about Frostblades? Is it a meme? Frostblades? Is Frostblades a meme? Frostblades is fine. One of the guys who streams Pee-wee, like, deep late into leagues-ish, he always plays Frostblades. So it can't be that bad if it has, like, people that are willing to play it. Like, a ton. It's a very feels-good clear skill. A bit lower on single target to other options, but it's like S tier clear. Do you think Jaquani's is good? I do. Lance, why are the auras off? Because during lab, the most dangerous thing is just dying to a trap, and I'm not trying to die to a trap by having my life reserved. Farmer made it look like the worst campaign skill ever. How long did your campaign take? How long? How long was it? Dude, I'm about to die to traps. See what I'm talking about? Traps are freaking nasty. I stopped in Act 3. Act 3, 2 hours. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Did you have a decent weapon? Campaign attack skills, if you don't have a decent weapon, are just horrendous. So that could be part of it. Frostblades is trash for single target. It definitely is a pretty mid-tier single target option. Let me link it. Oh no. make me see the VOD. The disaster ensue. Well, your character, you didn't go Fire Mastery plus Precise Technique. That helps a ton. For sure. If you're missing those, you definitely were cooking yourself. What was this, dude? I guess I'll have to look at what the setup is. I'll be curious. Linking me a random axe. Don't know why.
Truth is elusive, yet God has provided us with all the tools necessary to find it.
That's Farmer? Wait, this is Farmer linking me a random garbage axe? I was like, why is somebody linking me a random garbage axe? Wait, you're playing... Wait, are you're playing Frostblade with a two-handed axe? Is that what people do? They level Frostblades with two-handed axes? Insanity? I must be missing something. I didn't realize people leveled the Frost was a two-handed axe. That's why I was like, why the hell am I getting linked an axe? Swords are better, no shot, no. Axe is better. Is Fire Master gone? Oh no, you're thinking of the Ignite refresh duration one. You have 40% chance to hit? Probably. Probably had a 40% chance to hit. What was your tree? What was your tree? All right, time to investigate the situation. I gotta take matters into my own hands. What is Farmer not telling me? What was he doing? What was he doing? What was his tree? Two-handed axe. Shield charging. Are you weapon swap shield charging? You took 2 hours to do Act 3 and your try-hard weapon swap shield charging? Dude, what the hell did you do? You got the try-hard tech and everything. Come on, a little investigation. We need to pull up a passive tree here. What are we working with? Surely there's a passive tree clip in here somewhere. Just look at the damage. You want to look at you kill something right now? Okay, where's like a boss at? When you say Act 3, do you mean like no lab? I have the POV I followed. I want to look at your POV. That's what I want to see. I want to see what did you do? Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder, Precision. I gave up killing monsters? So you have like no XP at this point. Like, what does the piety kill look like? Oh my word. the HP bar isn't moving. Dude, wait. What was that pathing? What the hell did I just see? This is a work of art, Farmer. How did you do this? How did you get 400 HP and no damage? I followed his POV to the letter? Are you following like his endgame tree or something? What's the Really? Dude, that is crazy. Flip res node and pen before having like any percent damage. Dude, this would be, I think this would be a really rough damage early campaign. I don't know about this league start. I agree with what Fader's been saying, because like your early percent damage just is like non-existent with this tree. Because your first percentage damage you're getting is like these 12% nodes, and then you're not getting any more percent damage until here. So like you just have no percent damage to start off with. I think you'd be better off with a start that's like going like this. Attack damage, then beelining precise technique, and then going this damage node. And if you're doing a two-hand axe, then you can go and grab like this thing for onslaught if you're doing a two-hand axe. I don't know about that versus a sword, but the situation that I'm seeing is your early game has no percent damage scaling. It's just like pen and flip res is nice, but this doesn't matter until monsters start having higher resistances. And it really doesn't matter if you have no percent damage scaling. So I would not do this to start with. Additional strike mastery as well. The strike mastery is pretty nice here, but the thing is it's just not like there's just other things you could go for, right? I guess like this one kind of sucks. Like I guess you can get onslaught, but this would probably be better. Like just grabbing blood and sand and grabbing this one maybe. I mean, there's not a lot of, is there other good attack masteries? This one's okay. Melee damage is okay. Half your damage is melee damage, I guess. Where's the other, how many attack masteries are in here? Oh, you have one right here. Yeah, do frickin' this one. This one's actually a solid wheel. Like in that case, instead of going like, instead of doing like this pathing to get precise technique, just do this. Like this wheel like this. Like that sort of thing. Attack damage versus attack damage, attack speed. Do this one. Yeah, like this wheel's pretty good. And then if you want to do axes, do this axe wheel. Swords should be pretty solid as well at this point. But I think the biggest issue with that start is that you have no percent damage. Using axe on ranger is a bold choice. I mean, axe, if you like if you drop a two-handed weapon and you drop a good axe with good flat, use it. If you drop a two-hand with good flat on a sword, use it. You kind of have to just use whatever weapon you get, I think, a little bit. Axe nodes are good though. I think go the cold nodes first. What cold nodes? Primeval Force is okay. Oh, you're talking about these ones? The gain 14? I don't know. I mean, like, that's like assuming you have like a fizz-based axe, right? Because you have like the conversion. But what happens if you drop a weapon that has a bunch of like flat elemental? I think like you could do this maybe. You could make the argument for doing this and then respecking when you get a few more passives. Is there good masteries here? Conversion, cold exposure. Not great, but I think you could do this, and then once you get a couple more passives, then you could do like the respec. I definitely would prioritize +1 strike and this mastery over the cold stuff. You just do E-Conk till Blood Aqueducts if we're being real. What's BA Blood Aqueducts? It's Act 9 zone. He's trying to get you to do like one of the more meta leveling skills, which you can do. I mean, that might be a little bit overkill. I don't think you need to do that, but that's kind of your call. Fangs of Frost. Where's Fangs of Frost at? Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, Fangs of Frost is solid. That's a solid option. Life nodes are solid. Duelist area is pretty solid. But yeah, that's the biggest thing I would change. I was trying to get your percent damage up earlier. Because you're entering Act 3 with like no percent damage. Hey Void, how you doing, man? What's the best off-meta leveling skill? What kind of question is that? That's like a is that like an oxymoron or something? What's the best of the skills people don't want to use? I was confused about the early pathing, but I was just putting fries into a bag. Yeah. I definitely don't think that early pathing is great. I don't know. Your percent damage just is non-existent, so it's like you're gonna have a real rough time. My guess is his POB isn't really thinking too much about the campaign or something. I don't know. But that's definitely, I definitely wouldn't want to level with that amount of percent damage. That just seemed like some pain percent damage. What are your thoughts on either Frostblades, Ice Crash, Guardian? I'm thinking of doing 2 points. Guardian for Wrath, Hatred, Anger, then going Breach Bloodline for Ignore, Res. Convert all the aura to Flat Cold. That should work, Void. I think that would work. I think your biggest problem there is it's going to be a bit before you can get the Breach Bloodline. Somebody else was asking about the Breach Bloodline with Sword. I just think that fight's like a pretty hard gatekeep. Like, you need to have a really good character to do that fight. Lance, I did 29 Ancient Wound Gifts and 0 points allocated on the tree, and I got 37 uniques and only 1 Foulborn? Really? Holy. Was that high-level Ancient Wound Gifts, or was it low-level ones? Maybe the Foulborn doubters are right. We might be in danger. All right, let's go ahead and check crit chance. $75 with Assassin's Mark, 500 crit multi. That's not terrible, right? I'm back. What's the verdict, Electro? I haven't even tested anything yet. I finally got my character set up, and then I got distracted trying to help Farmer out with his League Start plans. Electro, I having not tested anything, looking at these patch notes with the the Storm brand change versus the Penance brand change, I think if you're tryhard, your highest DPS in Sanctum is going to be a self-cast skill initially. Like, Firestorm is going to be more damage than Penance Brand is. The issue with Penance Brand is your ramp time is going to freaking suck with the slower cast speed and the lower multiplier on it. Peabod's still the best. Don't waste your time. I was literally running the numbers, or looking at the numbers on this, and it's Peabod with max ramp is what's the base effectiveness of Peabod? I gotta remind myself. It's like 30%, right? Penance Brand. 50%. Okay. Max rank Peabod, 50%, 20 stacks, 2 brands. What am I forgetting? Oh, wait. Sorry. Hold on. This is old P brand numbers. Sorry. Max ramp is now that. And then I think it's like, what, 1.15? It's 575 effectiveness now at max ramp. So max ramp is 575. Stormbrand with max ramp is 396. So you do 396 on the get-go of putting it on the enemy versus P-Brand has to ramp to that 20 stages. I'm just feeling like until you get good cast speed, that is going to feel trash for P-Brand. It's single target. Once you get like some good cast speed, definitely still better. But I'm worried about that early setup. Your ramp time is going to feel trash. I think P-Brand will feel better on bosses and just worse in every single room you do is what my guess is. Stormbrand should be very strong. Last time I ran EB Sanctum was when I initially got Stormbrand of Indecision. It was actually 2 times better than Stormbrand. It felt overtuned. So base Stormbrand getting 50% more should be pretty good. Oh, you're talking before they nerfed Indecision? Because right now, what I'm going to test is Stormbrand of Indecision, which the changes for Stormbrand should be better than Stormbrand of Indecision now. Just regular Stormbrand. Let's get a tome. What the hell is this? Yo, just because a guy wants to test, you gonna try to charge me a mirror to test? You rats! You absolute rats! I can't believe I just paid 10D for a test tome. I just got robbed. Wait, hold on. Do I have a quest one? Maybe I never even did my quest one. Let me check real quick. Let me just check if I just got scammed out of 10D. Hold on. I don't think I actually even did the quest one in Keepers, but let me just quick little check. What did I league start in Keepers? I league started. Was it Assassin? I think I did like Poison Assassin. There's no way I did Sanctum on that. There's no shot, right? That is just not a Sanctum viable character right out the gate. You need like so much damage to be Sanctum viable right out the gate. There's no shot. Where's my quest thing? Is it not in the center? Where is it? Hand it over. Come on, there's no way. There's no way I've done this. What? Are we sure? Wait a second. Okay. Huh? I'm trying to think what's the world. I did it on not Pharisha but Pox League. Do you think if I transfer a character from a league I did do it in, that kills it? That probably is what it is, right? Talk to her.
Hello there, Exile.
Oh, okay. All right, we're fine.
I'm so glad you're here.
Wait, what the hell is this? You know what happened? I maybe tried it and I was like, holy, my damage sucks, and then left. Maybe that's what happened. Because this looks like just a random incomplete thing. It's level 70. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense either. Because that wouldn't be a quest one. That would be like one you did later. I think I did like 2 in Pox League, and then maybe I started a 3rd and then decided I didn't want to do it. Because otherwise, I don't know what makes sense. So this is worse than what Stormbrand will be. And it'll definitely be better than this. Well, not quite though, right? Because like, this is Foulborn Ghost Wraith. I should check how much I lose when I go to regular Ghost Wraith. Let me grab a regular Ghost Wraith to compare. We like lose tank, and we're gonna lose base damage too, right? Ratio of added damage to base damage on Stormbrand is significantly higher. I'm aware of what's changing with the numbers. Stormbrand is literally going to be better than Indecision is currently. Alright. Let's see how much we lose. We don't even lose much. It's basically the same. My current setup is probably 2 glass though, realistically. Like our Chaos Res is 2 cooked. Right. The hell happened to my fire res? Do you see this on the Tears of a Sanctum runner? What are we talking about? Just Kua's earlier video. Hold on, Electro was saying something. I missed his message. This is a lot more gear than I tested a level 70 tome and did mine hitless? This is a lot more gear? What do you... This is like baseline garbage. What gear did you test, Electro? It's hard to get worse gear than this. Were you just doing a 4-link no Khaleesas? Like you didn't want to spend 1C on gloves? What? This is like the same gear. My guy just linked me like the exact same item. I'm on a 1-link. All right, you have Penance for Anticipation with Spellblade. This is not a 1-link. This is a 3-link. This is literally a 3-link, dude. You have it in faster casting and Spellblade. You gotta work on your counting, Electro. And I'm not sure, does that even factor? That doesn't even factor for the nerf. A 4-link would still be worse post-nerf. Because you have to account for losing like straight up half your damage. And 2 extra links don't double damage. This is crazy work. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to re-top off my water, Electro. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. I want to continue this conversation about dissipation, though. I'm a dissipation not believer right now. I gotta pee, though. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. This, let me read your message. All right, let me check it. Void. So currently one link Penance Brand without accounting for nerfs deals 490k. Storm Brand with accounting for buffs seems to be around 380k, which is only 25% less damage with 0 ramp compared to unnerfed Penance Brand. It's definitely never Penance Brand next patch. I am appreciating Void right now because he's saying what I'm saying. Freaking it's good. That ramp time's gonna feel terrible compared to Storm Brand. Like the numbers on Dissipation, it requires full ramp to be slightly better. Like, you know, okay. At full ramp, it's 40% more damage, but that has to tick 20 casts to get up to that point. Whereas Stormbrand is immediate damage. I'm with Electra on this one. What part it feels like crap? The fact you don't get to watch your brand tick 50 times. Void is not having it. Void is not having it. Oh, I forgot about this wheel. This wheel's really good. I don't. Oh yeah, and I want Caspi too. That's a good call, actually. I don't want to copy going this top side. I think this bottom side's correct. But I do like that. And I do want these nodes. 12, 12, 30 versus... Yeah, it gives you the extra crit chance. You trade 50 crit chance for about 14 crit multi. That's worth. That's just a better cluster. I do appreciate that. What's our crit chance at? Our crit chance is 78, and then you factor in Assassin's Mark. We're probably close to crit cap then. Anyone that has tested Penance Brand will tell you how bad any Storm Brand feels. I'm testing it right now. I tested it literally like a couple minutes ago before I went upstairs to fill up my water. And it feels pretty solid. Okay, what happens? What happens with all the people saying they're going to play Penance Brand? What happens when they league start, realize the ramp time feels terrible, try out Storm Brand, realize it feels better? What do they do? What's the backtrack angle? I hope they play Penance Brand and just force themselves. If somebody doesn't want to go Brand, what would you choose? I think realistically, the initial strongest skill is going to be something like Unleash Firestorm. Like straight up, Unleash Firestorm will probably be your highest in like immediate one-shot guards type of thing. Other options are like things like Ball Lightning, Wave of Conviction of Charthus are some options. But Brand is pretty like feels good for Sanctum because there's a lot of like running around, dodging the attacks type of thing. And so it's nice to have the permanent uptime. Did Sanctum get a buff? No, we're just testing E-Blade Start is all we're doing right now. We're just testing some E-Blade Start stuff for curiosity. They're going to swap to Storm Brand and say it's a temp early game setup. I think when you have like insane cast speed with full ramps, it is more damage, right? But like this is not good gear and this is insta wiping this dude. I need to swap in like Penance Brand at Dissipation with its current setup to like do a direct comparison, but this is just weaker than what Stormbrand is going to be. Like Stormbrand's just going to be just stronger than this by about like 20% damage. How many stacks does it need to be to catch up effectiveness wise? Can I log out and then redo this zone? Does that work? Without losing progression, so I keep testing it on guards. No love for Icicle Mine. I haven't looked at testing it. I'm not too sure about Icicle Mine, to be honest. Let's try Dissipation now and see what that feels like. Let's get one that isn't corrupted, hopefully. Corrupted, no. Sanctum had the edge on div per hour, but mapping probably Mogs now. It's not really close. Mapping's a lot better than Sanctum in the current game. Sanctum was good for the first few days, like much better than mapping on the first few days. And then they added Faustus, and it was only better for the first couple hours. And then they killed its divine rate, and now it's like, if you do one fast, good, but get into maps and start getting yourself some real currency generations. Did you see Kua's most recent showcase? Yeah, his most recent showcase was comparing a character with like the exact same passives and gear with the exact same damage links with Dissipation versus Stormbrand on the best case for Dissipation, which was a boss. And it was like it was double the kill time, but its damage is going to get cut in half in the following patch, and it was showcasing the best case scenario, which is a boss. That was not a convincing showcase to me in terms of upselling me on Penance Brand Dissipation. I'm telling you, these are the same people that not count with their poison POVs with 20-second poison duration. They're not the same people. Electro, Kua, Mano, I don't know what the other guy's name was. They run Sanctum very regularly. I definitely disagree with their conclusion, though. That's the only case that matters. I one pulse guards on day 2. So you'd one pulse them faster with Stormbrand. Because, like, what you're saying is the damage is basically the same, but you only care about later when your gear's better, when it matters more on your initial runs. Like, you're probably losing yourself multiple hours of progression if you're starting with Penance Brand versus Stormbrand with your earlier setups, right? Don't call me out like that, Ironsall. Were you getting exposed? Okay, Penance Brand. No crit chance, no crit multi. Let's see what one of these guards feels like. Hopefully it didn't count as completing it. I need to not kill every guard. Oh, dang it. Well, we'll test on floor 2. I double checked the math and Stormbrand deals 28% less damage than P-Bot at max ramp now. So it should need to ramp up to 20 and then take 18.3 times to deal equivalent damage to Stormbrand. And the question is, if it has to tick that many times, is the boss already dead? And would you have killed the boss faster if you were using not Penance Brand Anticipation? It's like 40 seconds. It's not 40 seconds. Penance Brand ticks really fast, but you need some really, really... Anyways.
Barakat, slay them. Your will is weak. It's almost endearing.
UB Warriors are yapping, I'm feeling the game and enjoying with Electro. Kim, you realize Electro is on the side with the PUB Warriors who made a whole spreadsheet, right? Their spreadsheet was cooked as hell, though. All right. What am I doing right now? I want to do something that I don't accidentally complete. This should be good for not accidentally completing. I'm gonna stop leveling things up. One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1,000. One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1,000. One 1,000, two 1,000. One 1,000. Log out before I get the completion. It's like 2 to 3 seconds per guard. Scientific timing method? I wouldn't call it scientific, but it's just a practical test to give you some feedback, right? 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000. I clicked log! Is higher than last? Yes. And the thing is, Stormbrand's gonna deal like 20% more damage than this. Is better without the buffs? Well, this is the weaker version of Stormbrand. And we're factoring in... we're losing 2 supports. I think the Penance Brand, I think the 2 supports is still going to be... It's still going to be weaker with 4 supports next league. Like, that cast speed matters a lot. The added damage effectiveness buff is larger than flat damage buff, 43%. I'm comparing future Stormbrand to current current indecision. Because current indecision's like 330 or something, and the new Stormbrand's like 396. So it's like 20% difference from those two. That guy doesn't count, he just takes forever. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. That's with flasks. Assuming 2 brands, which always isn't the case. I mean, you just have the numbers of both brands. Both of them have the use case of 2 brands. Doesn't change much. I'll run P-Bot out of spite, and I'll have you Stormbranders in my rearview mirror by hour 13 when I swap to charge stacker. My dude is literally gonna choose to do the worst performing thing just because he's salty that he's making the wrong decision because he can't be objective about the use case. Classy. He's then going to out farm the people that aren't no-lifing for 40 hours straight. Power to the guy that has spite. Electro, when's the day 2 Valdo Glad coming? How's it feeling with the int nerfs? How you feeling about the day 2 Valdo Glad? He's having a BV? No, Electro or Void. He's playing Penance Brand with Charge Stagger. He's gonna have like Rallycash and stuff. I moved it back to day 5. That's much more responsible. That's much more responsible. One 1,000, 2 1,000. It's just way better. Come on, Electro. Can you not see the very clear evidence? One of these things is definitely clearing these guards very noticeably faster and is going to be stronger the next patch than this showcase, while Penance Brand is going to be weaker. What are we talking about? We're talking about Stormbrand versus Oh, did I accidentally shoot? We messed up and we cleared the full pack. We just need to not go to the next zone. This isn't a great zone either because the guards are in like weird spots. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4. Why are we 2-linking? Okay, first of all, it's a 3-link. Khaleesi's has faster casting in it. And the reason we're doing that is because Penance Brand got nerfed. And we're trying to account for those nerfs. One 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. Oops, hopefully that doesn't count as complete.
I thirst for freedom.
No. We're good? Because I didn't enter the floor? No, we're not good. Rest in peace. Caverns. We can do caverns without completing, right? We can do caverns without completing the room. Can Dissipation compete with the kill time if I give it the links currently? See if it can compete with the kill time. 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. 1 1,000. The only thing you struggle in your first homes is bosses? What are you talking about? Bosses has never been the struggle point for Sancto. That's just straight up not true. What? What are you Bosses are easy as hell. Never have I ever lost a sanctum to resolve. So you've lost a sanctum to just having your build be too squishy? Is that what you're saying? What's he gets one shot before he loses 300 resolve. Let the man grief, he's going through a lot. I'm sure he'll recover. 1,000, 2 1,000, 1,000, 2 1,000, 1,000, 2 1,000, 1,000, 2 1,000. Blade Dancer is if you get it. Okay, okay, Electro. Put a timer on screen. A timer on screen. Do you guys want me to do just like a full Sanctum run? I would need 2 tomes to do a full Sanctum run with each. The thing is that the Sanctum runs aren't equal. Like, I could get a run where one gives me 50% more damage boon at the start, or one that gives me freaking monster action speed or monster life, etc. Yeah. The only real comparable test we can do is just the guards 1-to-1. I got tomes. Characters in a different league. You're not in keepers, man. You're in standard. Would need keepers. Okay, I guess that guy was just messing with me. He doesn't actually have tomes. Yeah, oh, you just want the timer? You want this? I guess that works. Yeah, we can just do it side by side, each room. And we just kill all but the last guard. Here, tomes. Don't worry about it. We're just going to do the side by side thing. Tome runs can be different. I like this idea. A lot more consistent if he doesn't complete the room, yeah. The awkward part is like the timer start location. That was like 10 seconds. I didn't stop the timer, but you guys can like kind of pay attention. I think that was around 10 seconds. For 5 guards. Now let's do dissipation. Dissipation with -2 links. Okay, restart the timer. That was like 13, 14 seconds. You missed the first guard? Oh, did I not actually kill one? It's kind of a misplay. I'm just gonna do multiple runs. Okay, resets. Stormbrand, timer start. It was about 10 seconds. Dissipation. Room complete. Oh, did I kill too many guards? All right, well, now we'll do this caverns and hopefully not complete that one. Okay, reset the timer. Oh, it's a different layout. Okay, that's fine. We just need to make sure we don't kill the last guard. Let's just do it to the 4th guard, maybe. So I don't accidentally kill the guy in the last area. Let's do it that way. One, 2, 3, 4. 12 seconds. Let's just make sure we only do 4 guards each time. Does Kazava's Thirst need 100 mana spend at once or proc every 100 mana spend? It does not need to have 100. I'm pretty sure you can spend up to 100 and then it'll proc. Okay. Stormbrand. Last one was like 12 seconds-ish. I thought it was at once. I think you can spend up to 100 and then it'll proc. Like you can spend 25, 25, 25, 25 and then it'll proc. I don't think it needs to be 100 flat cost. But I haven't played Kitava's Thirst that many times, so I'm not really that sure. It must be all at one use, so there you go. I've not freaking used that item in... Have I ever used that item? I don't think I ever used it. All right, anyways, reset the timer. Correct, everything's correct. 1 guard. 2 guard. 3 guard. 4 guard. 10 seconds. Do Penance Brand. Is obviously much faster. I think so too. But I'm just doing multiple runs just to confirm I'm not screwing this up. Okay, timer starts and go. 1 guard. 2 guard, maybe dead. 3 guard and 4 guard, like 12 seconds. What are you testing here? We're comparing Penance Brand, which is getting nerfed, with Stormbrand, which is getting buffed. Do you have some other stall content? This is important, dude. I'm trying to update my E-Blade guide. I don't want to recommend them a mid-tier worse skill. You know, like I don't want to be the guy coming out and telling people to use Penance Brand when Stormbrand is clearly a better Sanctum skill at this point with the changes occurring. I don't want to be the guy telling people to use Penance Brand, okay? Because I didn't do proper testing. I'm not trying to get caught doing that. 2 guard, 3 guard, 4 guard, 11 seconds. Is it easier to test multiple Oshabis? We could do some single target tests. That's the only test that should favor Penance Brand. Where is Tabs are kind of expensive.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Is the difference 2 to 3 seconds? That doesn't seem too big. It's not 2 to 3 seconds. So Stormbrand is going to be 20% better than it is currently. And Penance Brand is going to be worse than just than just removing these 2 links, because it's going to have a slower ramp time, because its activation time is slower. So it's not just the difference I'm showcasing here, it's wider than that. And if you're trying to do a Sanctum League start where time, you know, is very important, how fast you're killing these guards, whether or not you're getting hit and taking resolve damage, it adds up, especially if you're trying to push harder, higher tiers faster. Every little bit of one being better than the other matters for your overall progression. Okay, let's look at Sacred Blossom. We're just gonna get one shot by this character. Like we're just gonna die. This is not a good target dummy for us. Let's actually do a different target dummy. Let's do this guy. This guy's a better target dummy, I think. Shabi's just gonna kill us with our current like defensive layers, which is non-existent. This guy still might one-shot us.
Capital is a fickle mistress.
Invitation on no chaos res. We have some chaos res. What did I do to my fire res? I swear I had fixed this earlier. Oh my word. Does this weapon have fire res on it? I baited myself into thinking I had fire res because this stupid weapon has fire res. Okay. All right, that makes sense now. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, a little bit of miscalculation. I was like, I know I had fire res at some point. Anyways, it's fine. All right, Penance Brand on this boss, which is gonna one-shot me. Resets. Start the fight. Okay, about 20 seconds in, we've done, I don't know, 15% of his HP. We're gonna get sucked down, and we might die in here.
Hunger without end.
Dude, why was it so far?
Not be denied. Feast. Cold. Trample. Melt. Hunger.
Oh, I dodged that. Come on. Come on. I dodged that. What the hell was that? Is the fire boss better? This is just the boss I had because I did a bunch of this. This is the one I had available. This boss is very bad for our character though. We have like no chaos res, but don't worry about it. We're just trying to get a feeling for the DPS is what we're trying to do.
Hunger without end. The tangle will not be denied.
So help me, if this guy kills me again with this attack, I'm gonna be salty. Stop. Ah. Oh, come on. That was perfect timing. Dude, screw you, man. All right, 250 roughly. I love Lance's patented double timer. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. All right. Let's do that fight again, but with Stormbrand. $20-minute fight. It was 2.5 minutes, okay? All right, now last time we did this, we started the fight when he spawned in. Or started the timer when he spawned in. Dude, freaking do your thing! My goodness. This guy is such a staller. Right, whatever. Let's go down. Dude, why is it so far away? I have to travel a country mile of this thing. Alright, let's go down. Go to the side. Oh my goodness. Holy stall. Penance Brand didn't even win the single target test. I don't know, man. Like, you forgot that I died on this run too. It's 30 seconds difference. This is the skill that should be worse on the single target test. And it's going to get 20% better, mind you. And Penance Brand is going to also get weaker than what we tested. Should we put the Penance Brand on a 2-link? Two of the faster Cassian Khaleesas? Because the nerf to tick rate potentially means that it doesn't even hit the higher shock effect. No, you're still going to get the max. I mean, yeah, sure. I think it's pretty clear what's happening. I don't know. What if the boss didn't have phases? It was the same amount of phases. I did 3 phases in both fights. If it's better, then it's better, but I'm not a believer till I test it in 328. Oh, okay, Electro. Oh, okay. Why listen to logic or reason when you can cope? So what you're saying is, Electro, when you're in the rearview mirror of the Stormbrand players and you realize your great mistake and you have to swap over, you're going to come in here and say, you know, I was wrong. I made a mistake. I should have maybe thought about this logically rather than just putting max stacks on Penance Brand and then telling myself it's better. Electro's only good at listening to Light Step. He's taking Light Step's advice. I heard from a Baxit that Light Step is the #1 price fixer. Is that true? Can anyone confirm or deny the claims? I'll run Pivot on a fight and have you Stormbranders in my rearview mirror. Yeah, I like him swapping to Tesla will be a monumental undertaking. It won't be. It won't be in terms of like all he has to do is just swap the gems out. Easy freaking peasy. But mentally, when Electro goes to swap to Penance Brand for Stormbrand, he's going to have to get over the ego he's displayed today in saying he's going to leave the Stormbranders in his rearview mirror. He's going to have to think about that as he knowingly swaps the gem. And that's the fun part. I mentioned him once. So you're not taking Light Step's advice? He has to farm the transfigured gem. No. Oh no. Oh, that's the funny scenario. The funny scenario is you try to push Sanctum earlier, so you don't farm the currency to buy Dissipation first. You just start out with Stormbrand. Then you get the currency from your first Sanctum to buy Penance Brand. You put it on, you realize it's worse, and then you swap immediately back. I don't think it's crazy to say I could play P-Brand and lap 99% of the Stormbranders. It's not about lapping somebody that you may be better than the game at, right? Like, for example, I could say, I'm going to lap Farmer, but that's not saying much because I've played PoE way longer than Farmer has. So I have more experience, right? So if you say I'm going to lap somebody playing Stormbrand, but you're the guy who's played 30-hour league starts for Sanctum for the past 5 leagues versus the Stormbrander who's playing, you know, a more casual start. No dip, you're going to go faster and farther than him because you have more experience. What you need to compare to is yourself on Stormbrand versus yourself on Penance Brand and realize you've made a mistake. Farmers catching strays. Come on, guys. Now, that was a fair example. That was a fair example. Farmer is newer to the game, you know? We like Farmer, but like he's not been playing as long. He's got some time to, he's honestly, to be fair to Farmer in a very short time frame has gotten quite fast. Like Farmer's campaign time for like his second league start ever was very legit. Like you gotta put some respect on his name. Dude's a gamer. I wouldn't be able to look at myself playing Stormbrand, so I will still be slower. You're not gonna want to look at the mirror and acknowledge there's too much pride in the way. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Why are you still online? What time is it? It's 9:50? What the hell? When did it get so late? Why am I awake right now? Oh, guys, listen, I just realized, unrelated to that guy pointing out that the clock is apparently past my bedtime. Unrelated to that, just completely unrelated. I actually have to go for other reasons besides needing to sleep. I have this thing with this friend with this, it's a party or something. I'm not just leaving because I want to sleep. Why is it this late? Did you guys should have told me earlier. Like 2 hours ago, you should be like, Lance, is it a little late for you? Like, what? Why are you telling me now? What the hell? Electro, are you gonna stream? Are you gonna stream your Penance Brand cope? Can I raid you, Electro? Or are you gonna offline cope? Because otherwise, I'm gonna have to raid somebody else. I have to go check who's online. I already did. Okay, all right. Well, we'll send you guys the. Ooh! Guys, I feel like I never get to raid Devil Cat. I swear. How the hell am I supposed to raid him though? He's raided me multiple times, and I've never seen him online when I've ended stream. This is a rare opportunity, but I have no idea how to type that. Can I just copy and paste that? Or can I just do this? Does this work? Raid. Let's see if this works. I swear I've never gotten to raid him. Oh, hell yeah. It works. All right, cool. All right, thanks for hanging out, guys. Enjoy Devil Cat stream. And tomorrow we'll probably do some more testing on E-Blade, probably some like later game stuff to try to simulate the nerfs with like a more proper setup based on what's going to happen nerf-wise. But yeah, anyways, you guys have fun in his stream. I'll catch you guys later. Take care, guys.